Well, hello and welcome everyone. How is everyone doing? I hope everyone is doing well. Can everyone hear me okay? Make sure I got everything all right. Good to see everyone. How you doing, Darlene McGee, Earls of Orkney, God's Green Earth Inhabitant? How you doing? See, you've been having some conversation in here. What you all up to? Not too many messages. Yeah, chat is haywire. Hey, conspiracy realist mom, how you doing? Good to see you here. Awesome. And as always, it's open panel. If anyone wants to pop up already, you're more than welcome. Open panel, open topics. Guns drawn and bodies being hauled. How you doing, Brian? That's not good. Brian Griffin. And you're more than welcome to bring your links, drop your links, or drop links to videos you want to share. I do have some lined up, but before I get started on the videos, if anyone wants to pop up, click on the StreamYard link. Okay. I will play this then. In the meantime, we all know food shortages, and I've been getting into a lot of growing and everything, creating my own food forest, my own self sustainability as much as possible. Anyway, it's still early. I know it's winter time, but you can get start preparing, start getting some seeds and things for garden you can grow inside in your window. What's up?
What's up, True Seeker?
How you doing, Mark?
Yeah, long time no see.
Yeah, it's been a long time. That's quite a mess you got there.
Yeah, I got tired of having the beer stein up there.
Hey, Skies Above, how you doing? Good to see you. So what you been up to, Mark?
Oh, traveling. Moved from South Carolina to Illinois, and now I'm in Alabama.
Wow.
All in 4 days.
What do you mean 4 days? You just traveling?
No, I left after my friend left. She moved to Alabama, and I moved to Illinois. That didn't work out, so I was invited back to Alabama with her.
Hmm. Wow.
So I'm doing pretty good.
Well, that's good to hear.
What's up,
Hope it,
Darlene? Skies above. Dominic, Ryan, panel. Are they frozen?
no, just not playing it. This is them talking about making survival gardens. Ice Age Farmer. I don't know if everyone has Ice Age Farmer, but we should check them out. A lot of good information
Ellie
there.
Kiva. Long time
Which
no see.
who's that?
So, what have you been up to, Bob?
Oof, I've been up to a lot. Just one thing just keeps leading to another. You know, um, let me see. I got chainsaw, axe, a trailer. I've been cutting a lot of wood up and splitting it because I made a fire pit. I bought a moonshine still to make distilled water and made the fire pit so I can just throw logs in there every couple hours. It's continuous, fresh, clean water. Um, then for my harvesting, oh man, I wasn't counting on the harvest, but I planted all kinds of medicinal plants all over the place. And and when I harvested it, I had to do it all by hand, chopping them all up in pieces and everything. There's no way. So I bought a chipper, and it only does like inch and three quarters branches, but it can chop things up good. I just chop it up, bag it up, and there's my ingredients for my teas. And my latest
What's
one I
up,
added.
Donna?
Hey Shanna, how you doing? Kelly Kibo, Matrix, Daryl, or Derry. But yeah, I just added a beehive to my list. I never ever thought I'd be growing, or not growing, but not harvesting either, but being a beekeeper. Hey Aquarius, how you doing?
Yes, you are up a bit late. Yeah, I just been chilling out myself.
Yeah, that's what's up. Just want to drop the link here. If anyone else wants to join, click on the StreamYard link. Good evening, everyone. Good to see everyone here. So,
And we got my friend. We got chickens.
that's what's up. That's one thing I'm not doing. I'm not doing any livestock. I grow trees, berry bushes, uh, everything I can, but I'm not going to do any livestock.
We may even get a couple of horses.
Wow. Oh, I understand, conspiracy mom. You take care there. Have a good day at work tomorrow. Much love. Got buried exploit in the house. So where are you living now?
I am in Heflin, Alabama.
So you're staying there now?
Yep, my permanent resident.
There you go.
I'm still attached to South Carolina, but blinkum blinking. What's up? Long time no see. Uh, I'm slowly removing myself from South Carolina.
Hmm. You like it?
Yeah, I like. We got at least 20 acres of land here, at least.
Wow, that's what's up. 520 acres. Wow.
Yeah, you should check out one of my videos. I got a video on one house and of the land, pretty big.
Okay, I'll have to
Lincoln,
check it
Lincoln,
out.
Alabama. Well, what's up? I'm. Let's see.
Is that Blico?
I'm 15 miles from west of Bremen, Georgia.
Hmm.
Girls and good to see you again. Yeah, I just got done doing a 4.5 hour live stream on the winter storm in Oklahoma.
Okay, yep.
Kind of
Yeah.
got boring at the end.
Thanks, Shanna. I've been MIA also. I haven't been on all the time. Pulled back a little bit, not stressing trying not to stress everything that's going on in the world and doing what I got to do. I mean, it's good to stay updated, but I'm just not, I didn't get any sleep before. It's always every minute I had was into research, 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 research. This rabbit hole, that rabbit hole, it's never ending.
Oh, sure. Come to Bob's stream, but don't come to mine.
So this is a new account for you, Mark?
No, this is well, I lost South Carolina Skywatcher. I
Okay.
made a mistake, and YouTube deleted my channel for fraud. I love you too, Shannon.
Well, you all can drop your links. I mean, if you have a new channel, I know I don't have it, so I'll grab you up. Anyone else wants to check Mark's channel out?
That's true. Got to be aware and alert of your surroundings.
Exactly. So I call head on a swivel. You never know nowadays with all this shit going on around the world. Crazy.
Well, not to get on this subject, but what is insane, and I've just come to the realization of this. Excuse me. People are still wearing masks, okay? But they're not wearing any gloves. That's how you pick up germs from your hands. Touch a doorknob or a door handle from a store, and you pick up a germ.
But that's why they
So,
want you to wash your hands every 10 seconds.
right. Well, on my way, let's see, on my way to Missouri a couple of years ago, they, where was it? I think it was Georgia on the what do you call it? Billboard electric signs, e-signs. Wash your hands every 10 seconds. Well, how can you wash your hands every 10 seconds if you're fucking driving? And excuse my language here. But
That's
that's
true.
and drive like your mother's watching you. I don't care if my mother's watching me.
Jump backwoods. Good to see you. Yeah. Common sense out the window.
Yeah, you got to use your common sense.
Free speech out the window. But what do you expect when you're using their platforms, you know, to talk about what they are doing to us? Unreal.
I mean, the world is just upside down.
It is.
What is normal these days?
That's a good question. I wonder what is normal to the young generation, what they're being taught in school nowadays, the Common Core and all this other nonsense stuff. I don't know.
Like, what do you got to do when you wake up in the morning, you eat your breakfast, you put on your clothes, you put on your clothes, and you eat your breakfast. Then you go outside, get in your car, and go to work. Now, hold on for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yep. Remember way back when
Now
it
you got
started?
to remember. Now you got to remember. Oh, I got to put on a mask. Got to wash my hands. Got to make and the mask. People, some people have it just over their mouth.
You know what would have really been crazy? Like Blickham brought up, remember when they were talking about wearing goggles because the droplets can go into your eyes? Could you imagine if that was a mandate also? Everybody walking around with goggles and the mask? Oh, wow.
Oh yeah. Well, I seen one lady at a supermarket. She was wearing a full blown gas mask. Full blown at the produce
Mm.
aisle. Oh, come on
Well,
now.
that's what the mainstream media does to people, who were still clueless. What?
Well,
What?
China's
I
in
want
the
to listen.
house.
How you guys?
How you doing? Hello and welcome.
I don't have no mic or nothing on, so can y'all hear me okay?
Yep, sound good.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to pop in and say hey, Bob and Mark, because I hadn't seen either of y'all in forever.
That's like a reunion. Ooh, it's been
Yeah.
super long time.
Good to see
Yeah.
Yeah,
you.
I'm just starting to get back into the live again. I'm just not going full bore like I was before. I was killing myself for what?
Yeah. I understand, man. And that's why I said what I did in the comments. I was like, it's good to step back and just take some time to
Exactly. And
to
it felt
just
good.
reflect on what's going on in your own life, really,
Yeah,
and
it feels good.
like I know you did a lot of work on like some of your gardening stuff, and that's good. You had to take time to do that.
And it was kind of fun, even though it was work. It was just peaceful and just you know, you know.
Yeah, it is. It's a there's something about doing something like that is like serene that
Yeah,
makes you just know you're making your own food and
right.
it's very it, and at the same time it's humbling and it's making yourself know how worthy you are as well. You know, like
Hmm.
we have our own worth and we can make our own worth because the Father made us to be able to do that, which is amazing, and so many people just squander that and don't even try. I don't care if you're in an apartment, a tiny little apartment, you can still grow your herbs and something, something.
Hmm.
Just everybody just try to grow something. It's really important.
Yep.
Well, I kind of miss growing my own food. You know, the corn, peppers, squash, eggplant, tomatoes.
Well, Mark, you might as well start now, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Get
it's
some
never
buckets.
get some buckets, whatever,
Yep.
whatever it is. I don't care if you got to put some little planters in your kitchen window, whatever. People, we all need to be growing something. I don't care if it's just a little bit of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Even just that plant growing in your house is gonna make you happy anyway. I don't know why, but to see something growing in your house makes you happy. So, with everybody right now, oh my gosh, I'm not promoting anybody's channel or nothing, but Bob, I'm sure you, like many of us, probably watch high impact vlogs. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
He put out a video today with the lady. She's like a prime minister of Australia, grinning while she's talking about how many people committed suicide in their country. She's grinning the whole time. Yes, she's got horse teeth, so it looks like she's grinning all the time. But it's like Duper's delight. My point is that people are very depressed these days, and just having a plant in your house can make you not depressed because you
Mm-hmm.
got something to care for.
Yeah, it's one more step
Yeah, you talk
towards
to your
being
plants and
more
you make them
self-sustainable.
grow.
Yeah, and it's not even being about self-sustainable. Just some giving somebody something to care for gives them purpose. M- Purpose makes you feel like you're worthy of living. You know, so I encourage everybody to have a plant in their
Mm-hmm.
house, even if that sounds silly.
Hey, Sister Golden Hair. Yep. Grow your
I
own.
was planning on doing the garden this year as soon as spring comes around.
Well, hey, Bob, Mark, I'm gonna get out of here. I love you guys.
Love you too.
I
You
just
take care. Stay safe and keep in touch.
Yeah,
Oh, you
that's the only
leaving?
reason I jumped on, so y'all knew I was still here, brother.
Yep. Yep. And you drop your link in the chat too if Darlene didn't do it already. I don't.
I'm sure Darlene already did. All
Yeah.
right,
Well,
love you
It's good
guys.
seeing you.
again, Shannon.
Good seeing
Good to
you.
see you guys.
Much
Aloha.
love, Santa. Yeah,
City
it's been a
great
long
lady.
time. Yeah. Gonna have to stop over, check her channel. I haven't been over there. Haven't been in a lot of places lately. Oh, thanks, Blickum. I'll check it out.
Well, did you hear that the United States Supreme Court ruled that all these mandates are unconstitutional?
Yeah.
This is,
Like, we didn't know.
yeah, right. But as far as being depressed, I haven't been depressed. I mean, I go out, I get up in the morning, have my coffee, my juice. If I need to go out, I don't worry about wearing a mask. I don't worry about. I just do my regular routine like I did 3 years ago, 4 years ago. It doesn't affect. The only thing it only affects me because it pisses me off seeing all these people act like idiots. You're in your car, you get out of your car, you get to the front door of the store, and you put on your mask. Then you come out and you take off your mask. It is what it is, you know.
Yep.
I lose 5. He gains
Keep
55,
5.
loses 5 the next day.
Yeah, it's
I
probably
think that's
screwed
true
you.
too.
Yeah. They can do whatever they want, right?
Like I had, what was it? One day I lost one subscriber in one day. Gained 3 and lost 1. But I did a live stream 4.5 hours on that Oklahoma winter storm. It kind of got boring at the end because the news guy sat somewhere in the parking lot and kept focus on a red pickup truck. That was funny. It's coming down there. People do not know how to drive in the snow.
Do not know how to drive what?
In the snow.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, come on up, Doreen.
The mask of shame, meant to remove all emotion from the human interaction, designed to make us deny who we are. Yeah, there's been plenty of studies and tests done on that, I believe, from the military, of what when you're locked down can do to you, when you wear a mask, everything. 6 feet apart, single file. I reposted that video, Blickum. What happened was it showed up on my phone as 2 videos because when I first uploaded it, I didn't get to put a title on it. So when I went back to put a title on it, it showed like 2 videos. So I deleted the one video and ended up being the one I just uploaded. It's crazy. So I had to do it over again.
I'm
That
just
was
starting to do some sky watching. I haven't done that in a while. I meant to do one today, but didn't get the chance.
Yeah, I recorded a sky video a couple days ago. I didn't get to put it up. It was bad.
Well, I still got one somewhere in my photos, video library. I never got around to it. I have to go find it. The sky is really, really getting crazy out there.
If Darlene didn't drop your link, you're more than welcome to drop your own links. Shannon, I love driving in the snow. I hear you. It's fun with a
Hey,
rear
Shannon,
wheel.
the last time I drove in the snow was back in 1980, early 8, no, yeah, 89, 90. I did donuts at the Bond Bakery parking lot. That was fun.
But was it a front wheel drive?
Yeah, I got front wheel drive.
Mm. Rear wheel drive. Awesome.
Well, if I had rear wheel drive, I probably would be in the dirt right now. In the earth.
Mm.
So it was a couple weeks ago. It rained, and somebody came over, and my friend asked me to come and see if I can push her daughter out. No, not her daughter. Her sister-in-law out, and I got stuck. So my car was sitting there for 2 days.
Wow. Come along. No come along?
Hello, Sandy Hopkins.
Sandy Hopkins. Wow. I forgot to get a hold of you. Sorry about that. I remembered when I was setting up the stream and then I forgot again. Unreal. I'll get to you, Sandy. Sorry about that. Sandy likes to do donuts too.
But it doesn't snow here in Alabama too much. We had some flurries 3 weeks ago.
Planet X is coming. Is that true, Mark? In Alabama, we don't get much snow, but people eat lots of donuts.
I got to go to Bremen, Lincoln, for donuts. That's what, 15 miles away?
Okay, Shane, I'll check it out when I stop over. That's right, Darlene. No bend over, though. Let's check out this.
Well, I'm going to hop off, Bob, and finish my dinner.
Ah, enjoy your dinner, man.
But I'll stay in chat.
Okay. Good to see you again. You take care, Mark. I'll stop over.
Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, I didn't see your link dropped, so if you can, drop your link. Unless it went by me. Satellite phones? I don't know too much about satellite phones. I'd rather just go without. I don't even use my phone much anymore. I don't even take it with me where I go all the time. There you go. Met a neighbor, Blickum. All right. I really haven't been here in like going on 2 years, but let's see what he's got to say about that creepy smile.
Well, there's no such thing as mass formation psychosis.
Okay, we believe you.
And they would probably be the first ones to tell you that there's no such thing as a parasitic, psychopathic megalomaniac crawling around in the halls of government. But thankfully, we have video, and therefore, we have a great example. I'll give you a hint.
Jacinda Ardern.
Sad facts for New Zealand is that everyone knows someone who has taken their own life. Now, we're we're a small country, less than 5 million people, but last year, over 600 people committed suicide.
In work light or it comes with a USB charger.
Yeah.
High, medium, low, SO. To the side of anything metal.
Wow.
Code is in the description. A psychopath is they're unable to show any semblance of empathy while they are talking about something that is very serious. Listen to
In our
Jacinda
face,
Ardern
that's
talk
why.
about the epidemic of suicide in her country with a smile on her face.
Sad facts for New Zealand is that everyone knows someone who has taken their own life. Now, we're a small country, less than 5 million people, but last year, over 600 people committed suicide. And of course, that's only one marker of well-being. And you saw in the video reel it played, 1 in 4 people in their lifetime will experience a mental health issue. And so for us, this is something that affects everyone, because either you have someone in your family who may be affected, a friend, or you yourself. And so they say in politics, everything is personal. And for me, the issue of mental health was deeply personal.
It's deeply personal. I'm talking about the death of my friends. I mean, loved ones that I know that actually took their life. What if I came to you and told you how horrible my life was and how many people have died and committed suicide around me, and I just kept doing it with a smile on my face? You'd be like, there's something wrong upstairs. I like what Crux 173. It looks like she could eat an apple through a chain link fence with them teeth. This woman right here has got something wrong with her, man. Talking about the seriousness of people at the end of their rope. They have nowhere to go, and they feel like the only solution is, I'm just going to end my life. And she says it with a smile on her face, knowing the cameras are rolling, sitting in front of a World Economic Forum banner, no less. The Great Reset, you'll own nothing and be happy. We're going to marry biology with technology. We're going to plug you into the Internet of Things. Oh, this is great. I'm Jacinda Ardern, and I just love talking about mass casualty events.
I've lost friends, and I wouldn't have to look far in my cabinet to find others who have as well. So for us, it's a moral issue. Equally, it's an economic issue as well. When you have so many people affected by mental health, of course, that affects your productivity, and there's good reason why business should be taking this on for both that moral imperative, but that economic imperative as well. So for both reasons, 5% loss to GDP, but also the moral reason, it's a real priority for us.
That was at the WEF's annual meeting in 2019. Remember, the hallmark of a psychopath, one of the key hallmarks of the psychopath is they are unable to show any level of empathy toward their fellow human beings. Mm-hmm. That seems like that's what we just saw demonstrated right there with Jacinda Ardern. Speaking of not being empathetic to your fellow human beings, check out these badged law enforcers in Australia. Wear your completely useless cloth ritualistic shame muzzle in Sydney, or else. And we're only doing this for your safety.
Hey, be gentle. All right?
Get your hand behind your back.
She's not resisting. Come on.
Behind your back. Get your hand behind your back.
No, you can't. You got to treat her with respect. I have. Yeah, you got to treat her with respect.
Honestly, what I'm saying.
I don't know, something like that. I don't know if I could just stand there. I don't know about you, especially if that was my woman, you know what I mean? I don't know. I wouldn't just stand there. Treat her with respect. They'd have to take me too, I think.
It doesn't seem like he's doing his job correctly.
Now, I get it. I'm not going to be too hard with the cameraman here, but isn't it time that we stop recording this kind of stuff if we're not going to do anything about it? Isn't it time for somebody to come along and aid this woman right here who's being
exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly.
Being brutalized with state violence? Isn't it time to just Like we have plenty of videos of this. Okay, we have plenty of videos, and yes, thank goodness there's documentation for it. But there's nobody standing on that sidewalk right there who's willing to go, you know what? We can't have this anymore. For the sake of humanity, for the sake of all that is right, we can't have these people completely running roughshod over the rest of us. Today, that's going to be her. Maybe tomorrow it's going to be your mother or your sister or people that you love, or maybe even you. Maybe it's going to be you. Wouldn't you want somebody to jump out from the crowd and go, no, enough. No, you're not going to do this. This is citizen's arrest. We're taking you down.
I don't know what's name. I don't know. Man, he just slammed her on the ground. Stupid.
God, don't you want to just, when you watch videos like this, don't you just want to jump into the video, become a part of it, and help this woman out? Look at all these cops, man. Another situation where you don't have one good cop on the scene. So you had two initial guys, then the third one showed up, 4 or 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 cops about to be on the scene here. Not one good cop. Not one cop to say, wait, what are we doing this for? What's this for? Ritualistic shame muzzles? We're out in the open, man. What's going on with you? How can you do this to this woman? Would you have done this to your sister? Look at more. Look at all these cops. The cops just crawling out of the woodwork here. And that would be the danger of jumping in that crowd, because they have a radio. Nothing's going to be faster than that radio. They're going to radio, and they have the unlimited resources of the state. So likely, if 10 people jumped out of the crowd, they would probably be all spending at least the night in jail, if not for years. They would probably jail you up and throw away the key.
Yep.
How many cops we got now? They're clearly concerned about stopping the spread. Exactly.
Yeah, this is my car.
Trying to wave the guy with the video camera. Oh, we don't need the video camera around here, sir. We need you to move along. We're not into transparency here or personal accountability. So you need to.
Unbelievable. How you doing, Tammy? How you doing? Good to see you. Hope I didn't miss anyone else. Yepper. Need to get some rope. Can you imagine, though? I mean, has anyone seen that? I haven't seen anything like that. But I don't go out much either. Maybe she's going shopping at the store. I very rarely go to the store unless it's to buy my equipment to keep building and building and growing. Yeah, it's crazy. But, you know, if we did grow our own stuff, we wouldn't have to go to the store to buy it. Especially their junk that's all sprayed with chemicals and grown in horrible soil. Wow, really, Brian? You got a link for that? Unbelievable. Yeah, I don't know. They'd probably get away with it here too. Same thing. That's what I'm saying, buried, not on my watch. Well, like we're talking about last stream, we all should think about like trying to start community gardens. Arlene, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello. How you doing tonight?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Good, good. Hanging in there. Just another day in this crazy world.
Yep.
That is true. Tough medicine. We deserve what we tolerate.
Hello.
Yep.
24 degrees.
Is it?
hmm Feels about 18, I'll tell you the truth, with that wind chill.
I'm not sure what it is here, but it's cold out there. Real cold.
I don't know, but it's flipping cold.
And we got those.
I know every time I share something with you, you go down, so I'm afraid to send you anything.
What do you mean?
You always get a strike. And then I feel bad.
Not always. You got some. We could, you know, whatever. Oh, that's right. Your videos, your personal.
Well, yeah, those two.
Well, you can still drop the links because you play the music, right? Have you made a new one?
Not yet. Since Christmas.
Okay.
I'm too busy watching.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pull back a little bit. It's good for you.
Yeah.
I know it's hard, but it does the body good.
Actually, I didn't do much today. I was mostly on Mark's stream there. He was streaming about that storm in Oklahoma.
Did he cover the ones going up the East Coast?
I don't know. Was it the East Coast, Mark? The West Coast? The North Coast? I'm not sure.
I know we got 2 storms coming. I didn't get to research them yet.
I know he's got it on his thing. I dropped his link twice. Did you miss it twice?
No, I saw it. I forgot. Excuse me. I have to go back though. I saw you drop it.
I dropped it twice. Everybody's got a wrench, and I think 1 or 2 person that don't have a wrench. I don't know why they don't drop it. Drop it.
Well, if you see someone that deserves a
Central.
wrench. Central?
Uh-huh. That's what Mark said. Central Oklahoma. I know he had on the live. He's got the whole live on there. I mean, it was pretty bad. I'm pretty sure the guy wouldn't mind if you share it, a little bit of it, because it's almost 4 hours.
Wow.
It was pretty hairy looking. I wouldn't drive. I would have pulled over. Some places you couldn't even see 2 foot in the people the way they drive.
Wow, I can't find it.
Hold on, let me go get it.
Unreal. Yeah, I haven't driven in that kind of weather in many years. I was driving up to Buffalo, and it was so bad you couldn't even see where the road was. Hmm. Yeah, North Oklahoma barely got a dust in the snow.
You got it?
Yeah, got it this time.
Okay. That's that video. You might have to. I don't know when Mark started right off the bat or a little bit further in.
All right. North Coast. That looks like the beginning.
You're too slow, Mark.
I don't hear anything.
Well, wormwood is growing here. Not in our region, but I think Africa someplace they have that bush. It's a tree.
Hmm. All right, maybe I didn't click the button.
You're 110 years old?
What? I'm not getting any sound from this. You hear anything?
He doesn't talk very much. It was just me and Mark talking most of the time.
Oh,
Off and on. He talks, but not that much.
okay. I thought it wasn't playing the voice.
Discoveries here in the morning about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it's
Or is
cold
that
out there.
red pickup again?
Like I said earlier, make sure your tires are properly inflated and in good condition. Windshield wipers are working. Have coffee or hot chocolate.
Yep.
Free. Make sure your sidewalk and porch are shoveled. It sounds like there's ice.
Yeah, there's nothing like it. There's a few strange people around here that do the same thing, blind straight.
This is News Now YouTube, 9 YouTube. We got Val
I
and
think
Amy
so.
Caster tracking it. Tom Pastrano is in Western Oklahoma. Bob Mills, Sky News 9 pilot. Jim Gardner's headed to South Carolina, Texas storm chasers. A couple weeks ago, was up there in the upstate. South
So
Carolina.
we're going to see if we have volume now, have audio. We're starting a new
Must
live
have been
shot.
about 4 or 5 inches up there.
Right now we are just east of Clinton, and we are headed east. We stopped. We pulled off of I-40. We're going to get right back on in just a second and keep going. And this heavy snow just came over us all of a sudden, and boom, instantly, within 5 or 10 minutes, the ground turned white. Right now, we probably have just maybe a half an inch of snow on the ground. The bridges in the Clinton area are definitely slick. The main road is kind of slick in places. How's the audio? Okay. So it was boom.
Why we have to reboot each time, though.
I mean, I don't think we have to reboot each time, but I wonder why. Though.
Definitely.
Oh, I was gonna say that's 4 hours long. I would like to put
Yeah,
more
it's
of
4
that.
hours long. Well, 4 and a
Yeah.
half.
Right. Yeah,
It really
so
gets boring after a while. Especially when he parks and he points his camera at this red truck.
oh,
Must
so
have
it
been
really,
the highlight.
so it really was the highlight.
Yeah.
Especially when he parks
and points his camera at this red truck. Must have been the highlight.
Yeah, that
So it
was
really
the
was the
highlight.
highlight.
Yeah.
Got a mic open, Mark.
Mute one of your mics, Mark.
Got a mic open, Mark. That's better. Welcome back.
What to do without you, Darlene?
I don't know, Mark.
Well, anyway, if y'all go to Texas Storm Chasers and go back about maybe 2 weeks, South Carolina, upstate, boy, they got hit really bad.
Mm.
I mean, it must have been about 5, 6 inches of snow.
I wouldn't say it's hit bad. No.
I've been in Spartanburg. I've been down South Carolina for what? 21 years. And that was the second snowstorm that was really, really bad.
Mm. How much you normally get there? 1, 2 inches?
Yeah, we get maybe 2 inches at the most every 2 years, maybe 3.
Yeah.
But the last one that we had, not this past one, but the one before that, found out I was stuck at home from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. I was stuck at home. Found out Monday that the governor shut down all tow trucks except for 911 calls.
Mm.
So I had to walk to the store in the snow, 20-degree weather. I had 2 flat tires.
What?
Yeah, I was coming from downtown Spartanburg for some reason.
I'm going to drop some links.
Okay.
And got home, parked the car, had to go to the store again. That's all. I had 2 flat tires. And it took me like 4 hours of calls. And nobody came out until Monday.
Mm. How do you get 2?
I have no idea. I don't know, man. I really don't.
That's crazy.
But at least I got home.
That's what's up.
I hate to think if I ran out of gas.
Yeah, I saw this one too.
But that was kind of funny, that car getting stuck up in South Carolina, Darlene.
Yeah.
Yep.
High
Has,
tension electrical wires.
has
That's
everyone heard? Warns of attack on America's power grid by alleged domestic extremists. All right, we'll check it out.
7, using some discernment on this latest DHS announcement, as they come out stating that they have evidence that domestic violent extremists and racially motivated extremists are developing plans to attack the U.S. electric sector. My first question is, why haven't you arrested them? Since you know everything they're plotting, what they're typing, who's doing it, you know everything. How come they're not arrested? Well, this seems to go along the path that we always see these stories go down. And I remember years ago, Judge Napolitano came on Fox News for all the sheep that didn't get it and said, you know, your FBI admitted to creating dozens of events just to foil them, to take credit for them. That was mainstream, if you missed it. So now, all of a sudden, since the beginning of this scam-demic, they've seen a rise in white supremacy and in extremists that want to attack the grid. First off, who does it benefit when you attack the grid? To me, it's this government and this world government and everyone that's pushing the scam-demic trying to control the people. That's who. Oh, yeah. And if I recall, even looking at the Whitmer case in Michigan, what did we just find out? That many of the people tied into that were government agents. Facts. So interesting that they say that they continue to work to charge the participants of the January 6th insurrection. They're trying to connect the insurrection, which we know was of their hand, to an event that hasn't even happened yet. Trying to say that they're all domestic terrorists. So the writing is on the wall here, guys. And what they're trying to do here, they're trying to put it out there that an attack's coming on the grid, and when it happens, it's going to be your good old American citizens that are to blame for all of it. Been wanting to.
I know we've been hearing about that for years. Like every year that comes out, right? But one of these times,
It's cool.
that
Yep.
attack on the Capitol, that was planned.
Right.
Because
Well,
you cannot get that many people in that amount of time after Trump speech and attack the Capitol. So Trump along with whoever was behind the scenes, behind the doors, planned that months in advance.
It's pretty simple. It's
well,
UN-led
that's-
agendas. UN is leading us into the New World Order. It's all the United Nations. It's not just one country saying that. They all have to agree on every step that's being taken. This is UN-led. You know what I mean? And this nonsense with Russia and China and all these other countries, blah, 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 blah. It's all UN-led. I mean, that's my opinion.
I mean, there's more things to worry about nowadays than to keep hashing the attack on the Capitol.
Yeah. There's purpose behind all these agendas so they can incrementally strip us of everything without us even noticing it. Which most of the people around you see, they don't even notice it because they're doing it so incremental that they don't notice. We do. Yeah, the headquarters in New York. Yeah, exactly. I didn't mean to shut you up, Mark. I was just telling you my opinion. I mean, I'm
So I didn't
still...
mean to talk over you either.
No, you didn't talk over me. I don't mean to talk over anybody either if I ever do. Hey, Fang missed us. By February 21, 2022.
Well, talking about AI,
Yep.
Burger King is going to do a fully automatic Burger King store. There's not going to be any people there. So what happens if they get your order wrong? You can't talk to anybody because it's all going to be robotized.
Hey, Fang misses. Dearest Dawn. I've got my cameras off.
Go on.
Good to see you.
Good to see you again.
But you know, they always tell us ahead of time, whether it's a year, 2 years, whatever, they always tell us ahead of time, and eventually it does happen. How many times do they usually tell us? Like this one right here.
Yeah, we see you're watching. Go away. Oh, by the way, real Tony, it's time to wake up. Can you send me $2,000?
That's it. That's all you need.
Yeah, that'll help me out. That way, the mods will let you stay up, or I won't kick you out if you send me $2,000.
But here's Elon Musk. People don't realize what's coming. Thanks, Dawn, for dropping a link. Check it out.
Appears to be
You're so welcome.
13.8 billion years old. Earth is like 4.5 billion years old. In another 500 million years or so, the sun will expand and probably evaporate the oceans and make life impossible on Earth. Which means that if it had taken consciousness 10% longer to evolve, it would never have evolved at all. Just 10% longer. And I wonder how many dead one-planet civilizations there are out there in the cosmos that never made it to the other planet and ultimately extinguished themselves or were destroyed by external factors. Probably a few. Look again at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. The aggregate of our joy and suffering, thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines. Every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization, every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every superstar, every supreme leader, every saint and sinner in the history of our species lived there, on a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam. Our planet is a lonely speck in the great enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity, in all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves.
Hello.
The Earth is the only world known so far to harbor life. There is nowhere else, at least in the near future, to which our species could migrate. This is
Hello.
not true.
Hello.
There are really two fundamental paths. History is going to bifurcate along two directions. One path is we stay on Earth forever, and then there will be some eventual extinction event. I don't have an immediate doomsday prophecy, but there's...
You right, Darlene?
I'm fine.
Oh.
It's eventually...
I was looking for links.
There will be some doomsday event.
Did you-
The alternative is to become a spacefaring civilization and a multi-planet species, which I hope you would agree that is the right way to go.
Should be concerned about demographic implosion. So if you look at countries like Japan, most of Europe, China, and you look at the birth rate in a lot of those places is only at about half of the sustaining rate. When you have an inverted demographic pyramid, so if you look at the pyramid and you've got age variation, 60-year-olds, 50-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 20-year-olds, like
Trying
sort of
to be nice.
pyramid.
Right.
And in some countries, it's like an upside down pyramid.
Really
So it'll
nice.
it will not stand. What we'll actually have in those countries is a very high dependency ratio, where the number of people who are retired is very high relative to the number of people who are net producers. And so you cannot, the social safety net will not hold. We didn't evolve for this because we sort of evolved to just always procreate, and there wasn't birth control or anything.
Right.
Just like have lots of babies. It's like pop the course, and like hopefully some of them would survive. That was like all of human history until very recently. And now it's, you've got cases like Japan where adult diapers outsell baby diapers. Europe's in a similar situation. China's headed the same way because they've had the one-child policy, and then even though they've relieved the one-child policy, the social norm has become to have an average one kid. So even when they relieved that requirement, it didn't change. You can imagine, like people sometimes say, well, what about immigration? It's like, okay, look, there's 1.5 billion people in China.
Don't want to get into
Where
it
is China going to get
with you
700
at this
million
time,
new people? Okay, that's like 3
Mr.
Indonesians.
Tony.
It's like, it doesn't work. And the full gravity of this is not well understood, but will become a severe issue in the next few decades. So civilization here on Earth could end with a bang or a whimper. But it could also be like a whole series of things. Like what killed the dinosaurs? Well, It wasn't just one thing. It was like a whole bunch of things happened in a row. They could have taken any one of those things. They had like 3 things happen, and no dinosaurs.
If the species is going to survive, we kind of have to escape.
It's mostly about the species. I mean, there have been some real doozies of massive meteors and super volcanoes, and continents moved all over the place, and Earth's been a snowball and super hot. If you read like the geological history of Earth, it's like very long and complicated.
May God be with you, Tony.
So, and then there have been so many extinction events, not like just a few. Galactic timescale, even with sublight travel, you could absolutely colonize the whole galaxy, even some of the neighboring galaxies. Could you colonize the galaxy in a million years? Absolutely, the entire galaxy.
Why do we need to build a city on Mars with 1 million people on it?
Yeah, I think it's important to have a future that is inspiring and appealing. I mean, I just think that there have to be reasons that you get up in the morning and you want to live.
Can Americans with no degree really get $6,495 from this government education program? This controversial government program is giving those who do not have a degree up to 6,400.
Like, why do you want to live? What's the point? What inspires you? What do you love about the future? And if we're not out there, if the future does not include being out there among the stars and being a multi-planet species, I find that it's incredibly depressing if that's not the future that we're going to have. If you look at the progress in space, in 1969, we were able to send somebody to the moon. 1969. Then we had the space shuttle. The space shuttle could only take people to low Earth orbit. Then the space shuttle retired, and the United States could take no one to orbit. So that's the trend. The trend is like down to nothing. This is not. People are mistaken when they think that technology just automatically improves. It does not automatically improve. It only improves if a lot of people work very hard to make it better. And actually, it will, I think, by itself degrade, actually. You look at great civilizations like ancient Egypt, and they were able to make the pyramids, and they forgot how to do that. And the Romans, they built these incredible aqueducts. They forgot how to do it.
Do you think there is a meaning to life?
Well, I think arguably the meaning of life is to understand the nature of the universe and figure out what the meaning of life is. So, like I said, I think we don't quite know the right questions to ask. And if we learn more about the universe, if we expand the scope and scale of consciousness, then we are better able to ask the questions about the answer that is the universe.
I think being a multi-planet species and being out there among the stars is important for the long-term survival of humanity. And that's one reason, kind of like life insurance for life collectively, life as we know it. But then the part that I find personally most motivating is that it creates a sense of adventure. And it makes people excited about the future. And if you consider two futures, one where we are forever confined to Earth until eventually something terrible happens, or another future where we are out there on many planets, maybe even going beyond the solar system, I think that second version is incredibly exciting and inspiring, and there need to be reasons to get up in the morning. You know, life can't just be about solving problems. Otherwise, what's the point?
The value of beauty and inspiration is...
Oops. I don't know. I'm not digging what he has to say. I'm not a big fan of him at all.
Not a fan of Mr. Musk.
Now that's a statement. What are the right questions to ask?
Well, it's all about going to the moon and shit, I don't know. Living in other planets and all this nonsense. I don't know what you guys think about it, but I don't believe that crap. My opinion. Yeah, I hear you, Dominic. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think he's just leading the sheepfold.
Probably. I don't know about living on another planet. I can't see a planet out there that would sustain human life as we know it.
Well, if my memory serves me correctly, it would take us 1,000 years to get to the possible planet that would sustain our existence.
I don't know. I'm really not that big into this space stuff.
Well, the point of what I'm going to say is, okay, the Earth had too much carbon monoxide all over the Earth. People had to wear masks, and they found a wormhole to go back to the Jurassic area, where the dinosaurs are. Well, the point is, if we don't do something, all the smog, all the carbon releasing, all the smoke and everything, that's what's going to happen. We're going to have to find a new planet. We'll go back in time. Fossil fuel, all the fossil fuel all the fossil fuel that's being burned. That's the point. If we don't do something about that, life as we know it is going to end.
It's the end of our life as we know it. We'll be fine.
Either that or build a colony on the moon. It's what, 250,000 miles away?
It's too small to sustain all the people.
Yeah. Mars, people are trying to get, we're thinking about going to Mars. But that would take, what, 5-6 years?
No, 9 months.
9 months?
Like giving birth to a baby, yeah.
So do you think they actually landed on the moon?
Oh, yeah, I believe it.
You
Me,
believe it?
yeah, I think so.
Okay. I tend
Did
not
they
to.
get booted off? I think so. That's why they ain't going back. There's too many powerful telescopes out there that are picking up something flying from the moon, landing on the moon.
I don't know.
There's something up there. And it's not
What-
birds.
Let's take a vote in the chat. How many think we landed on the moon? And yes, we landed on the moon, or no, we didn't? I didn't really go down that rabbit hole far. You know, I went far enough to come up with my conclusion, but
You see, Mr. Bob, what they're showing now, pictures, they're all not the same as what I watched.
mhm.
I was a teeny bobber when I watched the landing. It was complete distorted, really hard to see.
All right. So if you want to
What they're
convince me
showing
that,
now,
if you
no,
want
what
to
they're
convince me,
showing now is just, things put together. The nice, clear pictures. That's not how it looked like.
well, you can send. You can always email me links. Show me proof. Show me that they did land on the moon.
I think there's one video still existing out there somewhere that's not, put together or a CGI or whatever you want to call it, or
Right.
remake of it. But I think the original, like that guy said, well, we lost the formula to go to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when they did that, they lost most of the film. How do you do that?
Right. How do you do that?
Yeah, I want to know.
I want to know too.
Me too. How do you lose? But yet they've got a piece of wood from the moon they didn't lose. My question is, how in the world did they find a piece of wood on the moon?
Well, wasn't that piece of wood supposed to be a space rock?
I understand what you're saying, Darlene.
And it was just turned out to be petrified wood.
in my mind, I still
Yeah.
haven't seen any evidence that we didn't land on the moon and all this was staged.
You need to make us a cake.
Well, I never claimed to know everything. I just, my opinion, I'm leaning towards nope. But you know me, everyone's entitled to their opinions. I don't judge anyone for what they think. You know what I mean?
Well, I listen to everybody's opinion and their perspective.
Exactly.
I neither disagree nor agree. I just weigh the facts as I know them.
I learn a lot on these live streams too sometimes, you know, we come across things I never thought of. Wow, okay, that's a good idea. You know, I'm
Well,
always learning.
I think they landed on the moon. I mean,
Mhm.
because what I seen, what they show now, two different things altogether. What's happening now, God knows.
Yeah. I know they got this building that holding all these moon rocks, spending millions of dollars a year on tight security. These things are in vaults. Unbelievable what kind of security these moon rocks are under. Of course,
You
the
know that
taxpayer.
little satellite, I can't remember the name of it, that they send out into space. They put that disc on there. Well, I gotta find that video. The guy decoded the disc, what was on it. It has all the languages of the world, maps, and so on and so forth. But what got me, it has a true picture of Earth. And that's the most spookiest thing I've ever seen. It raised my hair. We live on a very raggedy plane, if you ask me.
Can you send me that picture?
If I can find the video.
Yeah, if you could find it, you know, you always
It
email
was
me.
I think it was one that debates the flat earth people, and I can't remember his name. Oh, hold on. Let's see if I can find it.
Yep. So how many, well, I don't know, that's a touchy subject too, whether it's round or flat. I've seen a lot of arguments over that one. Crazy.
Okay, here's a question. How many people believe there's life other than us?
Hmm. You mean on like an outer space life?
We're not alone.
Yeah, I don't know about the outer
And,
space
and do
life either.
you think there are real Cleons, Romulans, what's the other on Star Trek? Or are they what's on the Discovery Channel, Ancient Aliens? You think they look like Romulans, Cleons, or do you think they look like the little green men? Or the gray people?
I really don't know.
I'm going to do a stream on that, Ancient Aliens.
Write it down.
It was pretty interesting. They were they were talking about the aliens or the fallen angels. They put that in with the gray men, like going Was it Stargate? Yeah, like on Stargate, the Asgards. Short midgets, short people.
Little green men.
Little green men. I'm going to do a live stream one day this week, hopefully, about that.
I remember that someone in the military was having a speech, and he was talking about the little green men. That was a long time ago. Rose got a question for you.
Oh, absolutely. The moon is made of green cheese.
Mozzarella cheese. I'm sorry to disagree with you.
No. Swiss cheese. It's holy.
Mozzarella.
Swiss.
Cheese is flat. Yes. Aliens, nah. Yeah, how are you going to forget the technology of even building a pyramid? Come on.
I found one of them, but that's not the one I want. It doesn't show the earth. I'm still looking there.
You don't believe in aliens, days, phase?
Oh, I can tell you what I've seen, but you guys wouldn't believe me, so.
Whoville.
Whoville.
Yeah.
God. Where is that dumb? Ooh, that looks painful. Is it this one? Starlight torn down? No, I don't think it's that.
You hear that too, blind. Sounds good.
Nope.
I don't hear any crickets.
Why'd the cow jump over the moon? See you on the dark side. Yep, spinning 1,000 miles an hour. Plus orbiting, what is it, 100,000 miles an hour? It's pretty fast. That's what always amazed me too. I mean, if the Earth is actually spinning 1,000 miles an hour, why can't you just like go straight up in a helicopter and land an hour or two later, or well, 1,000 miles in 24 hours? So if you want to go a few hundred miles, it'd probably just be a few hours. Just go straight up, wait, then come back down. Yep. I don't know. A lot of them. I don't know. I hear you, Ron. You ever hear it? Here, I'll drop a link for you if you. Hold on a second. Let me see.
I can't find it right now. There's so many of everything on there. Not the one I want, though. Not the one that shows Earth. Put it that way.
Okay, whenever you get it. I'm dropping a link for Conspiracy Music Guru. He's got some pretty cool songs. He tells us we can play them, but I've had them taken down because of the screw tube. Otherwise, I'd play one. But I wouldn't play one now, actually, because, you know, you probably wouldn't like his music, Darlene or Mark. But you can check it out. Dawn's asking, what was it they decoded, Darlene?
They decoded that disc that sent up on that little satellite to go to the end of God knows where. They had all the languages on of the Earth, where the Earth was located, the first picture ever taken of Earth.
Like a friendship message.
More or less, yeah, to whoever finds it. They had a song from a black gentleman. I can't think of his name. From the blues music. They had all the children in the world sending greetings. Oh, what else did they have on there? They had pictures. And I can't remember what that site was called. He's a young guy. You probably know him, Mr. Bob.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Who?
Because he always debunks flat earthers. Anyway, he tries. See, I'm not flat around. I haven't been up there. I didn't see it. But I'll tell you what, that Earth, what they showed, is spooky looking.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a Raggedy Ann.
Yeah, and in the times we're in, it doesn't matter if it's flat or round. We got more important issues at hand.
Right.
And then we could take care of the flat and round afterwards.
I think so.
You know, I've seen a lot of fights and arguments and wow over that.
See, I won't. If somebody, I think it's the flat Earth guy. He comes into a chat and he goes, "The Earth is flat." I said, "It's a big rock." No, I won't argue about what's flat, what's round. To me, it's not important right now. We got bigger issues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, Mark?
I just can't. Marcus?
Yes.
Are you there?
I didn't.
It's not flat or round. No, it's not flat or round. I don't think so. That's why I say it's a big rock. I think what you see round is probably maybe just the atmosphere, I don't know what it could be.
Here's Blickham showing some moon rocks.
I've got moon rock. No, yeah, I've got dinosaur eggs. I've got 2 of them.
Wow. And things are funky looking. Hmm?
Uh-huh. They look like pot. I'm
Wow.
sorry.
Thanks for that, Blickham. Crazy. Of course, it's that GMO synthetic.
You have a good one, Earl.
Oh, he's leaving. Okay. Take care. Go do some research. You have a good one.
Yeah, since you're research, see if you can find that debunking of that. I think if I knew which satellite it was it Sadie?
I'll
Trying
look
to
it up.
think. Or was it Voyager? Let me see.
You might think it's. I think what you're talking about is Voyager. Now that you said that.
Voyager satellite? Let me go see if I can find it.
I don't know. Do flat earthers believe moon landing happened?
I'm going to post the link in private. There
And
you
what
go.
is that?
That's Voyager. A golden phonograph record was attached to each of the Voyager spacecraft that were launched almost 25 years ago. One of the purposes was to send a message to extraterrestrials who might find the spacecraft. As the spacecraft journeyed through interstellar space, in addition to pictures and music and sounds from Earth, greetings in 55 languages were included. Is that what you're talking about, Darlene?
Is it Jet Propulsion Laboratory? NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
California Institute of Technology.
I'll drop that in the chat.
Yeah, Kennedy, I can't pronounce that name. Amoy, Min dialect, Arabic, Aramic, Armenian, Cantonese, Burmese, Czech, Dutch, English, French, German, Greek, something else. Hebrew, Hindi, Hinda, Hindi,
55 languages.
Japanese, Latin, Korean, Mandarin, Ganda, Nepali, Zulu, Persian, Portuguese. Wait, having a hard time saying words there. Romanian, Russian. They cover just about. What they don't mention is the dead languages, the Native American languages like
I think
Sioux,
I found it.
Navajo.
Okay.
Nez Perce. I mean, people still speak Native American languages.
Okay. Alrighty then. We decoded NASA's messages to aliens by hand. Interesting. You want to tell us anything about it before I play it?
No, go ahead and play it.
Okay.
Just when you come to the earth, if it's the right one, stop it when you come to the earth and look at that thing.
Okay. If I miss it, just let me know.
Alrighty.
1977, NASA sent 2 golden records into space aboard the Voyager 1 and 2 spacecraft. The Voyager probes have become 2 of the farthest reaching objects ever launched by humanity. And the golden records, real functioning LPs, contain something utterly unique: audio and images from Earth. By 2030, both Voyager 1 and 2 will cease communications for good, and while they won't be able to beam information back to Earth, they're going to continue sailing through space at almost 60,000 kilometers per hour. The hopes are that one or even both of these records will be intercepted by another advanced civilization, revealing a treasure trove of information that will teach whoever finds them about our pale blue dot of a home, light years away. But in order for anyone or anything to see the images contained on the record, they'll have to decode this. And we're going to show you how. If extraterrestrials do find the golden records, the first thing they'll come across is its cover, which looks a lot like this. It contains a handful of unique symbols that properly explain how to play the messages sent from Earth. And at first glance, they're pretty complicated.
I tried to think, how would an alien look at this picture? And there are always 2 requirements. You wanted things to be as easy as possible to understand, as clear as possible. But you also wanted, in a limited number of pictures, to have as much information as possible in each picture. So those 2 requirements are kind of at odds.
That's John Lomberg, Carl Sagan's longtime friend and collaborator. John helped curate the contents of the golden record and designed the cover.
It's permeated the culture in a lot of different ways.
The largest of the designs on the cover is the pulsar map. It helps explain our location in the universe by triangulating Earth's distance from various neutron stars, collapsed stars that give off pulses of radiation, or pulsars. While this information doesn't help decode the record, it would give anyone who finds it a clue as to where it came from in the universe. Every other symbol on the cover, though, is there to explain how to properly play the record and decode the audio. Getting the songs and sounds to play are pretty straightforward. Figure out the correct rotation and speed, and they'll spin just like a normal record here on Earth. Granted, for an alien, figuring out how to work a record might be a challenge in itself.
That should be very easy for them to discover. But that's not all that's on the record, and understanding the rest of it is a little bit harder.
You might think that the images included on the Voyager spacecraft were printed out or included in some digital form, but the Golden Record isn't a digital disk. There are no JPEGs or TIFFs included on it. The Voyager's computer systems were only 69 kilobytes large, barely enough for one image, let alone 115.
And at that time, in 1977, there was no conventional technology for putting pictures on analog disks.
NASA had to be a lot craftier with the technology that they had available at the time, especially with the amount of data they were looking to send. And they managed to encode that image data within the audio waveforms themselves. But in order for us to find that data, we need to figure out the rest of the symbols on the cover of the record. Starting on the bottom right, we have a diagram depicting hydrogen, the most abundant gas in the universe. I spoke with Jacqueline Van Gorkum, a professor of astronomy at Columbia University. She explained to me that once in a blue moon, the electron in a hydrogen atom changes the direction of its spin.
And so this transition, this happens spontaneously once every 10 million years. Emits a little bit of energy, so it emits at 21 centimeter wavelengths.
The hydrogen atom depicted on the cover of the record is undergoing that very unique change called a hyperfine transition. And what it emits, the 21 centimeter line, is a very specific radio wavelength that astronomers use to map the galaxy, 1420 megahertz.
It's sort of mind-boggling.
NASA uses that 21 centimeter line as a constant for all the other symbols on the record. If you convert that 1420 megahertz signal into seconds, you get 7.042 times 10 to the negative 10 seconds, or 0.7 nanoseconds. And that one number helps us unlock the rest of the record's symbols. For instance, here's a side view of the record that depicts this binary number around its diameter. When converted to decimal and multiplied by our hydrogen line constant, we get 3,229 seconds, or roughly 53.82 minutes, the total runtime of the record from beginning to end. And on the top-down view, converting this binary number to decimal and multiplying by 0.7 nanoseconds, you get 3.59 seconds, the time it would take for one rotation of the record. So when we play the record that fast, we should hear these sounds. Greetings in 55 languages.
Hello for the children of planet Earth.
Samples of music from around the world. Sounds of Earth such as oceans, birds, thunder, and whales. And on the other side, this. It's that sound that contains all of the image data for the photos and drawings contained on the Golden Record. And using the process described in the last few symbols on the cover, we can render the images. This is where things get really interesting.
I mean, I know it's silly, but I have an image, 6'5", 300 pounds. So the thought of getting a hearing aid, I was.
The top right symbol shows how the waveform data should be broken up, with each section of the waveform taking 0.008 milliseconds to play. And according to the symbol below that, each of those sections of data completes one out of a total of 512 scan lines that make up a completed image.
To understand the rest of that diagram, you'd have to understand how an old-fashioned cathode ray tube television worked. And few enough people understood it at the time when they were still in use, and fewer understand it now.
And while I don't understand cathode ray tubes, I tried an alternate method. Using Audacity, a free audio program, I selected 0.008 milliseconds of audio data between each peak in the waveform, roughly corresponding to the area selected on the cover of the album. I exported that data into a CSV file. The data being exported is essentially just number values based on the volume of waveforms at different points along that 0.008 millisecond section. When you import the CSV into Excel, you can use conditional formatting to assign a different color value for different decibel levels. Lower decibel samples translate into lighter grays, and higher decibels into darker grays. And after doing this for 12 hours and 512 times, we got this. Now, a circle isn't the most exciting thing in the world, but it has a very important purpose. If we look at the last image on the record's cover, we'll see the calibration circle. It's a major waypoint. If aliens manage to decode a shape that matches this, then they'll know that they're onto something. There's no way we're going to do that for the remaining 114 images. But fortunately, we live in a world where code can help, and maybe aliens will too. We reached out to Manuel Arturo Izquierdo, an anthropologist who wrote his own code in one night to make this process much, much faster.
Basically, the idea is take the thread of numbers and fold them in a way you can convert the thread It's a kind of surface. Yeah.
Manuel's code takes these 0.008 millisecond signals and folds them as they would appear in an old television set, rendering an image. He uploaded the code to GitHub for others to use, and Emily Malik Brown, a developer on our product team, helped get the code up and running on my computer. To our astonishment, the images appeared right before our eyes, proving that even 40 years later and with completely different technology, the messages could still be properly decoded. So, with the help of an astronomer, an artist, a coder, an anthropologist, Microsoft Excel, and Python, we were able to decode the golden record. But let's not forget, we're not the intended audience for this. Is an extraterrestrial civilization really going to have a shot at this? For John, that's really besides the point.
Whatever happens to it in space, whatever its unknown destiny is, I think it represents a high watermark of our civilization when we dreamed the biggest dream, really. And I hope it will serve as an example and inspiration for people that keep dreaming.
Stop it. Go back a little bit.
Right?
A little bit more. Yeah, I think after that one.
Ample inspiration for people that keep dreaming.
Right there. This is our Earth. So what do you think?
Don't know.
Now, this was put out 40 years ago.
This was put out 40 years ago, but
40 years.
I know what I would do with that photo.
Wicked looking, isn't it?
It is, if it really is real.
Well, if you would send something out in space to try to connect with other beings, wouldn't you try to get as much real out there as you could?
This is true, but I don't believe in that outer space stuff. I don't think you can send out a message and get a message in return. That's gonna, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'd have to have more than just this to make me believe that aliens sent this.
So if this is our world that we live on, that's pretty raggedy.
It is.
Yeah, kind of makes you go,
Yep.
So what does the chat think? Tell you what, I raised my hair. I'm going, dang. Nothing what they show now, does it?
Let's hear what Chad has to say about it. I mean, my opinion, I don't believe it, but I mean, it's like, seems like half of us do and half of us don't. You know what I mean? It's like they got us divided.
Yeah.
Someone's right.
The image is Earth. Where they got it from, I don't know.
They're claiming that they sent out a code into space, and this is what they got after they uncoded what they got back, the message back from space, correct?
No, that's what they send out to space to tell other life forms that's where we live. And back in the 40s, they didn't have nothing to, like, CGI and crap like that.
See, that's what I'm not sure about. I think they've had this technology way back.
I don't know.
I mean,
To me, the Earth looks kind of flattish, round,
I see.
and fat.
As far as I know, they've even had internet back in the 1800s. Check that out.
So what does the chat say? I haven't been watching. I've been looking at that stupid thing. It says yes. That's before CGI. So something was up there
Blind
to
says I
take
have to
this
look
picture.
away.
Well, that's what we live on. This is what's on the golden disc, yes.
Tammy's stuck on a mermaid.
On the mermaid.
That's a good point too. It doesn't look like a ball. You know, it's
No, it doesn't.
yeah.
But it's not flat either because you can see a little lump there. But it looks mighty fat on the sides. If you look at on the sides.
Yeah. Blickham's asking for a link if you want to drop it in chat. They say they used a satellite with camera to take strips of images and the CGI color enhanced it to look prettier.
Yeah, but that's what it's supposed to look like.
Burnt muffin. Right?
That's what it looks like to me.
It's interesting.
Hair raising.
So this is what they're trying to take over.
Yep.
Or are taking over.
Are taking over Earth, yes. So what do you think, Mark? Mark?
I don't think anything about that photo. Looks like it's blurred, half gone.
I don't know, but
I would just disregard that. I mean, I'm no scientist. I'm no alien.
I don't disregard it a bit. Because I don't believe this Earth is completely round. I don't believe it's completely flat. Like I said, to me it looks like a rock, and this looks like a rock.
Yes.
But with the atmosphere and everything around it, yes, it's going to show up round.
I agree with Dearest Dawn because when I saw that muffin one, I was thinking actually chocolate chip cookie. Yep,
That sounds good.
it does. It's my favorite.
Mine too.
Yep. You're welcome, Blickham. Darlene posted the StreamYard link. You must have it pasted or copied or something.
Well, listen, guys, I've been up too long. I'm going to take a nap.
I copied it. Alrighty, Mark.
Bob, thanks for having me up.
Absolutely. You have a
You
good
have
night.
a good night. Sleep tight. Lots of love.
Lots of
Thanks
love
for coming
back
up.
to you. Appreciate you coming in my live stream. Good night, everybody.
Good night. God, I've got the hiccups now.
Baking soda and water. Aloha.
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 And then I'd be puking. This is good for a hangover. Baking soda and water.
I don't know. I don't get those. Actually, last time I did, I think that was a year before my birthday. Actually,
Oh, that's right.
Yep. That's the last time I drank.
I don't know. I don't. I used to drink a little bit, and now it doesn't even. Now, if I have a bad cold, then I'll make me a hot toddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Blickham was asking for a link for that picture. That's what I was
Oh.
saying. I thought you
Oh,
posted.
that kind of link. I thought you wanted a link from StreamYard.
No, I thought you made a mistake and posted the StreamYard instead of that. That's what I was talking about.
Oh, okay. Hold on, let me find it.
No, I gave it to him already.
Oh, okay.
There you go, whiskey, local honey, and orange juice.
Sounds good to me. But I'm not that much of a whiskey drinker. I'm more of a rum drinker. Rum and tequila.
Mm-hmm.
If I drink something. Where I cook with rum, I make rum balls and rum cookies and
Nice.
friendship cake and so on and so forth, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Have a piece of my cake and you go home drunk. Yeah, hot toddies work good for cold. Sweat it out before you go to bed. Drink a cup, nice and hot. Nice and strong, and sweat it out.
Yep. What do you all think of the Canadian convoy? Well,
Absolutely, that's what I make, Don.
have you seen anything about the Canadian convoy, Darlene?
No, sure haven't.
Oh, well. It's going to be a lot more deliveries not being delivered.
Yep, probably. I thought we were supposed to have a strike.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, I guess that's what's going to happen. I forget the date. It's supposed to happen soon, a couple days. So if you're going to go out and get some stuff, get it now, because eventually, I know like my area, I guess, is get a couple shelves here and there. You might be missing a few items. But to show in other places, the whole aisle is empty. You know what I mean?
I know things are getting pretty, like the flour, yeast, and stuff like that, what we talked about last time. Rice, beans, they're getting mighty low on it. I think people are waking up a little bit.
Yep.
I don't know.
Okay, Days. You have a good night there. Get some sleep. Steph is saying the news is being hidden. Yeah, I saw a couple of videos on that. I was actually gonna show one, but it was too long. But I should have kept
What are
it
they
up.
called? Canadian convoy?
That would probably pull up a lot of videos. It's probably a lot of people covering it. Just not on the mainstream.
Beware America. Yep.
Yeah, like I was saying, right now, I mean, throughout this whole time, I haven't seen anything drastic in my area. But that doesn't mean it can't happen. One day if I do need to go to the store and I go there and there's like nothing on the shelf, that's going to suck. Might not happen. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Just try to be ready for anything, everyone,
Yep, I'm ready for everything.
None of us know what really is going to happen next and when. Just be ready for whatever you can. Freedom Convoy. That's right. Thanks, Stephanie. And now you probably get Friday, right?
I know.
I also saw on the mainstream they're not claiming that a lot of places are having shortages due to the truckers. They're saying there's no evidence of that yet. All right,
I found a whole bunch of Canadian strikers 3 days ago. It's on global news.
well, if you think it's a good one, we'll check it
Vaccine
out.
mandate for Canada and truckers. And it's 2 minutes long.
Okay, I got one real quick here too. It might be the same one. It's 2 minutes long. Well, this one's Ottawa police prepare for freedom convoy. So let's see what they're
No, I've
preparing.
got vaccine mandate for Canada truck drivers could
Cool.
impact supply chain.
Right. Let's check it out. Check this one and check that one.
Okay.
Ottawa police are preparing for truckers and supporters from across Canada descending on the nation's capital Saturday. Prime Minister Trudeau is their target after his government introduced new rules that require unvaccinated truckers returning from the United States to test and quarantine for up to 14 days.
We are planning for a range of potential risks, including, but not limited to, counter demonstrations, blocking of intersections, interfering with critical infrastructures, and unlawful and violent activity.
I would like to see our own January 6th event. See some of those truckers plow right through that 16-foot wall.
Those type of comments on social media have caught the eye of law enforcement.
There are a increasing amount of other interested parties who are considering, if not actually articulating, coming to the nation capital and participating in a range of related demonstrations and in some cases, counter demonstrations.
The Freedom Rally has managed to raise over $5 million through GoFundMe, but the online donation service is withholding the money. Organizers have denounced any factions that may be planning violence, but police are still on high alert. The Prime Minister not letting the convoy influence Ottawa's restrictions.
The small fringe minority of people who are on their way to Ottawa or who are holding unacceptable views that they're expressing do not represent the views of Canadians who have been there for each other.
Authorities expecting major disruptions throughout the weekend.
Residents and visitors can expect to see a large police and emergency service presence in the downtown core and on major highways and roads throughout this event.
Ottawa police are working with both the RCMP and Parliamentary Protective Services to prepare.
Unreal. All right. I'm getting there. There we go.
One is a little bit longer than the other one.
Okay. This one's Canada's truck drivers protest V mandate, warn of supply chain collapse.
I think he's
Hopefully-
a trucker that's talking.
Does anyone know the date this is supposed to happen?
Oh. Hold on, let me go back. It doesn't say.
Hmm.
Well, hold on. He's got another site.
Well, I'll play this and then we'll tell the date.
He posted another link, so maybe it already happened or is going to happen.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't have a date on there.
It is happening.
Probably is happening.
Right. Does anyone know? What? Are you serious, dearest Dawn? I thought you were joking. Wow. Unbelievable. All right, well, let's see. Do you want to play a different one or this one? Oh.
It's up to you. Doesn't matter.
Okay, we'll just play this one.
Border, absolutely. That is in Manitoba, Canada. And we have had enough of all the government trying to tell us how to live our life and what kind of medication we're supposed to take, right? While we're protesting the vaccine mandate.
Yep. Gridlock.
There we go. There's mandate freedom right there. There's Rick's truck. We just did the interview with him just in front of his truck there.
Stephanie says it's happening now.
Welcome, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are now here at the border. We are helping protest the vaccine mandate rules for all truck drivers. As you guys might be able to see, we are basically slow rolling the border. That's right. We are slow rolling the border. We got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of trucks here. So this is fantastic. I love it. This is all in support of all the truck drivers, including myself. I'm a trucker myself. So let's give a good round of applause for all the truckers out here. I know it's not easy on us. We're going to be slow rolling the border crossing here, as you guys can see probably. I don't know if you really can, but there's hundreds and hundreds of trucks out here. There really, really is. I can't thank these truckers enough that are putting their lives on the line to get all of our products out here. Like I said, I'm one of them as well, right? I'm not here in the truck, but because our company apparently doesn't support it, all right, no problem. I'll go here with my own personal vehicle and support of everybody, right? And that's what we're doing. We're going to blockade, not really blockade because that's technically illegal to do that. But we'll see what happens. We're going to be going in circles here for a while, go all the way up to the border and support everybody, right? I have said this before. I am not against vaccines. What I'm against is forced vaccination. And the thing is, the government always says everybody has the right to work, especially if you are a Canadian citizen. then you have the right to work, right? And support your family and all of that good stuff, right? Well, what they're doing is they're taking our likelihood away from being able to work, right?
Yep.
And so
Absolutely.
once that happens, what are you going to do then, right? See, we can make a change, right? That's what this whole thing is all about. We want the government to change their rules. Until now, supposedly we were considered essential workers, and now all of a sudden that's no longer the case. Like, when did that change, right? How come we're no longer considered essential workers? And you need this product, right? You need the truckers to haul the product. Otherwise, well, your shelves in the local stores are going to be empty. Yeah. I see they are pretty much at a standstill there on the other side. It looks like they're not really moving, which that's awesome. It's just the way to go. What do you guys think? A good idea? Oh, this guy put a big Canadian
Absolutely.
flag
I
on the
think
back
it's a
of
good
his
idea.
pickup. Let me slow down here a little bit and give you guys hopefully a little bit of a view. That's nice. I like that, the way he did that. Put it right on the pickup truck there. Had even a couple of women up here in their little car. You guys see that? I got the big Canadian flag right there. Oh yeah. This is the way to do it, in my opinion. Shut them down if they don't want to agree with us, or they want to force us to take a vaccine. Then we're going to do something different, right?
Absolutely. I totally agree. You guys are the heroes.
Mm-hmm.
They bring the food.
You know, my wife's like, "What'd you do after 6 months of doing this?" She's seeing all the changes that are happening, and she said,
Well, we're protesting the vaccine mandate. That's what's going on. You didn't hear about that? Yeah, that's what we're doing. We had enough of the government, trying to force us to take vaccine shit, Absolutely. Some people are clueless.
Just
They
been
have
schooled.
no idea. Where are you? I am at the Emerson border. Absolutely. That is in Manitoba, Canada. And we have had enough of all the government trying to tell us how to live our life and what kind of medication we're supposed to take, right?
So what do you think? You think that was a wake-up call for that person who had no idea what was going on?
Absolutely. I think it
Yeah.
was. Too
How
bad
many
we couldn't see the chat.
Right. Well, how many people you think around us that's gonna happen to? Wow. It'll
I
be just
don't
like
know.
in the face, bam, because you can't wake up.
They have their face on the phone, but they don't look around.
Yeah. Exactly. They can post a selfie, but don't know how to
Yeah,
type in
selfies and
search.
playing games and chit-chatting, but nothing. I don't know. People need to wake up fast.
Yeah.
Because if these guys quit, guess what? We're all going to be hurting. Big time. And if those guys go, the railroad will stop too. Then what?
Yep. Hey, doing Rock? You got a good point there too. This will only end the trucking unions and usher in self-driving trucks. And if it's not self-driving right away, the military is going to come save the day.
I don't think so. They only can haul so much.
Right, but someone's got to fill the gap. So before the autonomous trucks come in, I think it's going to be probably National Guard.
It's going to get ugly.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just, again, it's my opinion. I don't know.
I don't know. I got a feeling that's going to be ugly.
It's definitely going to be ugly. I mean, it just gets uglier every day. Little baby steps.
Uh-huh. Baby steps to bloodshed. That's what's going to happen. I hate to say that. Those truckers are doing a great job, but it's just a handful. I'm trying to figure out what we could do.
What has America really done so far?
Nothing much.
There you
And
go.
the handful of us ain't going to. We're just like those truckers.
We can't even unite on YouTube.
Tell me about it.
You know? Well, I guess that's partly because we're using their platform.
Yeah, but if all the people would get together instead of fighting each other,
Yep.
I think we could get through. I've been to so many platforms and everybody's at each other's throat and it doesn't make no sense.
Well, I'll stop sharing that one. And I'll grab that other one.
I think Dawn dropped a few, didn't she?
Yeah.
And I don't know who else it was.
Yeah, Stephanie dropped the Canada one.
Yeah.
And
Nothing Dawn did. Stephanie did.
the climate. There it is.
Climate change. Yeah, they're changing the climate, all right. And blame it on something else, though.
Wow. Wow, I didn't know it was going to be today. I thought it was going to be in a few days with that going on. Well, I hope everyone's got what they need.
I've got about everything.
Good.
Always run out of bird food, though. Chicken food.
Okay, this is a Canada Unity. Tell us about it, Stephanie. Bear hug. Everyone will be in Ottawa in 2 days, 12 hours, 31 minutes, and 21 seconds.
Yeah, if we all would stick together, we probably could get something accomplished.
It's called Freedom Convoy 2022. Hey, it is Stacy. Yeah, it's a pretty good one there. Keep on trucking. Breaker, breaker, 19. You got your ears on? This is Sweat Joel's comeback.
Yeah, like I said, the truckers are our heroes.
And this is totally unbelievable. I thought this was a joke. Canadian woman in her 70s diagnosed with climate change.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. It's not showing. Okay. They did something different with this. I used to be able to go from one tab to another. What happened? All right, here it is. The Canadian woman in her 70s diagnosed with climate change.
on to one of the day's most interesting headlines. A woman in Canada has been diagnosed with climate change. You heard that right. Diagnosed with climate change. She had a problem. She went to an emergency room. A doctor attended to her and then wrote climate change on the diagnosis slip.
You gotta be kidding me.
It's something that a lot of us will be able to relate to. So are you and I also suffering from climate change? Our next report tells you.
Is the rapidly changing weather making you sick?
No,
Are
it's
you
the stuff
struggling
you're
to breathe
spraying.
during extreme summers? Is your health condition getting worse because of harsh winters? Well,
Bull.
you could be suffering from climate change.
Oh my
It's a
God.
real diagnosis now, courtesy this man, Dr. Kyle Merritt. He practices at an emergency room in British Columbia. He is now making headlines for clinically diagnosing a patient with climate change. The patient is over 70 years old. She lives on a trailer somewhere in British Columbia. What are her symptoms? This woman has asthma. The record heat wave in Canada made it harder for her to breathe. The doctor knew what the problem was. It was the rising temperature. But could he cure it? Not immediately and definitely not alone. So he wrote climate change on the patient's chart. A lot of us too could be suffering from climate change. America's Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says climate change can increase our cardiovascular diseases, exacerbate respiratory disease, even lead to injuries and premature deaths. Try to think about it. The link between climate change and ill health isn't all that complicated. Take the example of floods. The stagnant water gives rise to waterborne diseases. The extreme weather event also affects our mental health. Let's take the example of a heat wave next. Extreme heat leads to heat rash, heat cramps, and it can also lead to serious problems like heat strokes. We often ignore these problems. We blame them on the weather rather than climate change. This headline making diagnosis has now set a precedent. We can choose to mock it, criticize it, laugh it off as a first world problem, or indulge in howeaboutery. But here's something that cannot be overstated. The faster we learn to acknowledge the problem of climate change, the faster we can go about addressing it. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
WION is now available in your country. Download the app now.
No, thank you.
Yeah, we're being sprayed like bugs, and then they say it's climate change. Right.
Sprayed like bugs, medicated, fluoridated, radiated. Here's the
They
link
got
to
a
that video.
peel for it? What kind of a peel?
Yeah.
Stupid peel? Oh my God. What's next?
There's the link to the video I just played. That's crazy. Thanks, Dawn. Can't make this science stuff up. Yeah. We can't go against it either, so that's one disadvantage of using the military platform to discuss everything.
What they gonna come up with next?
Climate change pills.
Yeah. Why not?
So it must be loaded with nutrition, everything that the body needs, plus a detox at the same time. All in that pill. What do you think?
Yep. Sure.
Yeah.
Let's all go on all kinds of peels. Let me see. We got the virus peel, the climate change peel, the birth control peel, the hiccup peel.
Yeah. I haven't looked up every single drug or medicine, whatever you want to call that they come out with. I haven't looked every single one up, but I haven't come across one that was actually nutritious.
No, and they tell you this is going to help you, but Let me see. You'll start internal bleeding, can cause internal bleeding, headaches, vomiting, closing of the throat, and dying. And if you die, you can go turn around and sue them.
No, you gotta say it a lot faster than that. You gotta say it like in a 10-second span.
Oh,
Can
okay.
you do that?
No.
Exactly.
Always get a kick out of those commercials. Take this and that, and if you die, you can turn around and sue them. Oh, how am I going to sue them if I'm dead?
Yeah. Oh, your families will make out.
Yeah, first you got to prove it. And then you got to go to court for years and years and years and years. And if you win, you're lucky. Most
This
of
is
the
true,
time,
right?
people don't win.
Yep. Yeah, birds dropping. That's right. If you died from a side effect, call us.
Yeah. That's about more or less what they're saying. I just shake my head all the time like, then why would you take this medicine if it's got side effects? Let me see, swelling up the throat, blindness, you name it. But take our pill, it's good for you.
1-800 later
800
on.
later on. Yeah. It's like my dad was on cumin.
I call it cumin, but some people call it cumin. I don't
Yeah.
know.
What? No, it's not cumin. It's cumin.
Hmm.
It's that blood thickener. Blood thinner, I should say.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I'm backwards. It's a blood thinner.
Hmm.
And my dad almost died. He started, all his veins in his rectum started busting.
Why? He use a lot of it?
Whatever they prescribed.
Oh, yeah. So they had him on a blood thinner, and then he
Right.
was, yeah. They did that to just one person I know also, and but the doctor told that person that they can't have cumin or anything that has cumin something else in it because.
Yeah, they prescribed it to him, and
So I was like, to me, saying, so what if they didn't take your stuff and took that to thin it then? That doesn't go over with doctors too well.
no. But anyway, he was on that for a long time, and after a while, his blood got so thin
Yeah.
that, like I said, I almost lost him.
Not good. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it wasn't
Too-
well. He called me up, and he says, I don't feel good. And I took him out to the base to the hospital.
Warfarin, that was the other one, right?
Yeah, there's another one right there, but anyway.
Yeah.
He lost 5 pints of blood. We only have 8 pints of blood in our body.
Mm.
Internal bleeding.
Mm. That is crazy. So what do you do? Just stop both, or?
They cataracted everything that was bleeding, and they pumped him full of blood again, and he was about 2 weeks in the hospital
Mm-hmm.
at that time. Was right after my mom passed away.
Wow.
It wasn't nice. And then they took him off that and put him on something else. I don't know what it was.
How you doing, Starlight?
And he did better with that medicine. And then on the 18th of 18th of June, he went down, down to the VA. They gave him a clean bill of health. You're great. Everything's perfect. You know, the heart was fine. Everything was fine. On the 19th, I came over and my dad was dead.
Ooh.
He died early in the morning with a toothbrush in hand. It just hit him. Like the coroner told me, he said, darling, he said, your dad didn't even know what hit him. Because my worstest nightmare was, did he lay there? How long did he lay there? You know. He said he didn't even feel nothing. His heart just stopped.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Oh, no problem.
I know I've gone through plenty of that.
Still hurts
myself.
because I wasn't with him. I was with my mom, but I wasn't with my dad.
Right.
But I don't know. These doctors are quacks, if you ask me.
Yep.
Then I called up his head nurse. She was a heart specialist. No, she called me up. She says, is Bill around? I said, no, ma'am. About 3 hours later after I found him. I said, my dad passed away. She goes, what? Because he's supposed to go on a heart monitor through the computer, you know, hook up, make sure his heart is ticking fine and all that. Well, he didn't make his 7 o'clock appointment. So she called, make sure everything is okay, the equipment.
Wow.
I said, my dad's gone. I mean, she literally dropped that phone. I think nobody expected it because, like I said, a couple of hours before, they gave him a clean bill of health. So when it comes to medicine, try to go natural.
I agree with that. But if you are taking medicine, you have to be careful. Like she mentioned, the Coumadin, and
Right.
there is another one I can't think of. That other one. There's 3 of them.
Right. They took him off that Coumadin and put him on another one.
The warfarin, but there is another one. I can't think of it either.
I think it was maybe it wasn't warfarin. Maybe they put him on that other one. And then come and find out that Coumadin, lots of people died from it, bled to death, right after my dad died. But he was already off of it, so I couldn't do nothing. But I guarantee you he still had it in his system.
But there are blood thinners, and cumin is also a blood thinner. So then if you're taking both, whether you're cooking with the cumin, you know, it's asking for trouble. Right.
I said human. I said human. I mean, it sounds better than cumin.
Right.
I don't cook that much with cumin, so. Because garlic, I cook a lot with garlic, and that's a blood thinner too.
Yep.
Onion is a blood thickener, if anybody knew about that. Lots of vitamin K. Vitamin K is a blood thickener.
Stephanie's got a part-time job in a medicinal grow. That's what's up. But being as we're talking about that, I had a video here I was going to share. I won't play the whole thing, just some of it. But it's, what if you only ate once a day for 30 days?
I only eat once a day. I
That's
only
all
eat
I
once
do.
a day.
I know. There's few of us. That's all I do is eat once a day. Also, but a lot of people are still eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and
I just
snacks in
can't get it
between.
down.
You know what I mean? I used to be that too. I used to have my breakfast all the time.
Really?
Always, yeah. You know,
I never
going to
had
work.
breakfast.
A lot of times I was the dummy that always stop and get the sandwiches. You know, you always had your favorite little deli you stop at and get your coffee, sandwich, and anyway. The more I learned about the crap, I stopped eating it.
And if I get the munchies, I'll make myself something small,
Right.
munch on something.
Liquor meats once a day. Look at that. Deer Dawn once a day. Wow, there's a lot of us actually. I don't know anyone in person though that eats once a day. But I do know a lot of people that are doing intermittent fasting. They'll skip one meal a day, which is better than nothing.
God, if I skip one meal a day, I'll blow away.
But that's not true either, because I mean, even though if you're really thin, you can still fast, but you
Well,
just
that's
can't.
true.
You just can't fast like too much. You gotta definitely take care of yourself. You gotta in with the nutrition as you're fasting. Coca-Cola, cigarettes, weed, and junk foods. Lots
No
of
cigarettes
GMO.
and coffee.
CNC machinist. I snorted tons of aluminum. I'm fine. Yeah, working in a machine shop.
Coca-Cola is the worstest thing that you can drink. It is. Plus, you got baby parts in it. Don't you know that?
I agree. Yep. I used to be the one too, drinking the soda and munching on the junk foods.
I never was into Coke and sodas. If I drank something, it might be a Sprite or a 7-Up.
Yeah.
Once in a great while.
I was never picky. I'd drink a Sprite and two once in a while or 7-Up. You know, it's not like I was a diehard Pepsi only or Coca-Cola only like I know some people are.
Oh my God. I had a friend, he drank 4 or 5 cases of Pepsi in a
Wow.
week. You know, the 24 cases, the big ones. And I'm going, oh, I don't know how.
I need coffee now.
Yeah,
I'm
that's me.
prepared.
Coffee is my choice. Actually,
Yep.
I've got a cup.
See,
I'm drinking out of Mr. Bob's cup.
I already finished that one. I broke mine.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, when I was outside doing digging for the gardening and stuff.
No, mine still looks like it's brand new. If it gets stained with coffee, you put a little bit of bleach in there, let it soak up, and poof, it brightens up.
Well, you are the only one in the world that has one. I don't even have one now. There are only
Wow.
two. Yep.
Oh, I'm proud of my cup.
Awesome.
Oh, that nobody drink out of my cup. That's my cup. Stay away from it.
Oh, that's what's up, though. Yeah, one of these days I'll get to ordering another one. I miss my cup too. Anyways, check out a few minutes. I don't know if anyone's heard of intermittent fasting or have tried it. If you
Well,
have,
let's listen to it.
yeah. But if anyone else has done it or did any kind of fasting, let me know. Because I'm thinking of I'm going to try and do a 7-day water fast. But my birthday is in like 4 days, and I know I'm going to have a feast.
Do it after your birthday.
Exactly. And I will have
Do it
to.
when you get your hangover.
No, I'm not gonna be drinking, but I'll be having cake and ice cream and probably lasagna and all that good crap, good tasting crap.
Lasagna sounds good.
I like lasagna.
Yeah, I haven't made one for a while. I'll make a big one, huge one.
Yeah, when I usually make two big ones. That way I freeze one.
Right.
Yep. All right, we'll check out what he's got. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hello,
I shall
health
be watching.
champions. What would happen if you only ate one meal a day for 30 days? Just once a day for 30 days.
Once a day.
Well, a lot of people would probably say that they would get hungry. But what we want to understand is more about the changes and the behavior, the physiology of change that can assist us in making these changes. So hunger is just a sensation, and it's mostly based on habits. That whatever habits you have, whatever behavior you engage in habitually, creates a conditioned expectation. Your body is led to believe that things are going to happen a certain way. And your body adapts by making changes at the cellular level, because it can increase and decrease physical tissues. It can make metabolic changes. It can increase or decrease, upregulate or downregulate enzymes, hormones, mitochondria, energy production. And you even make neurological changes. Your body constantly makes new synapses and breaks down old synapses that you don't need anymore. So it rewires your nervous system and your behavior, and it lays down physical pathways that are different if your behavior and your environment changes. The biggest obstacle for most people to change is that they think they are the way they are. I hear that all the time. That's just the way I am. And my dad was the same way, and it runs in my family, and that's the way we've always done things. But it doesn't work like that. If you're eating 6 times a day, it's because you learned to eat 6 times a day. And if you eat 3 times or once a day, it's because you learned to eat that way and your body started expecting it. So what we really want to get into is to understand change. Is change really difficult? And I want to make the argument that it is not hard. It is inevitable. It's the only way it can be is constant change. You're changing all the time already. So how come then, you say, that I look like the same person? When I get up in the morning and I look in the mirror, I see the same person that I saw yesterday or last week or last year. And it's probably going to be the same person I see next week. Well, here's how it works. It's not the same person looking back at you, because you are 90% new cells since last year. The person you're looking at today versus last year, 90% of those cells are different. Old cells break down and you have to make new ones. So if they look the same, it's because you made more of the same. The other way you want to think about this is that your nervous system is processing billions of bits of information every second. It receives information, it processes information, and it issues commands, it signals, it orchestrates the body. And in doing that, it's always changing and adapting. Every moment of every day, you are changing. Your body is reacting to the things you eat and your thoughts and the air pressure and to gravity and to things happening around you. And if it looks like you are the same, it's not because you stayed the same, it's because you changed, but you recreated the same thing. The way the body changes is called adaptation. And I love to observe these everyday things and really sort of think about them and be in awe of how incredible the body is. So one example is when I'm walking on the mountain trail and I have a heart rate monitor and I look at the heart rate and I'm walking on the flat, and then as soon as it starts going up even a couple of degrees, my heart rate goes up. Isn't that incredible? There's some intelligence in my body that knows that the conditions are changing and we're going to need more oxygen delivery, more blood flow to cope. So automatically, I don't have to think about it. I don't know how to do that. My body knows how to do that. It just blows me away. I'm in awe. I love to watch these things. Then if you do things on a regular basis, now the body gets so good at it that it anticipates. You don't even have to get up on the incline. It observes, and as soon as you get even close, your heart rate goes up a little bit, just in anticipation, just to be ready. If you do this and your body gets better at it, then you start creating long-term changes. So now we're talking days to months. So one example is playing the guitar. I love playing the guitar, but the first time you pick it up, or if you haven't played for a long time, the first time you pick it up, it really hurts. It feels like your fingers are bleeding after just a few minutes. But if you keep it up, then after a few days or a couple of weeks, just any amount of regular playing, then your body puts down calluses, changes the skin, and it only changes it on one hand where you need it. How smart is that? If you go to the gym, and if you put some tension on a muscle, the body senses, hey, I'm going to have to use more strength in the future. So it sends more protein to incorporate into more muscle fibers so it can get better. It's called muscle hypertrophy. And the opposite is true as well, because if you're a couch potato and you don't put any tension on your muscles, now the body says, why should I put precious protein resources into building tissue that there's obviously no use for? So that's called atrophy. If you're working on your endurance, now your body increases your blood distribution capacity. It will make more blood capillaries. It will increase your red blood cells to increase oxygen delivery. It will upregulate enzymes involved in energy production. It will increase the number of mitochondria so you can make more energy and use more oxygen. There's endless pieces that the body improves to make you better at whatever you do. And if you normally live at sea level, but then you go for a couple of weeks, maybe a vacation in the mountains, now on altitude, there is less oxygen in the air. If there's less oxygen, the body senses that. It says, I'm going to need more red blood cells. I need to increase my oxygen carrying capacity so I can keep delivering the same amount of oxygen even though there is less of it. So your kidneys make a hormone called EPO, or erythropoietin, to make more red blood cells. How smart is that? Bone is another interesting example, because if you load up bone, if you do weight-bearing exercise under the influence of gravity, you will make more bone, or you'll maintain and reinforce the bones. Whereas if you go out into space for any length of time, then the body says, well, what do I need all these bones for? Because there's no gravity. And NASA says that astronauts will lose 1% bone mass per month in weightlessness. That's about 15 to 20 times faster than a deconditioned elderly person. And another adaptation is insulin resistance. We talk a lot about metabolic health and insulin resistance on this channel because it's related to weight loss and diabetes and so forth. So if you have chronically high insulin, your cells start to resist those high levels of insulin and the cells become insulin resistant. And all of these are changes that you're aware of, that you can see changing day to day. And if you were to eat once a day for 30 days, then your body would make similar changes relevant to your metabolic function. But if we only eat once a day, one meal a day, where are we going to get the energy? That's what we're told all the time, that you have to eat breakfast to give you energy up until lunch. You have to eat small, frequent meals to keep your blood sugar up, otherwise you become hypoglycemic and your energy tanks. Well, that doesn't really happen, right? Because the people who try eating one meal a day, they actually find that they survive and they feel better. So here's how it actually works. that you eat the food, but that food that you just ate does not become energy right away. There's a small trickle. You're breaking down a little bit of glucose in the mouth. You start absorbing just a tiny little trickle, but the vast majority, 98% or so of the food you ate is going to become energy hours later. So the way it works is the food that you just ate becomes a signal. It tells the body, hey, we have some resources coming in. You don't have to hold on so tightly to the stores from before. So the body starts breaking down some glycogen for blood glucose. It starts breaking down some fat for energy so that we have some energy while this food is being processed. And then in the next couple of hours, you break down the food. And after a few hours, some of that food is used up as energy, and a lot of it becomes stored as fat and carbohydrate. Those are the two primary storage forms of energy in the body. Protein can become energy, but the body under normal conditions will spare the protein because it's more important for other things. But now that we have stored the fat and the carbohydrate, the whole idea would be to use up some fat and carbohydrate. But what happens is we're going to primarily burn carbohydrate first, especially if we eat many meals a day, and especially if we eat high carb. Then we're going to store fat and carb, but we're going to burn the carbohydrate first, primarily, and I'll get back to that. And why is the body going to burn the carbohydrate first? Why is it going to have a tendency to do that? And there's two reasons. The first is that the body is very poor at storing carbohydrate. The vast majority of energy stores in the body is going to be fat. It's a much better storage form. If you're a little bit on the obese side, you might store.
I know a lot of people don't want to hear about that, but it's really important. You should be burning off what your body has stored and not what you're constantly eating. Because as soon as you put something in your, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, if anybody got a little bit of fat, I could use some. That's why I said, fat, what's that?
But that means you're doing the right thing. You should be at good body weight.
No, I need to gain some weight, and I can't gain it back.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Eating a lot of carbs?
I eat a little bit of everything, vegetables, a little bit of meat, a little bit of fish, a little bit of vegetables, a little bit of noodles. It's a balanced diet, but I just can't gain weight. I'm 5'3" and I weigh 98 pounds.
That sounds right.
It's a little bit too thin. At least for me. 110, 115, I feel good. 114, between 110 and 115.
And have you looked up the average weight for your height?
No, but I can do it right now.
Yeah. I did that a long time ago when I was looking up for male and female height and weight. And it's actually lower than I thought. That is small, though. You're right, Dawn.
Yeah. Like I said, all my clothes is getting too big on me. It keeps on. Seems like I haven't weighed myself now for a couple of months because I'm afraid to. Truly, I am. And there's no reason for it. I mean, I eat the same thing, and I always flexed about 5 pounds. I'll put on 5 pounds in the winter because there's really not much to do.
Yep.
And I wear about 6 or 7 pounds off in the summertime because I'm always on the go. I don't know.
You have very good metabolism.
A little bit too good. My mom was like that. My grandma was like that. The older they got, the more weight they lost. And we're always on the go, so no couch potato.
Yeah. Hmm.
My mom is little. Nothing but bone. Yeah, I've got big bones on top of that. So, yeah, I could easily go for 110. I'd be happy.
So, in your situation, if you wanted to gain weight, I mean, just look up some high carb foods. You know, it's like sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato. I love sweet potatoes.
Yeah, I think they're high in carbs. Lots of sugar in the sweet potatoes, but it's natural. It's not like a regular potato. It's all starch.
Right.
It'd be better for you. And I mean, that's one thing off the top of my head. But look into it. You can find some stuff.
Yeah, they have all that stuff for weight loss. Nothing for weight gain.
Right. You're right, because I never thought of it the opposite way
Yeah.
like that. Yep.
I don't want weight loss. I want weight gain, Don. I want to gain some. Oh no, I'm 5'3". Let's see how much I'm supposed to weigh.
Oh yeah. Just up X-Blade. Yeah, they sell protein powder for bulking up. Yeah. Just gotta be
Okay.
careful.
Female. Okay, 5'2", 104 pounds, 31 pounds. That's the normal weight. 5'3" is 107 to 135 pounds.
Hmm.
And 5'4" is 110 to 140. 5'5" is 114 to 144. I think that's a little bit chunky.
Well,
How tall are you, Mr. Bob?
5'11".
5'11"?
Dawn said they have protein powders for bulking up. I'd just be careful on what ones you buy, because they throw a lot of synthetic crap in the stuff. But you also check in the. I don't know.
Oh my goodness. Okay, 5'10", 132 to 167. 5'11", 136 to 172. 6 foot, 140 to 177. And 6'1", 144 to 182.
Yeah, I gotta lose like 10 pounds. Yipper.
Yipper. Well, give them to me, and then we'll Be
I would,
perfect.
I would gladly help you out if I could. Absolutely.
What's too late, Don? For Mr. Bob's weight, I think it should be at least 170, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, actually, I was 175 when I first started doing this live streaming. That's when I was really hardcore into drinking my teas and just eating nothing, trying to eat nothing but what I grew or nothing but organic. And let me tell you, I was so full of energy, no aches or pains or nothing. Then I started live streaming. And I started helping other people more than I was taking care of myself. Then I got to the point where I wasn't doing anything for myself, and it caught up to me. Plus all the extra work I took on, digging. Wow. And
Right.
my grounds, it's not normal. I swear I must be on top of a riverbed.
Same
'Cause,
here. It's so clay and
yeah,
so hard. Even a
it wasn't
rototiller, a
clay.
big rototiller, you gotta really put all your
No,
muscles into it.
no, I'm talking about rocks. I took out
Rocks, oh, here
loads
too.
and loads
It's
and
really
loads
rocky
of
soil.
rocks. Boulders. Unbelievable.
Well,
It
build
was
yourself something
crazy.
with those boulders.
No, I got rid of them all.
You did?
Yeah, and the person that was delivering dirt for me was like, "Don't get rid of those. That's river rock." So I'm thinking, great. I live right where there used to be a river, which means one day when all hell breaks loose, I should probably get a rowboat or something. When they let dams go.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I'm just showing. This is someone's food forest. It's a tour through a food forest. It's like
Looks
they
good.
just,
I was looking at it.
yeah.
He must have some good soil too.
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, all my medicinal plants, they're all
What has he
perennials.
got there? Jerusalem artichokes?
I have no idea. I've never grown them before.
Jerusalem artichokes get 15 foot, so be prepared to tie them up if it's windy.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that. 15 feet. Wow. They're invasive too, aren't they?
You've got to keep them under control. Yeah, you got to dig the potatoes, and
Right. I
it's
heard they're
like a potato
invasive.
plant. If you don't keep them under control, yeah, they'll. But they're good. God, they're good.
Mm-hmm.
They taste like the heart of the artichokes. You don't have to boil them very long because otherwise they'll turn into mush.
Right.
I don't know your elevation, but I'm at 3,500 feet, and I usually boil them 10 minutes.
I don't even know
And
my
that's it.
elevation.
You don't know how.
No. I'm probably below sea level somewhere.
But you said you were up a state, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I'm upstate, but I live in the valley. You got
This is
mountains
so
all
weird.
around.
Bennett Mountain is about 15 minutes, not even 15. Well, yeah, about 15 minutes. That thing stands at 7,000 feet.
Wow.
15 minutes from here where I am, I'm at 3,500. Does that make sense?
No. Hey, DF, how you doing?
And the highest point in Idaho is 12,000, all the way on top. 12,500, I believe, or 12,200 above sea level.
Explainer said his mirror is only 4 feet. Yeah, how you doing?
You're at 11,000? That's good.
1100.
The higher, the better. I want to get at least to 7,000. That's why I'm looking for a place further into the mountains. Because right now I'm sitting in the valley, more or less, in the
Down
desert.
in the valley. That's where it
Valley
seemed
so
to.
low.
It seems to be where they placed us. You know.
Yeah. Well, see, Mountain Home used to be way back when,
Mm-hmm.
where Bennett is now. But because of the railroad, they brought the railroad down here, so the whole town moved down here. That's how that went.
Yep.
It's because that's why it's got its name, Mountain Home, because we were smack in the mountains. He's got a nice garden, wherever he might be.
Yeah, I'm not even sure.
That's what they look like. They look like Jerusalems.
Yep, there it is. Jerusalem artichoke.
Yep, that's what I said. These are little babies. They're youngsters.
The chia plant looks like that. That chia plant is good 12 feet tall, but it was too heavy for itself, so it was growing sideways after it got.
Right, that's what they do. They get, plus they push themselves out of the ground. So you always got to make sure you put dirt on them.
Okay.
Because the stalk is so heavy on them. When the wind blows, it kind of pushes and pushes them. So if you ever plant them, put them beside the fence so you can tie them up.
They come back every year or no?
They come back every year, as
That's why
long as
they're
you leave some
invasive there.
taters in there.
Okay. Yeah,
Like if you're gonna harvest I harvest 1, 2, 3, 4 stalks this year, and I left one stalk, the old stalk, in there, so I'll have a whole bunch of babies, and then the tiny little taters that I really didn't want to do nothing with, I replanted. You can do it either late fall, after they're done blooming, or early spring before they sprout, when they just have a little bit of sprout. You can keep them in there over winter, but make sure you heap them up with dirt and put a little bit of straw or something on top, especially if you got a hard freeze. I usually heap them up with dirt and just put some straw on top of them.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I'm
this year
definitely gonna give it.
I'll take a video of them, to show you how tall they are.
All right. Is
And
it
they
like
bloom
okra?
like a, huh?
Is it like okra?
No,
I
it's a
can't.
tater. It's a potato,
Okay.
underground.
All right. I can't
The top
remember
will
even having one.
the top will, oh my God, the top will bloom like a sunflower seed.
Wow.
When it's done blooming, then you can harvest it. Let's see if I can find a video of them.
Yeah, it's also known as a good survival food too, because they just keep coming back, right? That's what I like about perennials. Plant it once. As long as you take care of them during the growing season, you can harvest them. They'll come back next year. We'll see. I planted my first crop last spring. Got a pretty good harvest for the first year. If everything comes back, I'm hoping it's going to come back stronger yet. It's nice being able to walk outside and just grab something, and you can actually just eat it. And I try to reuse everything, make my own compost.
I'm looking for a video or something. Recipes? No, I don't want the recipes. I want a video. 5 types how to grow Antonio Jerusalem artichoke. Sun chokes. Jerusalem. Maybe this one, if it's not too long. 10 minutes.
As Dawn said, she watched a video of foods they grew during Depression, and artichokes is one of them. Yeah, I thought that was like one of the foods that was, because it grows so well and just keeps coming back. It's nice to have a little patch of them.
Okay, I'm sub to him anyway, so might as well share yours.
Now, Brian Griffin, no kidding. I walked through his yard and he's in the Walmart parking lot. Got tons of boxed meals, GMO stuff. That's what he says he likes and eats. And he says he's fine. So I guess that's how your body can process it and get rid of it.
There, I've shared the link.
Okay.
I'm sub to him anyway. He's from the land of down under, but he's got good methods of growing. He's got everything in containers.
Container gardening.
Mm-hmm.
I did a lot of that too. Even when I had a garden, I got him to self-sufficient me.
Right.
Yeah.
I knew you would have them too.
Yeah. I watched a lot of his videos. Not so much anymore, but when I was really trying to research out growing and doing raised gardens and everything.
Yes, they do, Don.
Five tips how to grow a ton of Jerusalem artichokes. Or sunchokes. Turnips, yeah. I must have had a whole tray. I guess the turnips that didn't come up or something. I don't know. But somehow a whole patch of turnips in my yard. It just started growing out of the ground. So I left them, let them grow. And even
Probably
after,
from seed.
yeah, that was mixed in the dirt that got spread around or whatever when I was doing my things. And let me tell you, them things grew nicely. And I still have some. Even after, we'll see after the snow melts. It don't seem to be melting. It don't want to melt.
No, it's going to stay for a while.
Yeah, it don't seem to be melting. It's crazy, but anyway. They were, even after the first 2 inches of snow we had, it still survived that. So that's definitely a good cold crop. If I actually had them covered up like I should have, I probably should have got a clear plastic bin and threw over top of it. Would have helped. Make a little mini greenhouse.
Yep. My greenhouse got destroyed. I've got to rebuild it.
Oh yeah, this last storm. Wow. I woke up in the morning and I look out the window and there's the greenhouse. The whole center of it was like down about a foot. I'm like, oh, wow. I went out there in my night clothes and slippers, walked through the snow and started taking the snow off the roof. Thank it just popped right up. There's no holes, no damage or anything. But that was a valuable lesson. So like during the winter when
Mine was the wind. I mean, they just shredded it. We had one of those microbursts come through 70 miles an hour, and that just.
Wow.
So
Well,
I've got to redo everything.
This is new plastic, so it's all right probably the first year. It's supposed to be good for 3 to 5 years, but we'll see.
Well, that didn't work. I've got the same thing. No, it didn't work. It lasted 1 year.
Yeah.
If it wasn't have been for that wind.
I bought a spare one. I bought extra when I got it. Plus, I was planning on making some those hoop top ones that you put right over top of the raised garden. Just a small on the hinges. You just lift it up. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I didn't. But I got all the greenhouse plastic to do it. All right, let's see how we do it. Teach me.
Yeah, teach me.
Look like a dead plant.
Oh, they're not
and it
dead.
is. But what's
Just one thing I really learned from this guy. I got I bought 17 yards of garden soil. Let me tell you, if I didn't listen to him, I probably would have needed another 10 yards. But his raised gardens, because some of mine are like tall like his, he put some
wood underneath.
Yeah, like big wood. I used smaller sticks that would break down quicker, but I put sticks and leaves and all that stuff down in the bottom layer, so that'll break down because the roots don't need that much room. They only need like a foot.
Right.
I gave mine like 18 inches, but I put a lot of stuff like just tree branches and leaves that can break down, and the worms love it, and it turns into soil and food for the plant later on. It's awesome. So you don't need so much dirt.
underneath here is certainly not dead. It's very much alive.
Absolutely.
And these tubers that I'm about to dig for might make you fart like a champion, but they're also very good for you and extremely tasty. G'day, I'm Mark from Self-sufficiency, and in this video I'm going to give you my 5 top tips on how to grow a ton of Jerusalem artichoke in just one small round raised bed such as this. Let's get into it. I'm going to dig this whole bed up soon and we'll see how many tubers we can get out of it. Native to North America, this fast-growing tuber vegetable with the big yellow daisy-like flowers is one of the easiest to grow backyard food crops. No one really knows how it got the name Jerusalem, but people speculate that when the plant was first introduced to Europe, the Italians gave it the name girasole artichoke, and they said it with their hands. Girasole meaning sunflower. So over time it became translated in English to Jerusalem. And although I can't find this written anywhere, I think the artichoke part came from the taste because it's very similar to the taste of a regular artichoke. You know, the thistle type artichoke plant, the globe and the heart of that tastes uncannily like the root of the Jerusalem artichoke. And since artichokes did originate in the Mediterranean, probably Italy, this name explanation sounds plausible to me. Tip number 1, containment. Jerusalem artichokes, or sunchokes, which is another name for it, are prolific growers. I mean, they can grow like crazy. One tiny piece of tuber, so if I break that off, one tiny piece, you can see a few eyes, can grow into a full-sized plant in no time at all. So if left to run wild in the garden, it could easily take over a large area. I recommend containing the crop in a raised bed like this, for example, so it can't get away, and if you do miss some tubers during harvesting, it will come back up generally where you want it without any surprises. There's no problem growing sunchokes in the same bed year after year. You don't have to consider crop rotation as much. But if you do start getting any soil-borne pests like things attacking the tubers, excessive tuber rot, it might be time to give it a fresh start somewhere else, but also in a contained area. Tip number 2, double crop. Since during harvesting you're going to miss a few tubers anyway, and they're likely going to come back up next season, it makes sense to keep Jerusalem artichoke in the same bed. However, you don't have to make it exclusive to Jerusalem artichoke. You can double crop, and I think the best way to do this is by growing another surface crop when the sunchokes are dormant through the cooler months. This garden bed first had Jerusalem artichoke overplanted with salad crops, and then back to artichoke overplanted with radishes. Now this does work best in warmer climates because you can grow all year round, but you can still use this method in cooler climates too. Say plant the sunchokes really early before spring starts, and then overplant a fast growing crop like a salad or a radish. And by the time the sunchokes start coming up through the soil, those other plants are fully matured and you're harvesting them, or they're starting to already die back in mid-spring. Simply pre-bury or position the Jerusalem artichoke tubers early, several inches under the soil. Don't worry about spacing too much. 6 to 12 inches apart is good, but crowding them in is also fine. Then plant or sow your other crop over the top. By the time this top crop has matured or finishing, the sunchokes will be pushing through to take over. What's ever left of the top crop can be either left on top of the bed to break down or dug in for extra nutrients for the successive Jerusalem artichoke crop. Tip number 3, maintenance. Sunchokes don't need a lot of care and will grow okay in poor soil. Having said that, you'll get a better outcome if you do plant in good quality, rich soil with compost and starting with a little pre-added fertilizer such as blood and bone or chicken manure. This is a big plant and it does need energy from the sun, so a good sunny spot central to your vegetable garden is appropriate, and it does need a fair amount of nutrients for it to grow really well. I don't tend to fertilise through the growing season, but if it is looking a little weak, then give it a liquid feed high in nitrogen to pick it up again. Speaking of liquid, Jerusalem artichokes do like a lot of water, so I recommend watering them often and not letting them dry out. However, you should ensure it doesn't get waterlogged, as it is a tuber plant and they might rot underground if you overwater. Tip number 4, harvesting. Let's get digging and see what type of bounty awaits us. Any rotten ones like this, just keep them to the side and you can just throw them back into the garden bed and let them possibly come up next season, even though a bit of rot has set in here. No good for eating, but it probably will still shoot from this eye. And here we go. That's not too bad. You know, I've got to be honest with you, I expected a whole pile more, but sometimes your harvest doesn't go to plan. And this is still quite a lot. This is a big bowl, and we're going to make do with this, pickle some and eat it, and also plant some for next season. Perhaps it's time for me to change beds. That could be the way to go into something else. I noticed quite a few rotten tubers this time. So yeah, it might be time to move on into a nice new fresh bed and give it a better chance. But regardless, We've grown a ton of it in the past, so you get the gist of what I mean, even though this isn't overflowing, so to speak. The tubers don't like being exposed to light or too much air, or they go mushy very quickly within a few days, even if you keep them in the crisper or a dark place. You know, still the best way to keep Jerusalem artichoke is in the ground. Just leave them buried and dig them up and use them when needed. If keeping in ground is not practical, then dig them up and store them in a container or bucket with soil or sand and use again as required, keeping enough to plant out next season. Tip number 5, eating. Another way to preserve the crispiness of Jerusalem artichoke is to pickle them through fermentation. This is one of my favourite ways to keep and eat them. Due to the high fibre and probiotic goodness of these tubers, some people suffer from gas, hence the fart joke at the start of this video. Fermentation seems to help reduce the effects. Perhaps the microbes offset each other, I don't know, but it could be something to try if you are getting constant gas problems, or just blame it on the dog. Seriously, fermenting Jerusalem artichoke is not a joke. It keeps the tubers super crisp until you want to use them, and they taste excellent pickled this way. Break the tubers into bite-sized pieces and make sure they are clean. Place them in a fermenting jar and cover with a brine solution of about 2 tablespoons of salt dissolved into 1 litre or quart of water. Leave them to ferment and bubble away for about 3 weeks and keep taste testing until they are fermented or pickled to your liking, then store in the fridge to eat in cooking or raw in salads. I really do rate growing Jerusalem artichokes highly. They are a tasty, healthy, versatile and easy to grow backyard food crop that also looks beautiful in the garden. Remember these top tips: containment, double crop, maintenance, harvesting and eating. Do all those things right and you'll grow a ton of Jerusalem artichoke in one small round raised garden bed, just like I can. Well, most of the time. If you like this video, make sure you give it a big
thumbs up. I'll give you a thumbs up.
Mine get bigger because I think they're not in containers.
Yeah. Oh, his turned out like my potatoes did this year. So I don't know. I had a lot of sweet potatoes though.
But like I said, if you harvest them every year a little bit, you shouldn't have no problems with them taking them over.
What about starting them from seed? Does it take 2 years?
I never started them. It's like trying to do a potato from seed.
Right.
They're expensive, I'll tell you much. I seen them once at the store down here, and they were $7 a pound.
Yeah, everything
So,
is out of hand.
I got what, 8 tiny tubes, did 8 plants, and they all survived. And from those 8 plants, I got about, well, I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think I've got 12 plants out there right now. Because the tiny little ones I don't even bother with. But yeah, you can pickle them. I never tried freezing them though. But I pickled them a little bit differently, like you would pickle beets or something like that. You know, like the bit beets.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try it. I'm gonna grow them. I know I got packs of seeds for them. That's why I was wondering if it takes 2
I know
years.
you can try it, but I would try it inside on the seeds. You know. And like he said, they love water.
Yeah.
They will tell you if they need water, they start drooping their leaves.
Paris is getting a red line next to her name sometimes when making a comment. You know why? I don't. I never had a A red
A
line.
red line? Oh, no, let me go look.
That's weird. Maybe it's one of your words that ScrewTube don't like. I have no idea.
Try saying something.
Hey, Callie, how you doing? Good to see you. Potato seeds. How you doing tonight, Callie?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, it says from seed you can grow artichoke for anywhere from 85 to 120 days.
Did it work this time, Paris? Maybe you're saying something that's triggering YouTube. Or you're using too many emojis.
Crazy.
Hello, Calico. Oh my goodness.
Happy Wednesday. What's happening? Not
Ooh, cave
much.
people.
Yeah, cave people. This is just 30 medicinal plants that the Native Americans used on a daily basis. And from what I understand, all these are perennials. If you can plant some of them, it's better than none. Edible.
Yeah, as long as they grow here, it gets pretty cold, so.
Hmm.
That's
Caves are
weird, you
melting
know.
golden.
These people back when they could grow anything, and we have to fight to get something going because of all that poop.
Well, look at even taking care of your yard. Where we cut the grass, it's bagged or raked, right?
Right.
If you do cut it, you're supposed to let that grass break down, and that turn into food for your grass. But we're taking that food away every time we cut the grass. It's either going
True.
into the bagger or you're raking it up. Leaves fall from a
That's
tree.
true.
Yeah, like in a forest. You go in a forest and you rake up some of the leaves that fell from a tree. Underneath it, you see nice, rich black soil.
Absolutely. That's where the birds eat, with all their bird seed that goes rotten out there.
Right.
Man, that underneath it, it's just pure black.
But what
Beautiful.
do? We gotta save the forest from fires, so we gotta go in there and clean them out, or it's neglect. right?
Right.
And that's stopping forest from giving itself food, you know. It's a
Right.
never-ending cycle. Crazy. Anyone check it out?
Sure.
30 medicinal plants the Native Americans used on a daily basis.
Whoa.
Native Americans are renowned for their medicinal plant knowledge. It is rumored they first started using plants and herbs for healing after watching animals eat certain plants when they were sick. In order to protect these plants from overharvesting, the medicine men used to pick every third plant they found. Here are the most versatile plants the Native Americans used in their everyday lives. Rosehip. This is the red to orange berry that is the fruit of wild roses. It is already known to be a massive source of vitamin C when eaten whole, crushed into a tea, or added to food. It is used to treat colds and coughs, intestinal distress, as an antiseptic, and to treat inflammation.
You can make jelly with it too.
Rosemary.
My grandma did.
Native American
Yep.
tribes considered this plant sacred. They used it mostly as an analgesic for alleviating sore joints. This herb improves memory, relieves muscle pain and spasm, and helps the circulatory and the nervous systems. It
Love
also improves
rosemary.
the immune system and treats indigestion. Yarrow.
Got
Also
some there
known as
too.
Achillea millefolium, this
Yep.
fragrant flowering plant has been used since ancient Greece to stop excess bleeding. It is said the Greek hero Achilles used it on his wounds, hence the name. Pioneers and Aboriginal people applied this on open wounds and cuts as a poultice made from the leaves to help clot the blood. They also combined fresh yarrow juice with water to help an upset stomach and for intestinal disorders. A tea made from the leaves and stems will act as an astringent. Red clover. This plant has been used by healers for treating inflammation and respiratory conditions. Recent studies have shown that red clover helps to prevent heart disease by improving circulation and lowering cholesterol. Valerian. The root as an infusion in a tea relieves muscle aches, pain, and is said to have a calming effect. Hops. As a tea, it is used to treat digestive problems and often mixed with other herbs and plants such as aloe to soothe muscles. It also is used to soothe toothaches and a sore throat. Sumac. This plant can be used for multiple medicinal remedies, but it is one of the only plants that the healers used in treating eye problems. A decoction from sumac was used as a gargle to relieve sore throats or taken as a remedy for diarrhea. The leaves and berries are combined in tea to reduce fever or made into a poultice to soothe poison ivy.
Whoa.
Aloe. A cactus-like plant, the thick leaves can be squeezed to extrude a thick sap that can be used to treat burns, insect bites, and wounds. Blackberry. The Cherokee used this plant for treating an upset stomach. They used blackberry tea for curing diarrhea and soothing swollen tissues and joints. An all-natural cough syrup to heal sore throats can be made from blackberry root mixed with honey or maple syrup. To soothe bleeding gums, they used to chew the leaves. This plant is also good for strengthening the whole immune system. Lavender. Healers use this plant as a remedy for insomnia, anxiety, depression, headache, and fatigue. The essential oil has antiseptic and anti-inflammatory properties. Infusions can be used to soothe insect bites as well as burns. Mint. The Cherokee used to make a mint tea to soothe digestion problems and help an upset stomach. They also made a salve from the leaves to relieve itching skin and rashes. Hummingbird blossom. The Native Americans used this plant for treating mouth and throat conditions as well as cysts, fibroid tumors, and inflammation. It can be made into a poultice to help treat burns, sores, and wounds. A diuretic that stimulates kidney function can be made using the roots of this plant. The early pioneers utilized this particular plant as a substitute for black tea. Recent studies have shown that the hummingbird blossom is effective in treating high blood pressure and lymphatic blockages. Black gum bark. The Cherokee used to make a mild tea from the twigs and black gum bark to relieve chest pains. Goldenrod. Commonly thought of today as a source of allergies and sneezing, it was actually considered another all-in-one medicine by the Native Americans. As a tea, in addition to food and a topical salve, it is used to treat conditions from bronchitis and chest congestions to colds, flu, inflammation, sore throats, and as an antiseptic for cuts and abrasions. Cattail. This is one of the most famous survival plants the indigenous population used for food, but also as a preventative medicine. Because it's an easily digestible food, it's helpful for recovering from illness. It is called the supermarket of the swamp as it can be used in multiple dishes. Pull out a sticker, greenbrier. This root tea was used as a blood purifier for relieving joint pain. Some healers made a salve from leaves and bark mixed with hog lard, which was applied to minor sores, scalds, and burns. Wild rose. The Native Americans used this plant as a preventative and a cure for a mild common cold. The tea stimulates the bladder and kidneys and is a mild diuretic. A petal infusion was used for a sore throat. Passion flower. Since ancient times, Native American herbal remedies would use this as an analgesic and a sedative. It is great to use for depression or mental clouding since it is full of flavonoids and produces a sedative effect on the nervous system. The lack of toxicity allows this product to be administered to children. Saw palmetto. The native tribes of Florida, such as the Seminoles, used the plant for food, but medicine men used it as a natural remedy for abdominal pain. It also helps digestion, reduces inflammation, and stimulates appetite. Slippery elm. The Native Americans used the inner bark to fashion bowstrings, rope, thread, and clothing. Tea was made from the bark and leaves to soothe toothaches, respiratory irritations, skin conditions, stomachache, sore throats, and even spider bites. Sage. Sage is commonly used as a spice, but it was a sacred plant for many indigenous tribes as it was thought to have effective purifying energies and to cleanse the body of negative energies. As a remedy, it was used for treating medical conditions like abdominal cramps, spasms, cuts, bruises, colds, and flu. Honeysuckle. This plant has been used as a natural remedy by the Native Americans for treating asthma, but it has multiple healing purposes, including rheumatoid arthritis, mumps, and hepatitis. It also helps with upper respiratory tract infections, such as pneumonia. Wild ginger. Healers use this plant for treating earache and ear infections. They also made a mild tea from rootstock for stimulating the digestive system and relieving bloating. It also helps with bronchial infections and nausea. Mullein. A tobacco-like plant, it was mainly used to treat respiratory disorders. The Native Americans made concoctions from the roots to reduce swelling in the joints, feet, or hands. Licorice root. This root is famously used for flavoring candies, foods, and beverages, but it has also been used by healers to treat stomach problems, bronchitis, food poisoning, and chronic fatigue. Devil's claw. Although the name would suggest a poisonous plant, the Native Americans used it to heal various conditions, from treating fever to soothing skin conditions, improving digestion, and treating arthritis. The tea can reduce the effects of diabetes, while a concoction made from the plant's roots reduces swelling and helps with joint disease, arthritis, gout, back pain, headache, and sores. Alfalfa. Alfalfa relieves digestion and is used to aid blood clotting. Contemporary uses include treatments of arthritis, bladder and kidney conditions, and bone strength. It also enhances the immune system. Prickly pear cactus. This is another plant that has been used as both a food and medicine. Native Americans made a poultice from mature pads as an antiseptic and for treating wounds, burns, and boils. Tea was made to treat urinary tract infections and to help the immune system. Now research shows that the prickly pear cactus helps to lower cholesterol and prevents diabetes and diet-related cardiovascular disease. Ashwagandha. This plant was an important plant for healers because of its many unusual medicinal uses. It treats bone weakness, muscle weakness and tension, loose teeth, memory loss, and rheumatism. It can also be used as a sedative. It has an overall rejuvenating effect on the body as it improves vitality. The leaves and the root bark can also be used as an antibiotic. If made into a poultice, it helps reduce swelling and treats pain. Caution is advised in the use of this plant as it is toxic. Uva ursi. Because of the bear's affection towards the plant's fruits, it's also known as bearberry and bear grape. The Native Americans use this plant mainly for treating bladder and urinary tract infections. Disclaimer: this video is informational and educational purpose only. If you have questions about food, diet, nutrition, natural remedies, or holistic health, please do your own research and consult with your healthcare practitioner.
Exactly. Well said.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have every one of those, but I got quite a few of them.
Yeah, I've got quite a few plants out there too, but the ones that down south, forget it. They ain't gonna grow here.
Mm-hmm. That sounds good, Callie. Yep. I can't wait to actually taste this honey. I didn't I didn't even get into the beehives for the honey. It was more for all the fruit trees and all the medicinal plants, everything I got growing, and plus the environment around is why I actually got it.
Yeah, you gotta keep a sharp eye on your babies, though, the kittens. And if you got a puppy, you got a puppy?
No.
No.
But I do have my two cats. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, watch out when they go out, because if they go near that hive, they might get attacked. Because you know how cats are, they love bugs.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not playing around either. I got the whole suit. I got the
I would get some if I could put it maybe on stilts or something, higher up.
Well, a lot of people put them on cement blocks.
Or maybe I could fence. Maybe that's what you could do too, is fence them off a little bit so the cats can't walk up to it directly when they go outside.
Yeah, that's no problem. Yeah, I already have that figured out. That's not a problem. But that first one I showed, that setup cost me $1,100.
Ouch.
Yeah, ouch.
Yeah, but it's going to be worth it.
But from the beginning, there's another one. It's just like it. It's a Flow Hive, but it's a generic brand. Doesn't have all the brass fittings and the name on it.
Yeah, where you going to get your babies at?
Actually, it's not that far away. It's only like probably maybe 15 minutes away. I got.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah. I ordered one box, the 3 pounds of bees, but then just today I ordered the second one, means I ordered another beehive. After I got this one put together and stained it, I was like, I need another one. So, but I bought the generic one, so we'll see the difference. For the price of what I paid for the one I got, I'm not impressed because it's still that cedar wood that likes to splinter very easily.
Right.
Once it's put
Yeah.
together, it's sturdy and everything. But I mean, it's supposed to let this warranted for 5 years. That's probably all.
Paint
It would.
it. It'll
Yeah,
last longer.
right. I put 2 coats of stain on it, and yeah, every year I'll just make sure it's protected. But you can only do the outside. You can't do the inside. You gotta leave it all
Right.
natural. And the second one don't come with a stand, so I'm gonna have to put it up on something or make a base for it.
Center blocks, maybe.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe make a base for it and put legs on it so you can adjust them so
Yeah.
it'll be level or in case you gotta move it or something, you can just turn the legs and level it. You wanna see me in a suit? I have everything in the box already in my shed, but yeah, like I was saying, I'm not playing around. I see these people out there in t-shirts and no protective anything on, opening up their hives and everything.
Once they get to know you, they won't sting you.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever get that
It's like the
comfortable.
yellow jackets. I swear, come May, they're waiting around the hummingbird feeders. And they swarm around me all the time, and I never got stung by them yet. Like I say, if I get stung, it's my fault.
Yeah.
Either I swatted at them when they were on me, so you had to empty out the sugar containers every 2 days, especially when it's hot. Otherwise, I'm going to have some drunken hummingbirds.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Well, they had bee outfits for $16. And I looked at it, I'm like, what? This is just like just wearing just regular clothes. What the heck is good as this?
Well,
I
God,
guess,
what you got to do is just wear a long sleeve, put some gloves on, and a netting in
yeah.
front of you.
I checked into it more and I found they actually have anti-sting suits. And that's what I got. So they can land on you and try stinging you, and it's supposed to be an anti.
Bee won't sting you if they don't absolutely have to, because they will die. They only have one stinger.
True, but I'm surprised you don't hear about more accidents. What if you bang something and piss them off, and you're not protected, and then you got like 1,000 of them on you? You know what I mean?
Well, that's true.
I mean, 3 pounds. It comes with 3 pounds. That's anywhere from 10 to 12,000 bees to start, and a
Wow.
full colony will be 60,000 bees. So when you got
Is
2
your
of
house
them,
big enough for all of them?
yeah, it's like two of them would be 120,000 bees.
Is that just on one queen?
No, that would be 2 queens, 2 separate hives. Just
Oh,
60,000
okay.
per hive. But you could add another, they call it a super, onto it, which would double each hive. But I'm not doing that.
Right.
And not only that, after they get too big for the beehive, they swarm.
Yeah,
So
they leave, so you're going to have to get another house ready before they do.
well, what they do is they split. Yeah, they'll make another queen, then half the hive will take off. That's why I ordered a second one, really, because I figure I'll just let the half of them go every time. And out of the 2 beehives, I'll have 1 full hive. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe you can sell your honey. Put
I'm
up more
not.
houses.
I'm not looking to go into that either. It'll just be for personal use or friends or family, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not trying to go into a business. Oh, wow. I don't have no time for what I already do. Yeah.
Or you really don't have to do much work except when it gets full to empty it.
Right.
And
I
once
guess
in a while, get rid of some of the hive in there,
I think the hardest part
the
would
old
be
stuff.
right. Right. You just got to check on them once in a while, but during the winter, you got to make sure they're fed.
Sugar water?
Well, I'm gonna try not to give them sugar water. I got a pollen collector, so every time they go into the hive, they'll go through this thing, and it will collect the pollen, and you can throw it in the freezer. So during the winter time, when the food is scarce, they'll have all natural versus sugar water. I'm gonna try and. I mean, if it comes down to it, I will give them sugar water, but
Yeah, make
I'm
sure
gonna,
there is no, don't put any food coloring or nothing in it.
right. I'm gonna try and go all natural.
Coca-Cola?
Yeah. No. No, of course, I'd save them some of their own honey. I'm sure I'll have plenty anyway. I mean, each one of those frames holds over a half gallon. And down in the lower box is where they store honey to survive. So you leave them
Yeah, but the
some.
bees usually go dormant in the winter, don't they?
Yet they still need food to survive. I don't know
Right.
how much, but I'm definitely gonna make sure they have plenty.
They don't go to a dormant, but they don't move, so they don't eat so much.
Right. And through all their body heat inside the hive, they actually have it's warm inside.
If it gets too bad, you always can cover them up.
Right. You can insulate the beehive, which
Yeah.
I will probably be doing. 'Cause
It's not the cold that kills things, it's the wind.
Mhm. That's good, Callie. See, I wish I knew someone that actually had it before because I stopped buying honey for years. I don't trust any of it. I think it's all crap.
You don't have
Mm.
nobody that has a beehives that will sell you some honey?
Nope. I don't know anyone with an actual beehive to give me straight honey from it. Nope. We have these little honey stands, that claims that it came from. Who knows?
Oh, if you taste it, you'll know it's real honey.
Mm.
Or,
Find out.
yeah, buy a jar, let it set for a while. If it goes to sugar within a couple of months, you know it's not real honey.
Right.
Real honey, you'll have a little bit of sugar, not much.
It's going to be interesting.
Yep. I was thinking about getting like a, and then I thought, I don't know how to protect. I've got 2 little dogs and I've got the labs, so, and they're always after moths and bugs, and plus
Yeah.
I've got all the stray cats out there.
Definitely don't want that knocked over.
Yeah, I can see it now. My Bertha Butt lab jumping on one of those hives. Because she's still up in her puppy age. She's only 3 years old.
Yeah.
She still thinks she's an overgrown puppy.
That's good, though. Yeah, but like I was saying, I'll just let them swarm. That way they can go out in nature and help save the world.
You know, this year I've seen 2 bees and that's it. And yellow jackets, there are usually thousands of them out there around the hummingbird feeders.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen maybe at the most 50.
I saw quite a few of them, especially around my raspberry bushes and a lot of my medicinal plants. They attract bees and hummingbird. saw a hummingbird
Yeah.
just a few times, but I saw quite a few bees. I was surprised. I don't know.
I didn't have as many hummingbirds either this year. I don't know what's going on.
Liquid gold. That's right.
Yep.
That's the bonus of it. I mean, wow.
It's the cure of all things.
It's unbelievable. And granted, even though you have your own bees, they still are going to go out and say your neighbors are using pesticides and stuff. They could still bring it back. It's a sucky thing.
Yep. And on top of that, they spray them, so you're going to lose some.
Right. Whack them with a fly swatter.
Yeah. No, if they come in the house, I usually grab a paper towel, let them crawl on it, and then let them crawl on my hand. I cup my hand close and let them go.
Yeah. Cheers, Callie. Enjoy.
Yeah, cheers.
Callie does some good stuff. She's way ahead of me. Absolutely.
Yeah, we
Way.
did. What did we do this year? We did apple cider. I did grape wine. Turned out pretty good. But I should have added more sugar.
Mm.
2 years ago, I did the elderberry wine and elderberry jelly.
Well, last year I only had like 20 apples on my tree. Not much to play with.
I know this wonderful sun killed 2 apple trees, 1 plum tree.
That was its first fruit, and I'm hoping maybe get 50 next time.
And 1 cherry tree.
Nice.
Just killed them. Burned
Oof.
them to a crisp.
Oof.
That's how hot that sun was this summer.
Mm.
And they're
Yeah.
shaded from the elm trees, and the elm trees look like poop.
Yeah, of course you can drop a link, Callie. You can come on up if you want.
Yep, Satan has no power, but these humans apparently do. Because they're killing everything in sight. Why in the world do we need fabricated mosquitoes for?
Mm-hmm. And bees.
Yeah.
And who knows what else.
And you know what's happening? Well, the mosquitoes are getting ate by those engineered mosquitoes, probably that the birds don't eat, and other insects. So these insects are going to starve to death. People don't realize no bugs, no food.
Yeah, definitely a chain reaction.
Yep. And now they made those stupid bees to kill the killer bees. And all of a sudden we have this killer wasp. That's killing everything. But they don't tell you where that one came from. We're talking about bugs. No bugs, no food.
Yes or no? Yes and no.
Mm-hmm.
Bugs you can eat. Bugs produce food.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, if there's no bugs, there's no food. Mm.
Yeah, starts down with the weakest, like the one cell.
Yep.
I don't know. Yeah, we need to worry about the killer zombies. Yes, sir.
Yeah, those two.
Head on a swivel.
Yep. I never seen so many people being so, how would I say it? So touchy like they're right now. You say something to somebody and they, oh my God.
Mm.
Yep, arm up.
Here's the link Callie dropped. 1/6 committee uncovers the behind the scenes of Trump's coup attempt. Let's see.
With you, and we're going to dive into what these threads mean, the things we've learned about today in the January 6th investigation. But as I was sort of reading all these different pieces today, we have to step back and talk about the simple fact that today's characters, Phil Waldron, Alex Jones, Carolyn Wren, I was trying to think of a way to describe how weird it is that they were advising an American president in the middle of a pandemic, an important hour for our country, the peaceful transfer of power, which ultimately was not to be. They wouldn't have vetted out to attend an event on the South Lawn in any normal White House. These are more than kooks and nuts. These are people with bizarre, way outside the norms views. Alex Jones is convicted of libel or slander against the Sandy Hook families. Phil Waldron is way outside the norm of any sort of ex-military advisor. And Carolyn Wren was a fundraiser and event planner whose name is on those permits. Talk about the kind of people around Trump, around his White House in the final days.
These are affirmers, Nicole. These are people who affirm the baser instincts of Donald Trump. These are individuals who the president would call at 1 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Instead of conducting the business and affairs of state, he's conducting the business and affairs of Trump Enterprises. And Trump Enterprises in the White House really boil down to how do we hold the power we have? How do we prosecute those who stand in our way? How do we get the advantage? And these individuals played the various roles. They weren't serious players in anybody else's orbit, for sure. I mean, who were these people before Trump, right? You didn't have members, Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz weren't calling these guys up, asking them for their advice and insights on policy. But for Trump, they filled that piece that he needed filled that would give him the reinforcements he needed to make the case. So when it comes to this executive order, Trump's executive order is a reflection of how Trump feels about this matter. He wants to put it in writing. And they're there to reinforce that. You got the media guy with the radio program who can then go out and talk about it firsthand, right? And reinforce the messaging that Trump wants reinforced. So I think we have to look at it in that context. What this means for the January 6th Commission is now you've got a whole bevy of characters who have paper trails, phone records, conversations, et cetera, that reinforce and further fill out to Joyce's great piece, the narrative of what was going on behind the scenes. And what you will find, I think, ultimately, is the president's role was stamped with his approval. Mm-hmm. All right, he stamped the roles that were played by various individuals out there with his own direct approval. And that's, I think, probably going to be the more damning part of this for Trump in the end. Despite that, he may not have said, yeah, y'all go out and take back the Capitol, but everything, all the other little pieces, the conversations he had sort of create this picture, and the committee's been very deliberately and diligently putting that piece together.
I mean, just listening to you, Michael Steele, I mean, there's sort of a good news, bad news result to what you're describing. And I guess the good news is that Bill Barr left before this really became an attempt to overthrow the will of the voters. He left it in the hands of Jeffrey Rosen, who said, if Jeffrey Clark takes over, not only will I walk out, but all the White House lawyers will walk out. But it also, I think, raises serious questions about what will be in these documents. I mean, if these folks are the likes of who Donald Trump was calling, and you're talking about him dialing for people who affirm his worldview, you can think of the people who call sort of the like radio hosts. I guess that's how old I am. I remember driving, like, can you play this one for my old boyfriend? Like, that's how Trump was on the phone.
Oh, I gotta stop. Sorry. That's MSNBC for you.
Yep.
That one looked like a dude too. Can't fool me. Yeah, where is the common sense? Come on, people.
Is there really 12 people watching? I don't see it. Do you see 12 people?
I haven't looked at the.
That's what it says, 12 people. There's not 12 people in here. Now, if they're all sitting back and just listening.
Yeah, there's 4 participants. So that says here. Brian with the eyes. Yeah. I don't know. Everyone's welcome to join the chat.
So I guess we just came in to insult me, right?
Huh?
A while back.
Oh. Hmm. So anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I do have one more I was going to show too.
What's next on the agenda?
Well, The state now owns your car and your house.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Crazy.
I like his house.
Yep.
The Norwegian army sent out a very interesting.
You ever watch him?
No.
No? Oh, I'll drop a link. You could.
Okay.
I haven't seen him in a while, but I used to watch him quite a bit. He's got a lot of good info. He's more into the where are the men? Where
I like his coat. It looks warm. Yeah, where are they? Where are you guys at?
Yeah. And he's a survivalist. Yeah.
Letter
Yeah.
today to 4,000 car owners here in Norway, and in that letter it basically said that if we need to, we will come and take your car. I have a few things to say about that. First of all, it was portrayed or presented in the news as this wonderful thing, because there was an interview with one of the people who had gotten this letter. I have not gotten that letter myself, but he was quoted as being very positive, and this is how we can contribute to the defense of Norway if we end up
That's right. It's Norway. Sorry about that.
War situation or a crisis like that. And this must be seen in connection with.
This is a full 3 months of food without needing any refrigeration or special storage. And you're looking.
What Russia is doing at the moment. Or it's being used. Russia's activity is being used as an excuse to activate this old, and I believe it was a dormant law. It actually says in the Norwegian law that the army or the state can take your car and your house in a war situation or something like that. I didn't know about that law, and apparently it was one of those many laws or many paragraphs in the Norwegian law that is not utilized anymore. And there are actually a lot of these very old laws, that paragraphs in the laws that makes no sense anymore, but they're still in the law. But anyway, the problem here is, of course, that if
I'll stop sharing that one because that is Norway. I was gonna watch it with you. I haven't seen that one yet. That was a new one. But if you don't have them, I'll drop the link.
Well, whatever's happening in one country is going to come to this one too, sooner or later.
Exactly. That's the way I see it. If not the next year, the year after, it's eventually. Yep.
No, you're on the right channel.
Right? A couple people know him. That's what's up. So, anyone want to add anything else? That's all I've got. What's going on, Darlene? What's popping over there?
Nothing.
Wow.
What do you hear popping?
None.
Oh,
I was just being funny.
oh, yeah, let me see what's popping. Nothing.
Yeah.
But it might be pretty soon.
Think so?
Yep.
Hmm. All right. Flickham says Bjorn is one awake mofo. Yes, I agree. Hmm. Wow. I see. Anyone want to come up? Want to come up, Flickham?
Come on up, Blinky, Blinky, Blinky. Yep, too quiet, if you ask me. Something is wrong somewhere.
Brian's bashful.
Aw, come on up.
9 asleep.
Bash. I'm grumpy.
Well, a lot of times I go in channels too. I don't chat. I'll just turn it on if I'm busy, and I'll listen while I'm doing something, you know.
Yeah, I'll just say hello and just do my thing. Like right now, I'm running Sasquatch's live.
Okay.
I haven't even said hello. I'm just running it.
Tell them what's up. What's up?
What's up?
7 asleep. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they're asleep, they're not in here. There's 11. -1 would be me right now. Oh, now we're back to 12. So, no, there's 11. I just counted me.
Sounds good. Click the link.
Yeah, come up. Come on up. Come on down. Let's make a deal. You're dopey? Okay, if you're dopey, we got bashful. I'm grumpy. What are you? Mr. Truth Seeker 2020. Happy?
Yeah, I'm always
Okay.
pretty much happy. I try to always have a smile. Yep. I don't let none of this bullshit bother me. You know, I don't know. A lot of people can't handle it. I don't know.
I know I try to stay happy and positive and everything else, even if I have to bite my tongue. And
Yeah, exactly. You have to do that. Yep. If you want to have a few family members left or friends.
yeah. Or enemies.
Yep, yep. Gotcha.
Yeah. Like I said, no matter what I do. Foul.
You know that? Did you see the video I put with the beehive?
Yeah, I did. I put a comment on it.
I didn't get
I
to
did.
check. I didn't get to check comments or anything yet. But that fire pit I did, before I put that together, I was looking up fire pits, you know, and they had all those metal rings and this and that, blah 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 stuff. And
I
I
had a
thought,
5-pit ring. I gave it to the neighbor next door.
right. Well, I had one of those cheap metal ones. It was like one of those $200 that lasts a year or two, you know.
Yeah.
But I would look for one for the still because you can't put that on propane all the time, especially when, well, anyway, just make water. So I was gonna make a fire pit, and I came across smokeless fire pit, and all it is actually you leave a gap in between the stones around, so it can draw the oxygen that feeds the fire, and that way you don't have smoke.
Oh.
Yeah, it's something so simple like that. So I just slapped together a circle, and I ordered that. It's a 1/2 inch solid steel grate. That was $230 for that thing. But I had to have something strong because they only had that flimsy crap for throwing burgers on. You know, I needed it to
Don't you
hold.
have any welders in your area that could have built you one cheaper?
Probably. I don't know. I didn't think of it. I just went
See, you
online.
should talk to me.
Yeah, it's crazy. But solid steel.
Are you going to move your whole house before you come up here? Good Lord. Well, he said he's moving.
Everything.
Yeah. He's moving everything. So. Oh, my Lordy.
Yep. Yeah, my greenhouse. Oof. Oh, that wood chipper. I've been chipping the wood and using the ashes, putting it all inside, you know, mixing with the dirt.
Yeah.
Had some chopped up leaves in there too.
Yeah, I've got a little compost going out there.
Mm.
Dry leaves and grass clippings when the bunnies don't eat it all.
Yep.
I need to get into the bunnies and clean out their mess. That would be some good soil in there on the ground. Probably lots of weed too from the alfalfa. You name it.
Right.
And their cages are clean, not like they're using them. They're ready to dig holes and have the babies underground and so on and so forth.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I got some weird rabbits. You know, I put chicken wire down so they wouldn't dig into the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they bit through right to that chicken wire and made themselves a nest underneath the ground. So this spring, I think I'm going to take out most of those cages, give them more room to dig.
Right. That's what they normally do, right? I mean, dig a hole and like Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, that's what they do. They live underground. They'd rather do that than go into their cage because I don't have nobody locked up.
Mm-hmm.
At least if they get out of the yard, they stay home. I mean, out of their yard. They roam around, but they do a lot of damage.
Oh, so they would dig tunnels.
They dig tunnels. They eat everything. They eat the barks of the trees.
Wow.
They ate all my little what are they called? The muga pines. They ate those to the root.
Mm.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage, those bunny rabbits, if they get out in the yard. So they gotta stay in their yard. Yeah, and they'll dig holes throughout the hole to get to the roots and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be digging. They're little boogers.
Yeah, I've seen rabbits around, but I've never had any problem. Well, probably because it was stone. Literally, riverbed. That's gotta be why. Yep.
Oh, that doesn't even phase them. They can go right through. You know how sharp their nails are?
Oh yeah, I guess it's like a woodchuck. 'Cause I've had woodchucks problems with woodchucks. I just keep blocking them until finally it gave up.
That makes things move.
Well, like under my shed, when after I first built my shed, the woodchucks thought, "Hey, this is a good place." So I learned they don't like to live in a wet environment. So what I did was I just kept making sure I hosed it underneath every day to keep it wet.
Yeah.
And they didn't like it. Peace.
Oh, wait until you get a pack rat.
Why?
They'll pack everything off.
Never had that.
They look like a rat, but they're taller. They're really slow moving critters. But they'll pack everything off. Anything that's shiny, you got a shovel that's shiny out there and they can carry it, they'll pack it off.
Hmm.
A baby rabbit nest. Oh my goodness. Yeah, my dad brought me home 3 cottontails. The farmers were burning, and he was out there he was a safety engineer for the state of Idaho Transportation Department. and Mama got completely burned up. They were burning the ditches, and there were 3 baby cottontails. Thank God they weren't burned. So I raised all 3. Then I went all the way up to the mountains with them and let them go there.
Nice.
Little cottontails.
Finally.
Got one.
What?
Got him.
Oh.
All
You got him?
gone. I got him. I
Okay.
reported them. See, I report them. If you report them, they won't come back. But if you just delete them, they'll keep on coming back. Oh, we'll have another one, but not the same one. Boy, it took them a long time.
It's not. I don't see it though. It's not showing me that. Oh, okay. I see. You
It's
reported
still
them.
here in the or chat up here, but it's gone on. If you report them, they just go away.
Peace.
Actually, I subbed to one of them. He's got an interesting channel.
Really?
Yes. It shows you how the hackers get into your computer and stuff.
Interesting. Yeah, Brian got him. I thought so. I was gonna say it's not showing me that he was hidden or anything.
I just report them, get them out of the way.
Oh, I see. Either way, right?
But most of them are porn. Hardcore.
Yeah. I never even go to them because I don't want it. I figure it's not good. You know what I mean? The troll. Because
So
then
what
you
you do? Go ahead.
then it'd be like a recommended thing every time you open it. You know what I mean? You'll have all that crap.
Yep. Because if you block them, you're going to have a whole slew of blocks up there.
Yeah. Ah, if you set your chat to subscribers only. That works.
Did you get an extra subscriber today?
Oh, I don't know.
I didn't pay attention. If he did or didn't. He probably did, so he gets notifications.
Yeah, that'd be one way to tell, huh?
Uh-huh. But I didn't pay attention. Yeah, you should get a notice in your email.
Yeah. There he is.
Subscribers hey, what's going on, y'all?
Hello.
Hello
I'm
and
talking
welcome.
to I'm talking to our YouTube buddies, Bob and Darlene. Mom says, "Hey, y'all."
Hey, Mom.
Hello, Mom.
How you doing tonight?
Did you get an extra subscriber today?
Who, me?
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Where's the echo?
Let me mute.
Echo,
Sorry.
echo.
No, sorry. Hang on. It takes me 2 or 3 times to figure all this stuff out. Okay. What's going on?
Not much.
Nothing much.
I couldn't find my hat. My hair's getting too long to not wear a hat, but my dog saw him with it in his mouth earlier. He must have gone and buried it somewhere. Anyway. Straightened up. Darlene, you make a fine guest on Bob's show. I'll tell you.
Yeah, she's
Well,
awesome.
thank you.
You really do, man.
I think I'm a chattermouth, but it's beside the point.
No. You can hang with pretty much anything without losing your cool. That's important.
Oh, I try.
Yeah, Darren's awesome.
Where
And
is
dropping
my
links, being moderating too.
Dog, what'd you do with my hat, dog?
Finding links. Multitasker.
Yep.
There you go. Backwards got some possums.
Possums?
And positive vibrations.
Don't have no possums.
No. Yeah, I'm assuming it's because my place is so rocky. I don't have all them problems. Never did. I never knew it was so rocky until I dug down. I did a raised garden, plus I dug down and, filled in with some good stuff. Anyway, what's up? What you doing tonight? Chilling?
Pretty much. I was in the other room and Mom's doing her thing, so I came in so she could join in. And just been grieving on your show pretty much tonight, man. Didn't really have any plans and saw that my truth bell lit up. So I figured I'd join in.
Thanks for joining. It's always good to have you up too,
Thank you for having me.
It's not just Darlene. You're good too. I mean, good.
Well,
got lots.
I enjoy it, man. It's good company and good info, and I guess we're all kind of same as I am, sponge for knowledge, that kind of thing.
We all share the knowledge.
Yep, it's got to be shared while we still can, and it's worth it. Like we said, people are. It's slowly starting to sink in. Whether or not it's in time, I don't know, but it is starting. People are starting to slowly wake up. We'll just have to see. Like I say, I think at best we can certainly mitigate. Things can't really stop it. That's just my opinion again, but we could mitigate it. Get some more people. Quit hitting that snooze button. We'll see, man. But it's a pretty good bunch of people, going here, and a couple other channels that are kind of starting to swap members a little bit. You can put on your best face on the internet, man, but you can't fool everybody. For years. I've known y'all for a long time. Most of y'all. Oops.
Yeah. I hear that.
I always learn, you know, something every time. And for
And
me, it's
share
a
your
good.
input.
Oh yeah. Well, it's for me a
And
good day is when I learn something new
yeah.
that I didn't know the day before. Excuse me, whoever I just interrupted.
No, you didn't.
So I still. So you did put that video back up. You said you reposted it.
Yeah.
I gotta see how. I'm gonna have to go to their website, man. I still have to see how the whole flow deal works. But that's pretty hip looking rig there, man. Very well made. It ought to be for that much money, but dang,
It's
that's
not
cool.
for that much money. It's not as well made. It should have been made with like a hardwood
It's
instead
not
of
hardwood.
no, it's a cedar.
Oh, right, yeah. I
You
was like,
know,
wait a minute.
and I was careful putting it together because I mean, if you're not, you could split it very easily. But once it is together, it is solid. But for like I said, for that price, that's outrageous. Because I bought another one, the same shit made out of cedar. Doesn't have all the fancy knobs on it. Instead, it's like made with the wood things that you turn instead, so which is no big deal.
Yeah, I mean,
for $260. But I got the
wow.
real, yeah, I got the real McCoy thinking I was going to build a second one, just use that as my template. But then I'm looking at this other
Right.
one because to buy those frames, they're like $160. So for another 100, I'll have another beehive. So I figured,
Oh yeah, man. I mean, for that, if it's
Wow.
if it's close to that for the money you saved, I mean, you couldn't build it too much cheaper than that yourself.
right.
When you put in time, it probably costs even more. Yeah, that's great.
Then it's 200 for all the equipment. Got the smoker and all the tools you need, the bee catcher and everything you need.
When
Bee
Calico said
feeders.
he wanted to see you and your bees.
Oh yeah, that's
That's hilarious.
really not looking forward to that part of it, but I mean, it is going to be interesting and it might be fun, I guess. I just don't, I'm not looking forward to being stung. I don't like being stung.
I'll be back.
Yeah,
You'll be
I
back.
had my bee suit until a few years ago. Still, I suited up many a time, but then again, a lot of times I really didn't bother. I got used to it, and I didn't get stung that often, but it got to where a mosquito bite was worse. I was more allergic to a mosquito bite than a bee sting. But yeah, I suited up. We got photos around here somewhere I could show you, man. Me and my dad, holding up bees, both of us in the suits. I spent a lot of time
Well,
playing with bees.
I put the link in the description on that video for the real one and the cheaper one, and the site that you can go to and see what else they have. And
really like to see how that works. I'm trying to. I can't even picture. I can't fathom it in my mind, man. Knowing how the traditional frames are constructed, and the fact that you have to decap them before you can get the honey out. But that's just my ignorant self, because I just hadn't seen it how it works yet. It's
no, how this one works is the lower part. Yeah, they build their wax foundations and everything on every frame, and just the honey and everything, plus to make the babies, all that stuff. But the box you put on top of it is the one that has the fake hives where they fill them up with honey and cap them. And that one, you put a tool in it and you turn it, and it actually splits them open just enough in between.
Wow.
The honey comes out.
That's crazy, man.
Then you can close it again, so they'll re-clean it up and everything and do it all over again.
Yep. It's a good way to do it. Very non-intrusive. It really is.
Less bee stings.
Yeah, I think I was mentioned that where you want the brood and honey, where they just lay anything. Then you want to then you have sections that you just want the honey, and that's where you'll put your queen excluder that it allow, I think I might have mentioned it, I can't remember, but it's just got the right size mesh to where the workers can get through, but not the queen. So she can't lay eggs where you just want only honey.
Exactly.
I guess, yeah. It's interesting hobby. Somewhere around here, several years ago, I found a case or two of my dad's honey, and I believe it was from like maybe the mid '80s. And honey never goes bad. You probably have heard that, but it does age. Man, it's wild. It's almost like a wine. It loses some sweetness. It gets a little darker, and the consistency. It loses a little viscosity. It's almost like a consistency of a 10W30 or something, it has this taste. It's amazing. I mean, it really is. But I'll look for it. I got it. It's still, one of the jars still has the ribbon from the Alabama State Fair on it. It was righteous. It was good honey, man. You're gonna love it. You really will. And they'll make it quick, man. After you put them in, you'll have, you should have honey
in just weeks, right?
Just really, literally 2 to 3 weeks.
That's crazy.
And give them a month, 6 weeks, buddy. Well, not even 6 weeks. You can start harvesting as soon as they fill up. You can harvest, and you'll know. That's cool. It's
look in the window.
Good people, beekeepers, good people. That from the ones around here from years of experience meeting them. Real good folks.
This thing has little compartments where you can open it up, and it has a window. It shows you when the things are full. Plus, it has side views. You can watch the bees capping the things.
That's very cool. If you left that open, they'd seal it off where you couldn't look in.
Probably, yeah.
That's why they had the door to begin with. If they just put a window there, the bees like, they'd seal it off. So that's very cool. That's very cool, man. That could be an educational tool, because, man, young people have lost so much touch with what's what about anything in this world, but they don't know about bees and how important they are, man. And anything you could do to, keep that thing going.
Yep.
Would be fantastic. And that's they've had little, demo hives like that, normal hives with a little slide out deal you can look in, to show kids and whatnot. It's a very valuable, and then, beekeepers, man, big time guys, as it's not just about honey. Half of their business or more is trucking their hives around to pollinate, to farms and stuff. Where a lot of their business comes in.
Yeah, but it's best to buy local bees. That way they're used to your climate.
That's true. Yeah.
They ship them all across.
Well, they don't necessarily take them too far, anywhere from, 10 miles to maybe 100 or so. But yeah, I mean, if you can do local, absolutely, always. Just like every generation of crops that you plant acclimates a little better than the previous year. Yeah, exactly.
Well, if I have any questions, I know who to ask.
Man, I just had a lot of experience. My dad was, I did learn.
I have none.
Well, I mean, if there's anything I know that I could share, I would.
Yeah, I know.
It was just so much fun. A lot of work. The honey was just fantastic. It's like having what was that show that used to come on, Wild Kingdom, in my backyard. go out. I just go out just to watch them all the time. I never, I just take the top off and instead of smoking them with it, instead of going, we had the smoker put pine straw in it usually, but instead of going through all that trouble lighting it up, I'd save my shake, twist up a big fatty, and just go and shotgun them a little bit, and then just open the top and just watch them, do their thing, do the dance and all that business. And the interesting thing is when you smoke the bees, a lot of people think that the smoke like tranquilizes them, but it really just makes them think that there's a fire nearby. So they collect on the comb itself, especially where the larvae are, to protect them. It's not I used to think,
Yeah, they say they think the hive is on fire, and they run to collect as much honey as they can.
And they're not going to sting you, man. They're not going to waste time stinging you, if they think there's a fire. So that's what the smoke deal does. So I would smoke half of it, a few little shotguns into the little hive deal, and they never bothered me, man. I didn't need to put the suit on, but I just watched them. It was unreal.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I mean, I just, I'm a nature boy, but I had it right in my backyard, man. And just to see him do all the little dances and then the bees would take off, it's crazy. It's cool. Darlene, I should have a beehive. I'd like to see Darlene in a bee suit. No, I'm just kidding. Who said that?
No.
That calico that cracked me up.
My bees will probably be eating from my hands.
They would.
Sleeping in the winter in the living room. I know me.
There's no bee that would have the heart to ever sting you. You would. You'd never need.
In all my life, I've got stung twice by a bee, and that's because I stepped on them. I didn't see them.
Was it a bee, or could it have been a wasp, or a
no bees?
It was a bee.
Bees. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I cried.
Hey, Bob, you may.
I didn't cry because I got stung. I cried because I killed the bee.
See, that's what I'm saying, Darlene. You're so sweet. Hardly a bee would ever sting you, man. Because that's how I would be. Just like, believe it or not, just like that. And but oh my goodness. But what I was going to say, if the bee, they'll leave their stinger in you, and it'll keep pumping out, right? So never just grab it and pull it out, because if you do that, you're going to squeeze those little venom sacs and inject all the rest of it in. So you get a knife blade or even a credit card and slide it out parallel. That's very important.
I never did that. I just grabbed it and pulled it out.
No, but you see what I'm saying? Because it leaves the little venom sacs, and it keeps pumping. And if you just pull it out, it just squeezes it all in there, man. So just get something and scrape parallel to your skin, like a knife or a credit card. It's very important that if you're allergic, like I said, it makes a huge difference. Scrape it out from the side. If you pinch it and pull it out, you'll just squirt all that venom in. Anyway.
Yeah, I just had the very good luck of having a bee not lose its stinger, like get caught in my collar and get me like a dozen times. You know what I mean?
But it's good for you.
Yeah.
Well,
and you're talking thousands. You mean? I know.
You know that the people that have that muscle thing there. I had a neighbor down the street. She got every week one bee to sting her.
Wow.
That's right.
And she could walk better for at least a week.
That's awesome.
People do that for arthritis too. They get stung on purpose. Absolutely. And there's research, they studied that, man. So it's a real deal.
Yep.
Check out these people are crazy. They just reach their hand right into these bees, and they'll take handfuls of them, looking for the queen bee. No, and they'll throw it down into a
Yeah.
Wow, have I seen that? I'm not going anywhere near it.
What about
You know what I'm
those
saying?
people? They put the queen around their neck and just make bee beards, and there's just thousands of them crawling. I mean,
Yeah, you're right.
now I get
But
it.
they won't sting you.
They won't sting them. Not a one. You're right. Not a one of them.
No,
will
they
sting
won't.
them. I don't. I mean, personally, I don't think I would do that, and I'm pretty. I do stuff like that. But I don't know if I'd ever do that. But they wouldn't sting you.
Check this out.
Look at here. We got us a monster. We got us a good 5-pound swarm right here. And this time I remembered a hive tool on the queen cage. So I don't have to go run back to the truck to get it. But here's what's really interesting. I'm actually on top of my truck. Yeah, we're gonna shake a swarm off the top of my truck and hopefully get them in that box. But here's the joy of it. We're gonna get them dropped down right about here. Hopefully we'll get a real good march that you guys get to watch. And if I'm really, really lucky in that big old pile of bees, I'll get lucky enough to find that queen.
The queen's in there.
Test their temperament though.
Yeah, she's in the middle.
The mood they're in.
That's why they're swarming. They got a queen with them.
Come on, girls.
Swarm.
Nope. No way.
Ain't too bad. Go ahead and let a couple of them down there. But knock on wood, maybe they'll just march right in. You guys will enjoy that. Let me readjust this box a little bit so we can get some better light. Look at this right here. Look at that right there. Right there.
Be better off with
right
smoke.
Yeah, just picks the queen up.
Yep, almost got stung. Look at that. There's my queen. Ain't even shook it and got my queen. Hang on. I know y'all want to see this. I only got one hand. Man, I'm sorry you're getting blacked out, but hey, look at that. Boom. Caught the queen already, and there's man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Man, oh man. I cannot believe that. Now watch this. Here we go. All right. Sorry for all the shaky. Man, when you ain't got all your camera equipment, you get a phone call for a swarm. You got to shake them. Let's go ahead now. We ain't got a choice but to enjoy the march. I just hope that, I hope they're not going to be mad at me. And I hope they're not going to be mad at me. You ready? 1, 2, 3.
No way.
Holy cow. Oh, waterfall of bees going over there.
Now I can picture myself covered in bees. If I did that.
That's how it works.
Oh, they're pissed.
Yeah, I would be pissed too.
Ooh. Dang. That creates for a shaky video.
But they all march right in.
Hang on.
Crazy.
Yeah, they do. They will. They're looking for a home. That's why they swarmed it in the first place.
There we go.
Yep.
Man, I got to get a phone that's got stabilization. All right. We got past that part. Let's go back over here. Check this out.
That's crazy, man.
Oh, there's the march.
I've done it
look at all these bees.
many times.
Oh,
Not
my
like
goodness.
dumping
Look
them
at all
out
these
like that, but dumping them into a box. They just fall right in.
Yeah.
So
Did
far,
he get
I've
some
done
drones?
no smoke, no soup.
Huh?
Did he get some
No, you're not
drones
allowed
with
to call
him?
me an idiot. Only I am.
Yeah, just
Check it
like
out.
that.
Can you hear them?
Workers,
I know you can hear them. They're loud.
Queen, everything.
The whole
Oh,
colony.
beautiful.
Yep.
Split.
50,000 bees. That's what I'm calling it. 50,000 bees don't
That's
flying
about
in my
right.
beehive. Now,
That's
what's really
about-
crazy is now
that
see
looks
some
like
of them are
about
going to go back up there.
50,
They don't know.
maybe 40,000.
They weren't
I don't
supposed
know
to
if
come
it's
down
50.
here. All right.
A lot of
And check
bees.
it out in the air. We got bees everywhere. Oh, I love this stuff. I love it.
These
But
hives will hold 60,000 bees.
this is the coolest part. Watching them. I mean, even these guys back here know, hey, we got to get in that box, man, because everything in this area smells like lemongrass oil. All lemony. They got their little tushies up in the air saying, hey, everybody gather down here. Come on.
Yep.
Oh, let's look off the side of the truck, see what we got.
That's it,
Yeah, we
brother.
got bees off the side of the truck. Oh, we got bees down there.
called
That's all right.
fan.
They'll get airborne in a minute. They'll come back
fan
up
their
here.
butts.
They'll come up to this hive or this cluster of bees. And here's what's really cool is I don't have to reshake them unless I get in a hurry and I got to get going out of here. But we're going to be here for a little bit, checking on something else. And all those girls up there will actually realize they don't have their queen. And all these guys down here are fanning, telling the rest of them, hey, come on down here. And that cluster will break, and they will get up in here in the hut or in the box with the rest of them.
I don't know why they don't use smoke. It would be easier.
Ain't that cool? Ain't that cool?
They're already kind of docile at that point because they're looking for a new home. That's their main objective. They're not really interested in defending. They don't have anything to defend right now until they move in. So they're kind of in, see what
kind of lost, homeless.
Exactly. Well, I mean, what they do is when a hive gets too big, whether it's in the wild or in somebody's apiary or whatever it is, they'll raise a new queen. They'll have two queens for a short period of time, and when the new one is mature and they know she's cool, then the old queen will take off with the swarm. About half the colony will leave, and they'll just like that landing wherever.
Right.
And their whole objective is to find a new home. So they're totally happy with that beehive you put right there. That's exactly what they're looking for, man.
Is that big enough for all these bees?
Yeah. For the time being, now they'll, you'll want to add to it, but all those guys can fit in there. Yeah. And they will.
They'll be making a lot of babies.
Yeah, they
Queen
will.
lays like one every 10 seconds.
Something like that. That's right. Yeah, that's true. They will raise plenty more. They'll either, swarm and get that. That's why you keep it, adding, supers to your hives,
right?
Because you don't want them to swarm, because that way you lose half of your colony.
If you had multiple beehives, you just keep adding and adding and adding. Wow.
Right.
Every beehive. Poof.
Now, if you got a swarm of bees in your house and you call somebody to come get them, chances are it's going to be a beekeeper and he's going to keep them, but he's going to charge you money. But my dad never charged a penny. He figured that.
No, I had a swarm of bees like that. It was about that size, and I called the beekeeper down in it's about 30 miles from here. And he came out. He didn't charge me. He was happy.
Well, that's
he
cool.
got more bees.
Not all of them do, but if they do charge you, it's not cheap. Well, some beekeepers are like my dad. They're just good people, and they do it to get a free hive of bees, and But it's look at they're all just like a clown car, man. They'll all fit in there. Tell you what, they're almost in now.
Yeah, he asked me how big it is. I told him it's pretty big.
Yep.
So he brought a big house.
I never had anything like that either.
Well, I've done it. I have done it. Not dropping them out onto a table. I think he was just hopefully trying to demonstrate how they go to the hive. I don't know, but we would just dump them into a empty hive box for the most part. They could.
Well, that's how you should do it.
Right, and they could smell that bees had been there before. They knew, man. That's exactly what they were looking for, man. It's a new home, so they were perfectly happy. They won't think about stinging you. When you get them in the car and they're flying around, that's a little bit of a different story. They kind of, I've been stung, believe me, but like I said, I just got used to it after a while. Now, you don't want to get stung, man, by more than one or two at a time. That's a different story, even if you're not allergic. But unless you get, like Africanized bees take over or something like that, that chances are pretty slim.
You're supposed to be friendly bees.
Right. And Well, one thing is that once they do sting, it puts out a hormone that lets them know that something's going on. So the potential to get stung multiple times, true, it exists, because they do know that. But they're, for the most part, they'd rather not sting you, man, because that's it for them. They get one, well, every now and then, like, they can, but for the most part, if a bee really commits to stinging you, he's going to die because his stinger comes out and they don't grow a new one, So they're not going to sting. That's the last resort for a honeybee. Now, for a wasp or anything something that doesn't lose their stinger, that's the first thing they're going to do, but not a honeybee. They're fairly peaceful.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Yes, it is good. It's but yeah, I'd suit up, man, just till you get used to it. And I'll tell you what, buddy, they can find their way through the tiniest crack you can imagine. You'll seal the bottom of your pants and tuck them into your gloves. You'll do all that just to make sure. But after a while,
Yeah.
But you'll see them, you'll see them do the dance, and you'll see what direction. And I've even followed them through the woods and found natural beehives in trees just by following bees. It's amazing. You'll enjoy it, man.
Yeah, they'll get to know you. You'll be their daddy.
That's right.
Yeah, they smell you, believe me.
Mm-hmm. Beekeeper Bob.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
My dad spent a lot of time. He wore his bee suit every time he messed with them, I would say. Pretty much. Unless he was just going out to open it up and check, but
right.
I tended not to wear mine, unless we were transporting a bunch, just to go out and mess with them a little bit. I just didn't care if I got stung, and it was pretty rare. But I think Dad pretty much always suited up.
Yeah, if I'm opening the box, definitely gonna suit up. But if it's just...
yeah, sure. Well, like I said, at least till you get used to it.
Yeah.
I mean, used to knowing, how they behave, because they will sting you, man. Don't get me wrong. And some people, that's not a good thing if you're allergic. But luckily, I was not. It hurts at first, but after 40 or 50, it's like nothing.
See, he's using smoke.
Yeah, he smoked them. Check him out.
It's just to
get the queen a little bit.
You can.
Check
it doesn't
out.
hurt.
All right.
Look at that.
Chill
Wow.
out, son.
No way.
A lot of people wouldn't do that right there, man.
No way.
Oh yeah.
And what I'm doing here is I'm hoping,
look at that.
really, really hoping that these guys will start fanning to the rest of them and tell them, hey, check it out. Now watch. They're going to start sticking their butts up in the air.
Yep. What they
They're
do.
going to start fanning. They're going to start telling
communication.
them, hey. All right, but hey, check this out. Now they're chilling out.
Wow.
Let's see if we can get some more.
I never did that.
That I wouldn't do because you don't know how much pressure is up, how much more is underneath there. At least it would work glove.
One of these little handfuls.
The problem, if you crush them, then you're going to get
have queen in it.
If you crush one accidentally, then they're going to go for you. So see it. I mean,
because one's going to scream help, and all of the rest are going to come and get you.
That's right, Darlene.
I had to guess. She's right in here.
Yep.
Darlene, you would be the queen bee. I know that much.
Let's see what we got right here.
That's crazy, man.
Oh yeah, they communicate quite well to each other.
They sure do. It's a very well-organized society.
That's the queen trap I got. That metal thing.
Right.
Nice. See, they're just as laid back as Christmas
The
turkeys.
excluder.
Excluder.
Laid back as Christmas turkey. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Got me one.
I
Got
guess
me one.
Oh, that's funny. Laid back as Christmas. Oh, that's hilarious.
Christmas turkey. That's what he said.
That is hilarious.
Magnolia
Here he
tree.
goes.
I think.
He's gonna shake the tree.
God,
I think
made
she's
it through
back there
Thanksgiving. That's
I really
killer.
do.
Yeah, it's a
See what we
magnolia.
can do if we shake this down.
Yeah, boom.
Now, the fact that they're fanning good and that smell's going to get out there, they're going to start working their way down into this box.
Yes,
We
they
still got
are.
to find that queen.
That's
Gotta
the
get her
pheromones.
caged.
There's always going to be
Let's
a
see what we
queen,
got
Bubba.
right here.
Always.
Mm.
There'll always be a queen in a swarm. That's the whole point. That's
And
the
if there's
whole
no
point.
queen, they're gonna die anyway. So
That's right.
Right there. Nope.
We got a queen, they
Right
wouldn't
there.
even be
Check this out.
swarming.
Check these out. See if that queen decides to pop up anywhere.
She's
And
in
they
there,
make,
bro.
they make
Look,
like
they're
5
marching
queens, and all the queens got to fight
Yeah,
amongst
baby,
each
they're
other,
marching
and the
down.
survivor ends up being the queen.
How's that for cool?
yep.
Look at that.
That's true.
See, they're already figuring out that's home. Now, the smell of the comb, as well as the fanning of those bees, you kind of see that the bees are flapping their wings. That's
Yeah, I'll shut him down. But yeah, he just
Man,
shakes
that's
that tree,
wild. And Bob, have you heard the story about what happens when the new queen is ready to mate? Do you know that story? The queen will fly directly for the sun, and all the drone bees, that's their one mission in life, to fertilize the queen. And the queen flies toward the sun, and whatever drone is the last one to hang to make it is the one that mates with her. Isn't that a trip?
Really?
Yeah.
Really, when it's funny because they say
Well, it's the
drones.
strongest will survive.
There you have
She
it.
doesn't want no weak babies.
Exactly. They want to pass the best, but that's true. Look it up. But it's funny because when they use the word drone is like a robot drone to do some work. The drone bees, the proper term would be worker, because the drone bees, they're freeloaders all their life. And then when the queen gets fertilized, they're no longer needed. They get kicked out coldly and cruelly, and that's it. They're done. They don't,
they kill them.
They get fed, and they, the whole time they don't have to lift a leg, and they get taken care of. But then when it's all over, they're toast. So anyway, it's funny they would call something that does work a drone, but I get it, But anyway,
I don't get it. I never could figure out.
Yeah.
Well, because the drones don't do a thing, man. But they do. That's cool, man. She'll fly.
What do you mean they don't do a thing? They screw the whole day long.
Well, one of them,
Freeload. They got the life.
Yeah, free living.
One of them, man, that's crazy. But I got to see. Well, I didn't get to see a bee fly to the sun, but I got to see about all the other stuff that goes on, all the little dances, and got to see them defend the hive. And in the summertime, they'll cool the hive. They'll get in they'll all
with their wings.
Exactly. And then in the winter, they'll all bundle together, and then they'll rotate. So that they don't. The colder bees get to go to the middle for a while. But whatever they do, obviously they'll keep the queen and the honey, the queen safe first. But anytime you see a swarm, you're going to see a queen. There ain't no looking for it. She's going to be there, because otherwise they wouldn't swarm to begin with.
So if they're making queens and getting ready to swarm, and you just want to add a super to it, you're gonna have to kill off all the queens yourself.
Yeah, actually, if they do start making, if it gets to that point, now you can let them sort it out. But yeah, a lot of times you want to go in there and kill the extra ones. But if you put the supers on in time, they shouldn't ever do that.
Right.
You know.
Okay.
So
if you notice that they're making queens, that's what you'd have to do, right?
It pretty much, it depends because, like if the queen's been there for a couple of years, she's going to be dead pretty soon anyway. So,
Well, the
it
queens
might be
go for
just
like 5 years.
a natural 5 years. Is that right? I couldn't remember.
Yeah. I mean, it
So
can go.
you just, I guess you just have to get a feel for, look at that, see if they're making queens, and then see if the hive just seems to be growing too much. You can kind of tell, but yeah, and the queen cells look different from the normal honey and worker cells. They're a little different, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure you can tell where those eggs have been laid.
I've seen where they took that whole tray and just put it into another super for another beehive. But if you put it into the same beehive, then I'm thinking you'd have to kill off those queens.
Yeah, I'd have to refresh my memory on that, to be honest. I would, I can't remember. I just have, it's been so long since I've had that. We had that situation. It never did come up too often in our experience, but I know it did happen. I know what you're talking about. I just can't remember what you do. But just if they we did have, some swarms leave, and they just took care of it themselves pretty much, as far as whatever queens were left over. They will fight, if there's more than one that emerge at about the same time and the same, strength level or whatever, they will fight. But the old queen will go with the swarm, and that's the deal. And then they'll find a place to start a new hive. But if you just stay ahead of it, and you'll get a feel for how much, how big they get. And if you just stay ahead of it, keep adding supers as long as you feel like doing it,
Right. This year I'm not gonna bother with supers. I'm gonna see how it goes with just the way it is.
Oh yeah, you don't necessarily ever have, but it just on a larger scale for sure. That's
right.
cool.
I don't
man.
want to get too big. Just want to keep it
small,
private.
But now that
commercial.
But that system, you can easily stack another unit on though, right? If you wanted to.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you might be surprised, man. You might be stacking one before you know, because they will multiply at a pretty heavy rate. I don't know how big it is on the inside. I have to look again.
It's the same size, I guess, as the Langstroth or whatever it's called. The original.
Yeah. We, our hives probably had an average of, I don't know, 4 or 5 or 6 supers, and that was, that was
Oh,
plenty.
you're talking like the smaller supers, not the big ones, right?
Yeah. The smaller ones just for the honey.
Right.
What is he doing?
I've done that without getting stung.
Yeah, but he took the queen out and put her in a little plastic thing. I don't know what the heck he's doing.
Okay, well, he's given the bees time to get used to her scent, and vice versa. Because if you introduce a new queen right off, they'll just kill her.
You see that cap right there?
Yeah, that's where he put the queen.
Right. You take the cork off one end, and then there's a sugar cube there, and
Right.
the bees, they'll have
Right.
to eat through it to let the queen out. And by that time,
Oh.
they'll be established.
Yep, that's right.
That's how I
It
got to
takes
start mine. I got to
Yeah,
dump,
they have
like you
to.
said, I'm going to have to dump them out of the box into the thing after I put the queen in.
Yeah.
I got the queen. It's going to be in the cage, and I got it marked. So I
Yeah.
got it easily.
I would definitely suit up there, bud. But yeah,
Absolutely.
put your girl in first, and then they should go in without too much trouble. But yeah,
Oh,
you can't.
now
Huh?
I've seen some people put the queen in on the top and pinch it in between the tray, and I've heard that it's better to put it in the bottom and put it in between the trays.
Yeah, it depends, I guess.
Or he put the queen somewhere in the middle because that's pretty long.
Yeah.
Whatever you had.
But it just takes a minute for them to get used to each other's scent, because chances are, there's guys that I forget how you do it exactly, but you can raise nothing but queen eggs. You can get, there's like some of the bee breeders, that sell bees, they raise queens. I
Right.
forget how they do it. It's real interesting, but that's all they do is lay eggs that become queens, and then they separate them and sell them. That's
See,
pretty
that didn't
interesting.
make sense to me though. You can just add a queen to a hive because I see you can get just a queen.
Now, what say you can add it to a hive or what now?
Yeah, you can buy a queen and just add it to a hive, and it'll
Right.
accept it. I don't know.
Well, if it's we always heard that it takes, I don't know, however long on average it takes for them to chew through that sugar plug
4
to get
days.
used to her scent, because they can think it's an invading queen. I don't really know if they come from different places, like if the brood comes from one location and the queen comes from another. That's just always what I heard, that they need to get used to each other for, a minute,
That's weird.
because I don't know, but I just always heard that's the reason they put that sugar, because it takes a little while for them to chew through it. By that time, they're used to it. But all
Sounds like a great idea.
yeah, it does make sense if you think about it. Like a queen, getting invaded or something. But you can, all that you can find about all that stuff. It's everywhere on the web and on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I've got a list, or I still have to watch. Just the whole courses of beekeeping.
Yeah.
Well, you put the bees in the box and you go, adios. I'll see you when it's harvest time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can do it that way. They're they're fairly self-maintaining. If they've been doing it a long time before we got involved with them. But
You don't have any trouble with mites?
They get mites too.
Yeah.
They honestly, they didn't really. They existed, and we had a little bit of trouble. And there was also another thing where they get sort of like diarrhea, but it never was a big issue. But see, it didn't really get big until a couple of years after we got out of it. It didn't really get widespread, but yeah, it did exist, man. Of course, by now there's a whole, slew of different parasites and whatnot, fungus,
of course,
that affect bees that that weren't even in existence back then. But yeah, there were mites. A healthy colony, it's like the same as a healthy body, man. It fights off the bad shit, and
True. That's true.
That's kind of an illustration of how it works. So we didn't ever like I said, just spotty little, little tiny little problems that kind of solve themselves. Like I get a sniffle during the winter. I don't catch a cold to save my life. But that's just fighting it off, And so it's kind of the same way with a good, healthy hive.
So did you ever have to feed the bees, or they had enough?
Yes, we did, especially at first. You're going to want to feed them sugar water until they figure out where the nectar is. Or at least generally that's how it works. And then supplemental, Bob, like yes, in the winter you might feed them, when the nectar goes dry.
Right.
There's times, but mainly right at first. Because a healthy hive should have more than enough honey, even if you harvest some, to get through the winter. That's their whole deal. Enough to get through the winter. Now you can, obviously keep an eye on that, but yeah, you want to feed them some sugar water right at the beginning for the most part when you first get them. I'm sure they'll let you know, but unless there's just bang, tons of ready made, because it's going to take them a little while to find it.
Hmm.
And it was just, use good sugar, man, organic sugar if you want. But it's just like, I think it's basically what you would do for hummingbirds, just plain sugar water. Maybe a pinch of salt. Oh, and they like to have a little salt lick, just like cattle and most other animals, deer. They like to have a little bit of salt. People would,
everything needs salt.
That's right. I need salt. But we would take the old timers would take corn cob and soak them in water and then roll them in salt and just put them near the hive. They'll find it.
Hmm.
So it's good. I'd give them a little splurge and give them some pink Himalayan if it were me. But
oh, absolutely.
There you go. Salt ain't just salt, buddy. You don't want to use that crappy by Morton. Come on, man. That's got more chemicals than you know what to do with.
Yeah.
Pink Himalayan's actually really, 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 really good for you. The minerals it has.
84 minerals.
There you go, buddy. And but anyway, yeah, give them a little salt, man. Just soak something, or just get some bigger, large grain crystals.
I even give all my plants the Himalayan salt.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Oh, I give my dog a little bit. He loves it, man.
Instead of Epsom salt, I use the pink Himalayan salt.
Yep. Interesting.
All those minerals that plant can absorb up that the soil doesn't have.
Oh, that's true.
Yep.
That's how you're supposed to take it. We're not supposed to put that salt on our food and eat it raw, the raw material. We're supposed to eat it through a plant, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I gotta have salt.
Yeah,
I hear you. I do too. I still use it.
I'm a salt guy, man. Big time.
I just believe that's where it's supposed to go, though. So you put the salt in the soil so the plant can use it, because the plant thrives on it.
Well, I'm going to start adding a little bit then. I just watered my plants today, but that makes sense, man, because I have used Epsom salt. I know it doesn't have quite as much sodium, I don't think, but yeah, man, not obviously too much. I mean, I use filtered water just because I don't want the chlorine and all the mineral salts, but that's the bad shit, because that'll build up in the soil eventually, if you just water your plants with tap water all the time. But yeah, man, that makes sense. I do use minerals and this and that on them, so. But everything needs salt. You're right, Darlene. Everything needs salt, man.
I don't care if you're the smallest itsy bitsy critter, you need salt.
Well, it's one of the big. We're like a battery. We're batteries. We're electrical beings. And batteries have to have a little salt to run on. Period. And so you're right.
If you have a bee that falls into the water and drowns,
Yes.
Take you salt and salt the dickens out of it. Lay it in salt and it'll come back alive.
You know what, Darlene? I might not believe anybody else tell me that. I believe you might be right, though. Is that something
Try
you've
it.
heard of? That's incredible.
No, I've saved a couple of bees that fell into my fountain.
That's incredible. I've only saved a couple of cell phones that way. I never thought to try to save a.
You can do it with flies too.
No, I mean, hey, it makes perfect
but
sense.
as soon as they start moving, take it out of the salt because after a while it'll burn them.
You are a piece of work, Darlene. But I would honestly, I can see that it would draw the salt. You know.
Yeah, it draws the water out.
Wow. Yeah. Only Darlene could fill me in with that information. That's incredible, man. I'm telling you right now, I'll never forget that as long as I live. Yeah, I promise you.
Bee lives matter.
Exactly, there, Bob. They do matter. Salt lives matter too. Yeah, but that's incredible.
Yep.
You know what?
It works.
I got to tell, Mom. Darlene just told me that if you find a drowned honeybee, you can put it in salt, and the salt will draw the water out, and the bee will come back to life.
Oh, my word.
Did you hear that, Darlene?
She said, "Oh, my world."
Yes, that's what she did.
That's amazing.
That's crazy cool.
Yeah.
It
works.
I believe it. I mean,
works on flies, bees, wasps, anything that has wings.
So it doesn't work on people, though, right?
No, well, you can try it, but I don't know about that.
Yeah. Well, take a lot of salt, I guess. That's
Maybe
crazy.
a good
man.
electric shock might do it.
Because I've seen some drowned insects, and I'm gonna tell you right now, believe it or not, it bummed me out. You know, especially bees, honeybees. Like, dang.
Yeah.
If I could have gotten to them a little sooner, you know, I could have dug them out.
Next time you find one, just grab it and
believe it. And I'm gonna give it
cover
a
it completely. Put some salt down, lay it on the salt, and then cover it completely with salt.
That's exactly what I'll do, and I won't.
And as soon as it starts moving it, removing it from the salt, because otherwise it starts burning their wings and stuff.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll give them the best salt money can buy, and that's intense, man. I love it.
But make sure you got fine salt. If you have to, grate a little bit down.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. But it's certainly theoretically, I've absolutely, no reason it shouldn't work, man.
It works.
Especially on an insect.
Now, if they're laying there 2 or 3 days in the water, I'm not going to guarantee it. But
they don't go into, they don't suffer like brain damage like, as quickly as we do. So,
it'll take them a while to recuperate,
Right. They can hang out in suspended animation for a while. That's so Darlene.
Set them in the sun so they can dry, or bring them in the house so they're warm, whichever, but it's still cold outside.
Well, like I said, I always learn something in Bob's chats, and tonight I just learned something I didn't ever know. So thank you, Darlene.
You're welcome.
It's
like if you find little dried out toads and so on and so forth, just put it back in the water.
And then if that doesn't work,
most of the time it works.
Well, if you give them little tiny bee CPR, if that doesn't work.
If you want to. Give them mouth to mouth. I did it for a little boy.
I'll bet you did.
Yeah,
I would. I'd save somebody. I've never had to do it, but I'd jump in there, man.
You're taking advice from someone that can make a broom stand.
That's true. Holy Toledo, man. I was thinking about that. Again, like, okay, well, That's got me a little perplexed, I have to say, darling.
Try it.
I'm almost afraid to. But
why?
I've got a broom, Darlene, like that with plastic bristles, and I swear to you, I think it may be moving on its own because somehow, you know how like it'll rotate, you know, like if you push the thing down, it'll kind of twist a little bit. Well, it did that, but it was locked. I tried it. I literally went hulked out on it and I couldn't move it. And I was just like, well, I guess this broom, I'll just have to use it all cockeyed or throw it away. It's just a cheap broom.
You got a
Then
Swiffer.
I came back and it was perfectly locked back into position. Now that's not what but that flipped me out. I got to say, it really did flip me out. So I don't know what's going on with those damn brooms. I thought about that, man.
I told you it's the Earth magnetic force.
For a wooden, oh my God, okay. That's crazy, man. No, seriously, it had me a little what's the word? Bamboozled just slightly.
Is
Whatever.
anybody sub to what's his name? Jeffrey. He did a special video for me about his broom standing up.
Well, here I am, literally shaking my head. So you got me. You want to come up here, Dougie? You want to come up, Dougie? Come on, you got to jump, buddy. Jump, 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 Dougie.
Yeah, he was laughing at me. So he says, "Well, how do you feel when this happens?" I said, "Well, before it happens, it feels like my whole body is being crushed. You know, like pulled down. Then I know my broom is going to stand up. It's like a force. You know, some people get ringing of the ears.
Mm-hmm.
Or they get massive headaches.
Oh, my God.
And stuff like that. I mean, it's strange.
Like some people know when a storm's rolling in because their trick knee adds up, but Darlene knows that the Earth's magnet because she knows her broom's going
right. See, I'm always barefooted. Winter and summer. I hate shoes.
Darlene, well, I would stick my bare foot up to the screen right now, but I'm not going to do it. I'm barefoot 24/7, sister.
Yep, that's me. And you should feel it too.
I don't always go outside to walk my dog barefoot, but every bit of the day, other than that, I am. Because there's too much funk, you know, to step in. It's just not worth it. But yeah, I'm barefoot right this minute, man. Sure enough, I am. I was going to stick my goofy foot up there, but I won't do that to you. But I'm barefoot. My face is goofy looking enough as it is. I don't need to stick my foot up there. But yeah, man, it's better for your body, you know. That's how we were meant to walk, and you know, so all these shoes with arch supports and all that stuff, not good for you, man. It's really not. Ask your cat, Bob. Your cat don't wear no shoes. He'll tell you.
They got us good, man. Everything.
And plus, when you walk outside, you can absorb negative ions from the earth, man. Grounding, you know. You can't do that with shoes on.
No, you can't.
Get some water. I'll be right back in just a sec. Y'all.
You know anything about sun gazing?
Sun gazing?
Mm-hmm.
What are we going to gaze?
Well, it's what people used to do. You sun gaze. When our sun was yellow, you actually look into the sun, and that you absorb energy right straight from the sun that way. That's how you can go periods without eating by just taking the energy straight from the sun.
I'm going to drop you the link of Jeffrey Moore. He made that one just for me.
Okay.
It's really short.
Okay.
Hope it's the right link.
Captured a broom.
Yep. I guess he's a janitor at that school.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, try it. Because he was laughing at me.
So you're serious about this?
I'm dead serious.
Wow. Here we go.
So I'm not the only one here. Now remember, he's taller than I am, so he's got a better view of his broom. I know. Blink, blink might want to see it too. See? And this is a very slick floor, you know, the school floor how they are.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm serious about it.
All right.
Everybody said, well, you glued the... No, I didn't glue no broom down.
I think Blickham went to try it. Didn't you, Blickham?
No, it stood up today, too.
Does it do it every day?
No, not every day. It all depends on the Sherman, the earth, how it, you know, moves.
And what do you do?
I don't know what it is, electronic vibrations or... But some people, when you talk to them, they say their ears are ringing, massive headaches.
Always ringing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or their body's being pulled. Mine is my body. It's not so much the ear ringing or a headache. If I get mad, well, I've got migraines anyway, but when I get a migraine headache really bad, then nothing works for me.
Yeah, I don't get headaches.
What do you do? Disappear? Yeah, that's because I'm a witch. See, brooms stand up, and I'm miles away. He's in New York, by the way.
So do you have to spend time to get it to stand, or do you just
No,
put it there?
just stick it somewhere. Let go of it. If it stands, it stands. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
So you just stick it there and it'll stand. Wow.
Yep. Sometimes it does. Yeah.
Wow. Does it matter where you do it or anywhere?
Like I set it on the coffee table the last time, right? I didn't think it's going to stick up there. It's glass. The bottom is plastic. It's not plastic. It's what you call it.
Interesting.
And then it's standing on, so it's completely, what do you call it, grounded. And it stood up there, so on top of the glass. So I was like, okay. First time I tried to put it on top of the glass. And it just stood there.
And it stands there not even balanced, right? Not like it's straight up and down. It's
well, if you look at my broom handle is not straight. It's in an angle.
Right. That's crazy.
So it should flop over.
Yeah.
Okay, got a video for you to watch. Okay, now watch. This is not my broom, mind you. This broom is in New York. I'm in Idaho.
It's crazy, man.
See, it's got an angled broom too.
Color me stumped, Darlene. I mean, no matter what it is.
See, he laughed at me when I posted my first video.
Did I laugh? Maybe I did. I didn't mean to. I
No,
only
not
laughed.
you.
Oh yeah. Well, I
Jeffrey
laughed.
did. So I told him, "Don't laugh at me. Try it."
No, that's more perplexing than I would laugh at. That's wild, man.
I actually thought it was because of a joke because you're supposed to be a witch.
Right.
No. That's Jeffrey right there. He's got a sky video too.
Try it, Blickum.
I'm serious. I'm going to if I can figure out my self-adjusting broom. Now, Darlene, are there certain times when this magnet? You know
yes,
what I mean?
at certain times. That's not all the time.
So how do you know when it's going to be a good time to try it?
When you feel it in your body.
Okay. Well, I've never had it. So does it need to be on a smooth surface, or wouldn't we want to do it on a rug, or would it work on a rug, or what? Do you know?
You can try it. You can try it anywhere.
Huh?
It doesn't have to be smooth. My floor in here is not smooth.
A broom ain't magnetic. That's crazy.
Nope.
And she did it on a glass tabletop.
Really?
You didn't see my video? I can share it.
I saw this. I think I saw this one last time Bob was on, but I don't know. I don't think I saw.
No, I didn't share that one.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I don't think.
What?
Yeah, I'll share the one.
How can there be two of us here?
Oh man! Wow.
Let me see what video it is. Broom, broom, where are you? What did I do? Delete it? I deleted my broom. No, there it is.
That's well. Whoever got that to happen, I think it might flip me out. I'll try it.
Yeah.
Why not, man? I'll try anything.
There you go, Mr. Bob. My floor's got grooves in it. Hello, Crafty Cat. I was gonna visit you for a while, but my vehicle just would not cooperate. Joke. Went from the floor to the table, and there it stood. Sorry about that, Gail. I'll try it again next time. Must have been the 5Gs. Gotta blame it on something.
Wow, that is just crazy.
That crazy, Darlene. Seriously, it is. Okay. I did. Oh, shit.
See, it's an angle broom.
Yeah. It's not even like balanced or anything in any way.
WTF.
See, I've got a wasp. See that wasp thing in the table?
Mm-hmm.
Paper wasps nest.
I didn't know what that was.
That's a Oh, I've got one snake, one baby rattlesnake, one big snake, and rocks in there.
Hold on, I gotta show you something, dog. I gotta show you something. I'll be right back.
Forget I wanted to sing her that little song.
Yep.
Wow.
See, I'm not the only one. It happens in New York.
Darlene?
Well, we'll see.
What?
Sonny's, Kelly's father, Sonny Simpson, Robert Simpson, used to be president of the Jefferson County Beekeepers Association. And one year when they had the Alabama celebration of beekeepers in Birmingham, he had to be in charge of it.
Mm.
And can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
And we had the beekeepers had a poem on their membership card for Jefferson County. And it was written by some unknown writer. It said, Lord, I am not one to, let's see, I can't remember it now. Lord, I am not one to despise your gifts. May you be blessed who spread the riches of your sweetness for my zeal. Let my small span of ardent life, now this is to be praying. Let my small span of ardent life melt upon your great communal task to lift up to your glory the riches of your sweetness. I've forgotten the whole thing, but I had to write a song, a little song. My husband wanted me to write a little song to sing before dinner, just kind of like a prayer, you know.
Right.
So I just put that little poem to music, and I don't think I can remember it all, but it said, Lord, I am not one to despise your gifts. May you be one to spread. Wait, I got it too high. Wait a minute. Lord, I am not one to despise your gifts. May you be blessed to spread the riches of your sweetness for my zeal. Let my small span of ardent life melt into your great communal task to lift up to your glory this temple of sweetness, a citadel of incense, a holy candle, myriads sound and molded of your graces, a holy candle, molded of your graces, and of my hidden work, and of my hidden work. Amen. And that was supposed to be prayed by the bee to the Lord.
That's beautiful.
Wasn't it beautiful? It was, I didn't write it, but I did put a tune to it.
That was beautiful.
Thank you, darling. Thank you for listening and saying it was beautiful.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you, Mom.
Mom's a star these days.
Yeah.
We made this is a collaboration that we did. I don't know how well you can see this.
I see it. The bee.
Okay, right there.
It's a wasp nest, and then Mom drew a couple of wasps on it.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
Dang it. There we go.
Yeah. Looks like a wasp.
Then I got it.
Yeah, the one that's in the glass table there is a paper wasp nest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's still attached to the branch.
Yep. I mean, I got another one that I made with a wasp nest and an old like a wasp pen that I found it at an estate sale. But I like the one that Mom drew.
It's so amazing how thin that stuff is.
It really
and
is.
so
but
sturdy.
It's strong, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
That's
and
the
it's
most
so thin.
the most efficient way to use space, you know.
Yep.
And it's like the the dome, the what do you call it, dome? Same kind of idea.
Right.
Very strong. Same with honeycomb, you know, same deal.
I know, but it's pretty neat.
Very much so.
Now I'm gonna try that egg if the earth cooperates with me.
I've heard that works.
The egg?
I've never
I haven't
tried
tried
it.
the egg.
Supposedly it works pretty well.
No bird.
But I think that's at certain times that you can, you know, like predict, you know, wait on and do it, you know, which I don't know.
You probably feel it too. You just ignore
I
it.
bet you would if I knew what to look for, man. I'm sensitive to all
Anything,
that.
ringing of the ears,
Okay.
like
well,
your body is being pushed down or brought up or whatever.
Heavy or yeah, I mean, I you know, I feel changes like that. If I knew what to look for, you know, I might know. But I forget the egg. It's like a, I don't know. I want to say a full moon. That's too obvious. But it, you know, there's something that equinox or something where it'll stand right up. I've seen it done a million times.
Right.
I've never tried it. But I got to try the broom, man. That is crazy. That is
You should
crazy.
try the broom.
I'm going to. Man. What you doing, Dougie? I'm gonna get mom. I'm gonna start mom. Like I said, I'm gonna start her own channel here in a minute. That's what I need to do.
What do you mean? You gonna start a channel, or does she have one already?
No, I need to start my mom her own YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
Let her go live and just, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do her thing, man.
Yeah.
Put in a plug for what you know, natural you know, remedies can do for you as opposed to, you know.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Big FARMA can do for you.
Yeah, we come over and check her out, you know. That'd be
Yeah,
awesome.
man.
Yeah.
94-year-old live stream, you know.
Yep.
Why not?
Mom live. She'd do it, man. She's good grief, man. Y'all can see, give her a microphone.
I'm too old to be live.
Well, you've been live. She says she's too old. You've been live. You got some fans out in YouTube land.
Absolutely. Open up a channel. I'll be the first one to sub to you.
She says she'll be your first channel subscriber. That's an honor, I'm telling you. Bob will be number 2. Well, no, I'll be I'll be admin, I guess, right? So Darlene will be number 1.
No, you'll be number 1 because you're with Mama, so.
Yeah, well, I guess. God, that would be crazy, man. Why not? I mean,
yeah.
How many other, you know, there can't be that many people her age with YouTube channels.
Did you tell her?
Not that I know of.
Huh?
Did you tell her that I sang for the Lord with my guitar in nursing homes?
Yes, I did, and I told them
20 years and more.
I told them that I many times saw people come to life who were comatose the very minute you would start singing and play, and then they go back to drilling when you got finished. That was incredible. I told them that, yes. And she did it all on her own dime too. And that's where my dad was an architect, and if he was doing a big project, he'd rent a couple of grills and tow them behind the truck and buy well, at the time, $150 worth of, whatever, and go grill it for all the workers, man. Just to, so I make all my little potions and dogs. I just give it away, man. But he gave away his honey too. I said that, but it was incredible. He could have made a lot of money. But
honey, open that door.
I ran away from that. I'm serious. I did. Which, anyway, I had a lot of adventures that I would not have had if I had made money. My God, in my life, I saw I had a chance to do that more than one, and I couldn't. It scared me to death. It truly did. Like, man, I can't. I saw people I work with. That's all, 3 hours on the phone with attorneys and CPAs. I couldn't do it. But then I wouldn't have gotten to do the music gig and all that. So it was a fair trade in my book.
Right.
Had a lot of adventures I wouldn't have had doing the corporate gig, man. And I'd have been a miserable a-hole with, too much freaking money in the bank. It's just maybe I'm a complete dumbass, but that's just my personal deal. I ran away from it.
Hey, Blind.
I did, man. Not that I had, anything against it. I made a good bit of money, believe it or not, playing music. I really did. We worked hard to do that, but it was never my, main deal. And I wouldn't go back and swap that out for anything in the world compared to what I got to experience, man. No, there's no way. I probably wouldn't be here now,
Right. That's what's up. At least you can say
no regrets.
Yeah.
No regrets?
No regrets here, man. No regrets. Money is not evil. Money is not evil, but the love of money is the root of all evil. I truly, truly, truly believe that. I saw that, man, too many times. I was just like, no way, man. No way. Can't do that. So I'm about a tick above the poverty level. But it's all okay, man. I got what I need, and,
That's where they like to keep us.
At least I don't buy into the BS. I can say that.
Yep.
Just like everybody here. I consider that a big plus. Don't get sick. I don't catch colds. Don't get the FLU or the BUG. That's, come on, man. What do you want? Mama Blickum. Right? Blind, that's hilarious. Mama Blickum. Yeah, she's always had a beautiful voice, and still pretty amazing for, that age.
Does she want to start a YouTube channel?
I'm half kidding, but I'm really half not. She would. I bet I could talk her into going live once.
Yeah, give it a shot.
Once or twice a month. I think it'd be a trip. I really
good
do.
for her too. Yeah,
and she would do it. She would do it, man. As long as they didn't.
It might be good for her.
Well, yeah, I know it would, and I think it would be good for some other people too. Man, I think some people would.
Yep.
I know I would, man. I'd watch it all day long. Just like, dang, she's still alive. Much less on YouTube. I mean, but as long as they didn't, shut her down for, religious reasons.
Well, you need to step in or watch the chat real good.
Right.
Make sure that nobody, comes in that's.
Well, they will. They will. And that's, oh my
Y'all
goodness.
talking about me?
Yes, we're talking about you.
Oh, I'm going to tell her a story.
Well, okay. Do you have time for a story, y'all? I mean, it's
Of course we do. We always
all
have a
right,
story.
Always
Darlene.
time for a story.
Well, all right.
Mm.
Look, I'm trying to be polite. I don't want it turned into the bill. You know, let her tell you, Darlene. She's got to. Thank you. Let me.
Yeah.
I'll put you on. Okay.
Hey, years ago, I used to not only paint paintings, but I worked for a woman, a girl who had a industry in her home, and she would have about 6 or 7 of us young women painting for her, and we painted little girls' barrettes, and we painted I forget the name of it, whatever you hang on your neck, and we painted pants and shirts and straw hats, and what was it that I was going to tell you that oh, my memory goes, darling. My memory, I forget what I was going to say. Oh, she had 2 daughters. My friend had 2 daughters, and later one of them taught in kindergarten in a part near Birmingham, and she called me one time, and because my husband Sonny was a beekeeper, she thought I knew all about bees. And she said, Miss Simpson, I'm teaching my children in kindergarten about insects, and they're learning about insects. Would you come and talk to them about bees? And I said, yes, I will. Well, I had to study up on it, but I learned about, and really there are a lot of miracles in the life of a bee. God put a lot of miracles in a bee's life, and I don't see how anybody could be a beekeeper without being a Christian. But anyway, I told these children what I had studied about the bees and how God had put miracles in their lives. And I told them, I said, if you see a beautiful tall tree pointing up to heaven, or you see a beautiful flower on the ground, or you hear a little brook going over the stones and playing a tune, or if you feel a warm breeze on your cheek, you'll know that that's God saying, I love you. And so I had made 22 great big, huge colored flowers out of tissue paper for them, and put an artificial bee on the top of each flower, and gave every child a tissue paper flower in different colors. And a couple of weeks later, she called me, my friend's daughter called me, and she said, Miss Simpson, I wanted to tell you that when we got through studying about insects, we had an oral exam, and every child had to stand up and tell what he had learned about insects. And she said, one little boy stood up and he said, I learned that if you see a tree or a flower or feel a breeze on your face, that's God saying, I love you.
That's beautiful.
Wasn't that wonderful? And I wondered,
absolutely,
over the years, I thought about that little boy, and I hope he stayed a Christian all of his life,
Yep.
But a friend of mine who prophesied sometime. The Lord gave her prophecy once in a while. She told me, he called me Marilyn, my flower. And I didn't know why. But I found out that it was because I felt that flowers are so beautiful and so amazing and so wonderful that they draw people to God. I think the flowers on earth draw people to God because they are so amazing. And so I guess that's why he called me Marilyn, my flower, because I tried to draw people to him, you know.
You muted. I can't hear you.
Huh?
Mama.
Oh,
I
I'm
couldn't
sorry.
hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
What
Well,
happened?
No problem.
here comes Kelly.
What happened?
Oh, she muted herself, I think.
And she couldn't hear me.
Oh, did it get? Oh well. Anyway,
But
sorry
that's
about
all
that.
right. That's okay.
No problem.
Well, Darlene, I just wanted to ask you, talking about stuff that I would have missed out on, you know, that I chose a different path. I've truly had some pretty amazing adventures, and I've been thinking about maybe telling a couple on my channel. They're, you know, it's pretty wild stuff, but I mean, every word is true.
Right.
You know, my friends, you know, people that have known me for a while, you know, they've been there. That, you know, they were there when a lot of this stuff happened. So I was just wondering if that might be interesting, if I should do it live or just make, you know, just make a straight up video. I don't know. Some pretty funny stuff, though. Really, pretty amazing stories. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know, but maybe I'll think about setting up Mama channel. That'd be hilarious. It'd be great.
I think you should.
Why not? That's one of her paintings right behind me. I like that.
That's pretty.
I had a cat that thought it was real and tried to jump into it and just landed
Window,
flat.
huh?
I let him do it too. There was a chair up next to it, my old place, and he was sitting on the back. He kept looking at it, and he tried to jump onto that ledge. I let him. He just. But anyway.
Okay, now, hold on. Hold on, baby. Hold on.
What is that sound that sounds like crickets, man?
Crickets? It's probably my pellet stove.
Yeah, it's like almost you know, it's like
It's
I know
the fan.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. I'm like, man, it's too early for crickets. But
See, I'll mute, and I guarantee you
no,
won't hear
don't
it.
worry about it. No, it's fine. It's okay. I'm just like, wait a minute. You know, I thought maybe one had overwintered in somebody's house. You know, it really does. It's kind of cheeky. You know, no, it doesn't bother me at all. It's just I was wondering. Thank you for clearing that up, man, because I've been hearing it. Like, wait a minute. Okay, hi, dog. Hey, buddy. Might have to take El Doggo out here.
Sorry, I missed the end of it.
Need to go, buddy? Come here. Why don't you say hey to all these nice people? Excuse me.
Oh, being shy.
This dog thinks she's the center of the universe. Always trying to bum some food, I see. Come here, buddy.
So where's the computer kitty? Or was that the computer kitty that you were held up a while ago?
Yeah. I don't know.
Not laying on the keyboard?
No.
Y'all, I got to run him out for a sec. If y'all are still here, won't take very long. It's cold outside. We'll be.
Okay.
If y'all are still here, which I hope, I'll. But if not, I certainly have enjoyed it. I'll be at just a few
I'll wait for you.
minutes.
I'll stay a little
Well,
longer.
good. He's got to go. So
Again? He just went. What's the matter with him?
He's like me. He drinks a whole lot of water, and he what did he? He had a little bite of something that was pretty salty. In fact, he said,
You don't have a fenced-in yard?
Huh? No, unfortunately not. Don't have a yard, period. He is just, I don't know, man. He's been drinking he's been drinking even extra water, and he has to.
That's actually good, though, right?
Oh, it's very good. I mean,
Yeah.
most dogs, and I hate to be graphic, but if you look at the color when they go, if it's really, really yellow, same with, man, you're not, you need more water. He's clear, almost solid.
Well, that's
really
good.
Clear. It's very good. And I give him, mineral supplements and whatnot, not every single day. I don't need to, but I love that he drinks that much water, but he just, I used to for as long as I've had him, I take him out 4 times a day religiously, about every 6 hours, give or take. And that works out fine, but it hasn't been enough. But at least he lets me know.
Yes, that's definitely a good thing.
He does. It's crazy, man. I'm going to start measuring. I really am, because he drinks a crazy amount of water. I always tried to get him to. He knows I do, for what it's worth, but he really, and he just needs to go, I guess. He's slurping it right now, man. Anyway, I'll BRB.
Well, it's just us now.
Yep.
What's up?
Nothing much.
Yep, it's another good night.
I don't know how many are watching. I know one is, but that's beside the point. Oh, we still got 6 people.
Woo! Did you see it go down to 2? How is that possible?
Ooh, I don't know.
Now
we got 7. Oh, Lordy.
Yeah, that's all right. 'Tis what it is.
It is.
If I
To
kept
be or
going
not
at
to
it,
be is the question.
if I didn't take a year off, I would stayed in contact with a lot more people too. We had a good.
Well, I'm trying to put the word out. You're back. Is Vernon still allowed on your show or not?
Of course, I have no problem with Vernon. Okay. I don't know why.
Because he said he was banned.
Only when he was really getting down and dirty. Let them come in. I will do this. I will do that, and he's really.
Well, I know that he's short-tempered.
Yeah, he was getting.
I'm friends with him on Facebook.
Where he'd get himself in trouble. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, but the crew you had before abandoned everybody for nothing.
Nah. I don't have no problem with Vernon at all. I thought about him.
Okay, I'll tell him.
I always hope he's all right there. I know he's in a bad situation.
He's still alive and kicking.
That's what's up.
That's what counts. They still want to give it to him, and he's fighting tooth and nail.
Good for him.
He said, I know, I talked to him about 2 months ago. They said they want to test him, and he told them get the thing away. He told me a story that his friend got tested. 2 days later, he was gone.
Yeah, I remember that.
Hmm?
Yeah. Oh, he's still standing his ground.
Yep. Yeah, if I had extra room for him, I would take him out of the.
Yeah. He's actually very knowledgeable too.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Except he loses his temper way too fast.
Yeah, that's what he did a few times, and I didn't ban him. Just had to stop him. Relax, calm down. Can't be saying that stuff here.
Yeah, well,
You
you in
know?
for a treat.
Yeah.
Chilly outside for Alabama.
Yeah, here too.
Yeah, I heard. Mark keeps on telling me it's getting colder and colder, and that's weird.
Yeah, we might get 10 cold days in the winter, but it's chilly right now. But last week it was, I don't know, almost 80 degrees one day and 25 the next. Just crazy stuff.
Well, I feel sorry for the azaleas and the mimosa trees and all that good stuff down there.
Man, they don't know what season it is anymore.
Exactly.
They really don't. Blooming in the winter, dying in the
Yeah, that's
spring.
what's happening here too.
It's crazy, man. Leaves on the trees have been spotted for the past 5 years.
Right before we got this cold spell, right before Christmas, everything started sprouting out there. The lilac bushes. The tulips started coming out. They were about a half an inch, and I'm going, what the heck?
Yeah. My main info dude says that it's going to get to the point where you can have summer in the front of your house and winter in the back, and I pretty much believe it, man.
It's 27 right now.
It's about that here, and usually you guys would be colder than us, right now.
Yeah, Alabama at the most. That year we lived down there in Alabama, the lowest I ever seen it there was 45.
Yeah,
and that was around Christmas.
It's been rare that it gets single digits here. It happens, but like I said, we might get a dozen really cold days, an average winter. We've had almost that many already, but we had to turn on the air conditioner in February at night. In January and February here for last 2 years in a row, several nights, and then turn on the heat in July in the daytime.
Wow.
In Alabama.
You're right, Blind Street.
I kid you not. That's just nuts. So
yep, that's about right.
We've always had crazy weather here, man, but nothing like that.
It's 2 degrees here.
2? I got 27.
Fahrenheit.
Let me see.
You can feel it.
Yeah, I can feel that 27 because there's a slight breeze to go with it.
Yeah.
Feels about much, much lesser.
Let's see here. Yeah, we got 26 going. That's exactly what I was going to guess. 26.
You're kidding. Everything's going to freeze down there. Where are you at in Alabama?
Birmingham, right about the middle. Tiny bit above the middle of the state.
Yeah, I know where Birmingham is.
Now, where did I can't remember where dude said he lived in Alabama. It seemed like he said near the Georgia border, right? What's his? I'm sorry. Not Brian, but Mark.
Mark, yeah.
I think he said he lives near the Georgia border. Do you remember him saying that?
No, he could be.
I mean, I know he said he's moved back to Alabama, right? but I didn't catch exactly. I thought that's where he said, but I
can't
can't remember. I
thought
can't
he said
remember
it.
the name. Yeah.
I thought he said it's like an hour away.
Something like that, an hour, 2 hour.
From Birmingham, you mean?
No, where Mark lives.
An hour away from where?
From you.
An hour away.
From you, I think.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that would put it right about. Okay. Well, that put it near the Georgia border. It takes about an hour to get there. An hour, a little over, hour and 20 minutes. So yeah, that's I heard right, but I just can't remember what town he said.
I can't remember. I know he's out in the boonies right now.
Yeah. Well, that's true. That's the boonies all through there. Not quite as boony as it used to be, but it's still pretty boony. But been through that way plenty of times. Man, so we're about the same temperature then, Darlene. You said it was 27 there?
Yeah, 27. Partly cloudy.
It's clear as a bell here. But it's been cloudy or partly cloudy for the past almost week. Because I took a couple of videos of that deal that looked like something up near the sun. And then the next day it was either too sunny or too cloudy to catch it. And then it's been cloudy.
Well, it just dropped to 26.
Wow. Small world.
Yeah, tomorrow it's going to be 30 in the daytime and 15 at night. 33 tomorrow daytime, 17 at night.
Yeah,
Saturday 33, 15 at night. 33, 28. 27, 25. 34, 19. See, this is pretty warm for Idaho.
I think we're going to hover kind of like between like about 22 and about 45 for the low at night. So, but there's some frost on the ground right now.
I wonder if those azaleas and because they're not cold hardy, and if it's below 32, that's freezing.
Yeah, like I said, man, they're at the plants just they don't know what to think anymore. They really don't. But grow it. I guess you could just grow what you can grow. I know a lot of people that like, especially 2 years ago, tomatoes were really, really slow to, fruit. And a lot of people, they didn't really start getting ripe till it got cold here. A lot of people had that problem. And,
I had tomatoes coming out of my ears. I did.
Yeah, some people did too here. But I know a lot of people. But then there were other issues, plants getting burned, and.
Well, yeah, that was my problem with the zucchinis.
Where they've been growing fine for
right,
whatever 20 years.
Well, maybe you should check into a shade cloth.
That's true. Well, yeah. It's not anybody. It's just like videos I've seen on YouTube or people that I hear about. I talk to on the phone. But then I've got friends and they're still growing like everything is fine. It's really strange, almost like it's selective or something. It's really weird. Because I know we had tomatoes that bloomed that fruited really late. We just didn't get all that much fruit. And some people did, got baskets. I don't know.
Oh, I left a lot of tomato. Well, the bunnies and the chickens ate the green ones.
Well,
there was at least about another 30 pounds on everything left.
Nice.
My favorite thing to eat in the whole world is tomato pie. I got a recipe for it over in Oxford, Mississippi, and kind of.
How do you make tomato pie?
It's not sweet. it's got like feta and a couple other kind of cheese. It's got basil. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable,
You
man.
made the best that I've ever tasted.
It's Mom just said it's the best she's ever tasted, but I'm known for that, man.
Is it like a lasagna without the meat? Is that what you're saying?
Not so much a lasagna. It's got a pie crust, on the bottom, and just like a pie, except like an apple pie, but with tomatoes in this. There's no sugar. It's
so
cheese.
What else do you put in there? Tomatoes and what?
It's got a cracker crumb crust and basil, and like you can either like oil and vinegar or some good like organic salad dressing or something, and really a little salt and pepper. That's about
that I said it was absolutely unbelievably good.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I got that's
I never heard of it.
The one thing on this whole planet that I've never just made public the recipe for, because I worked in a really, really, really nice 4-star restaurant for over 15 years, and the guy there said, "Buddy, you've got $1 million recipe if you ever want to make it happen." And honestly, the only reason I've never done it is because I love it so much that I wouldn't want to start making it and get tired of it. But it is my ace in the hole. And I mean, food is, an important thing. But it's, Darlene, if y'all obviously like tomato, it's out of this freaking world. I'm serious. I'm known for that, for my tomato pie. Haven't made it in about 3 or 4 years, but man, it rocks.
Tell her that I said you're telling her the truth.
She says I'm telling the truth, and the truth is the name of this channel, Mom. So there you go.
Right.
Oh, Mom loves it so much. It's been 3 or 4 years since you made it.
I do, man. I feel like a jerk every time, the fresh tomatoes start drying up and I haven't made a batch. It's really been a while. I'm not kidding you, man. It's dynamite. It really is.
You're just being lazy.
You're right. I am. I did. I almost started a restaurant called Pie to Fly. I had people that were going to back it, had a nice full kitchen, the whole bit, man.
That costs money.
Yes, it does. Well, and believe it or not, that really, I had, like I said, I was in the business a long time, and I was good at it, to say to be honest. And I learned a lot, and I had people that, were going to get into it. And, I don't know, man. I didn't want to get tired of it, as crazy as that sounds. But it's good stuff. I'll make you some.
So what does Mom cook?
She has cooked everything from fried chicken back in the day to you name it, man. Mom's a
sow belly.
She has always been an excellent cook. She's it's a rare event for her to cook these days, to be honest, but I learned from the best, man. Her and my grandmother, and then my great grandmother on my mom's
right.
And
that's
my
me. I'm a hand-me-down cook.
Yeah. Well,
Tell her what your friend said that day about that may be the best meal I ever ate.
One of my buddies told Mom after one of her dinners that may be the best meal he ever ate.
I wouldn't put it past it.
She truly is. She's quite a cook. And it's something I just have always enjoyed, man. Dog, what are you doing, buddy? It's been my, zen happy play. Chop, 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 slice, 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 saute. I dig it, man. It puts me in a.
Well, won't you make a cooking videos?
I really wanted to do that, and as a matter of fact, I met this real young girl here, and we just got along because of our animals. She had a dog, and after we were talking for a few minutes, the dog came and got in my lap, and we all sitting on the ground, and it blew her mind. She's like, "What?" She said, "Man, that dog doesn't like any. He doesn't even like my husband." You know, I'm like, "Wow." And so she goes, "Well, you're an animal." You know, she goes, "Man, it was flipping her out. It really was." So we started talking, and she turns out she's a really good cook, and I was hoping we could do it because there's so many. For one thing, there's so many people right now that after 2020, being shut, they didn't know how to cook, man, and they weren't going to work, and they weren't stopping off at Easy Burger or whatever, you know what I mean, and they couldn't just order food every night, and there were people that just didn't know that, and I just wanted to put because I can't claim to be a great anything, a great cook or nothing, but I get into it and I'm okay. People would eat my cooking. I pretty much can say that. And
sounds good.
But just like what was I going to call, like cooking for amateurs or would be cooks, something like that. People that like, here's how you saute, here's how you cut an onion without slicing your fingers off. Or
are you talking about like organic healthy meals?
Oh, you bet, dude.
Then how about cooking for health?
That would be a cornerstone of it, my friend. Yes, sir.
Cooking for health.
Tell them about your grandmother's salmon croquettes.
Oh man, I mean.
Oh, that sounds good.
I love salmon croquettes. Yeah, both my oh my goodness. And they both had their own style of gravy making, man. And I, tried to kind of learn. Mine's sort of a hybrid of theirs, although I very rarely touch meat and gravy anymore. But I used to be they told me I drank gravy, and I did, man, so anyway, it amazes me that, I get it. You got to practice at anything, but dang, it's just not that hard to throw some butter in a pan and get something hot enough to eat. But there's people that can't freaking, boil an egg, man. They just can't. But anyway,
does she cook a lot?
Does Darlene cook? I bet she
cook all
does.
the time.
Yeah, she cooks all the time.
I'd love to tell her about your grandmother's
cooks and cans.
How to make them.
She'll give you the recipe for those one of these days, Darlene.
Okay.
I make them too, man. I love it. I love them. Well, I used to make them. I hardly cook at all right now, but
but you have to use double Q salmon.
She says got to use double Q salmon. But
what's a double Q salmon?
Salmon. That's a brand. Double Q is just a brand.
If I can get it here.
Yeah. But no, when I was
I can catch my own, I guess.
Do what?
I can catch my own when salmon season opens up.
Yeah. Well, I just remember being a kid and my sister, I was a Boy Scout. My sister was a Girl Scout. And she had this little book with all these real simple little recipes, cookies mainly, stuff like that. And there were these real good, I think they're called ice cream cookies, just real simple, flour, water, egg, sugar, whatever, vanilla. And she would make them. And one day I wanted some and she wouldn't make them. And I was mad, but I was like, well, dadgummit, I would be able to follow a recipe. And I made them, and they turned out okay. And I'm like, okay. Well, that was the beginning of my cooking career, But I spent a lot of time watching my grandmother, my great grandmother, make gravy. It was good education, man.
Hey, Megs, good to see you. Yeah, used to be meat, potatoes, and gravy.
Well, could make a mean pot roast, man. I really took some time doing it.
Oof. I'll be making a brisket.
I used to do that too.
Saturday.
I worked in a restaurant that served just really high end seafood and meat, and but I would get a big roast or something, and instead of browning it in a skillet, I would throw it on the grill at work, for I don't know however long, and then take it home and finish cooking it. Oh my goodness, man!
Mm-hmm.
I love cooking. It's a Zen deal, man. I love it. Hey, Megs, Blick from Blick. What's going on? We were just comparing temperatures. Darlene and I are both sitting at the same 26 Fahrenheit right here at the moment, which is kind of interesting. Bob's got us beat by about 15, 20 degrees.
2 degrees here.
I'm hungry too now. I really am.
Yeah, me too. Crazy. But I've gone no breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Just coffee and my tea.
I've had some soup and crackers and coffee.
It's 23 right now.
Uh-oh.
You dropped 3 to 4 degrees since we've been talking, huh?
Yep.
Flying still up flat.
See what we got.
21.
23. I'm catching up with you.
Still hanging at 26. What do you think about it, dog? My dog doesn't care. He just acts like he can't even feel it, man. He doesn't care.
It's crazy.
It is crazy. Like, dog, don't you know it's cold out here, man? Excuse.
Yeah. My cats go out the door, spend maybe 5
I would say it's
10
about
minutes.
80, 85 degrees.
Huh? Oh, wow. I can't wait for that. Actually, I like the hot weather better than the cold.
Sounds about 85 Fahrenheit. Maybe a little bit more.
Are you playing?
Yeah, I'm banging on this little drum I got. My cousin got me this little drum for Christmas.
Whoa.
Nice little background deal.
You're welcome, Megs.
34 Celsius actually equals 93.2 Fahrenheit.
Well, I wasn't too far off. I wasn't sure.
That's
like I said, maybe a little bit more. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Remember, they got summer down there right now. We got winter.
Yeah,
and when we have winter, and when we have summer, they have winter.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it just doesn't look right walking around in shorts around Christmas time.
Next all I know is 34 is hot.
Yep, it's hot.
Yeah. That white sun is shining down.
would imagine it's dry heat too. So
it's wet heat here in the summer, man.
yeah, I know that. It's very dry here in Idaho.
Yeah, it's a lot drier than here. It's not the heat though; it's the stupidity here, man. Yeah, it's crazy, man. But it hasn't bothered me as much hasn't been as brutal last 2 or 3 years here summer. Out west, I was out in Colorado, 103 degrees, but just dry as a bone, and it just didn't feel anywhere near that hot. That was a new experience for me. It's humid here, man. It's just crazy in summer. You got to get used to it. Only New Orleans is,
Yeah, it's bad when you get rain and then the heat comes up and almost chokes you out.
Oh gosh, yeah, it's just, I don't know. Yeah, it's a sauna.
Yep.
That's why I don't care for the South too much. Don't get me wrong, I like the South. I just don't like their dampness.
Well, on the other side of the coin, it's a lot warmer for people who don't like harsh winters because we really, at least up before now, we don't really.
You might get a snowstorm pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
Never know. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm waiting on one. I really am.
Well, we got a woman diagnosed with climate change, remember?
My goodness, man. I just saw that today. They'll write her a script for climate change pills.
Yeah, she was probably in the wrong place at the wrong time when they flew over.
It's out to lunch, man.
Well,
that's out to lunch.
How many of you has taken a pet to a vet and they say it's caused from the environment? It's environmental. It's always environmental. Well, same thing with us. Everything around us is toxic.
Yep.
Yep.
Me too.
Just don't feed your animals anything with corn byproducts of any type.
Soy.
Whatever you do. And that is not, well, anyway. I guess it's okay, veterinary advice. But really, for real. My vet buddies, I already mentioned that, but they're saying they're getting all kind of, diabetes, normal human diseases they've never seen in pets before.
Yep. Yeah, we need God to come back.
Could happen tomorrow, for all I care, buddy. I mean, things are gonna,
Not in our lifetime.
Things are gonna. Well, I hope so, but
And it's not going to happen in our lifetime.
You don't think, for real, Darlene?
No.
You don't think he'll return in our lifetime?
No, would you read your Bible? I know you read your Bible.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Not as much as I could.
Wasn't Lucifer locked up for 2,000 years? And after 2,000 years, he's going to be released.
Well, now I know he's supposed to be locked up for.
And we're overdue.
For 1,000, and some people speculate that that's already happened, and I can understand that. It just depends on which, either before or after.
Yeah, but history always repeats itself somehow.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't know. It could be either way. We could either be after that period or during that period. And yeah, if that's the case, it could be several more centuries, man. If we're in that period of deception, because it said that people will be deceived. But if we haven't hit that yet, then I don't know.
It already happened, but it's going to happen again.
It could. Well, yeah. I mean, when I first heard that idea, it's like, well, I have to say, man, it could be that way. I mean, I'd like to think he'd be coming back pretty soon because if things obviously for some groups of people, myself included, things are just not going to be all that user friendly, man. If they keep going like they're going now, I mean, things could turn around. Granted, like I was saying earlier, people start waking up, man, can mitigate some of this crap and say, hey, enough's enough. But the way I look at it, it's just things are just going to go collapse, under their own weight, man. And I believe, I mean, I think there's a very good chance that he's the only thing that could straighten this whole mess out, just like it says in the good book. And again, I could be completely wrong. That's just my belief. And I would just like to see, I have no idea when. I'd just like to see it happen, And I would definitely like to see it happen in my lifetime because, man, it's just, seriously. I saw somebody wearing a mask driving a car today, and I'm just like, man, this ain't human. We're not supposed to be living in fear like this. We're not, and it's just going to be, you know what I'm saying, Darlene.
Right. I know what you're saying.
Was the scripture I was to read the night our house.
We did. I just, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows the day or the hour. That's and I sure don't.
Well, think about it too. They're also pulling back now, and a lot of the mandates are pulling back.
They are. Well,
you know what I mean. So maybe
right. Well, people are waking
and they're
up
saying
to that
something.
too,
something we'll have to live with, just like the flu. You know what I mean?
Right.
And if it goes back to that, only we have to live with it as if it's like the flu, and you still have to get your flu jabs.
There's a link I was going to send you, man. In New South Wales recently, they just came out a study of all the people that were in there with the bug. 68% had been fully done the hokey pokey, and only 28% of the people who were sick, they didn't get it, right? The secret sauce, man. Now, and they immediately tried to debunk it. They were saying, oh, well, we don't know. We're not sure if they've been boosted, or something about New South Wales compared to, the whole, it was just BS. I couldn't debunk it because the numbers don't lie, man. It just came out. All this stuff is coming to light. Now, it'll be, for most people, they'll really find out by the time they've, already gotten it. But hopefully, I just wish people like it's like, look, man, I respect your right to go get it. Why don't you, but don't tell me I'm stupid, man. If you don't see anything, come on. 100 people have collapsed this year on the, from per athletes in the peak of health. Tell me another year that's ever happened in history, and there's one damn difference. And we know what that is. And okay, if you want to ignore that, hey, look, okay, go right ahead.
Right.
So, Hey, Paul from Newcastle that snuck in. Man, I haven't seen him in a while, hey, buddy. Been a while.
I was watching this India channel.
It's morning for you, man. Or wait, it's like mid morning or coming up on noon for you, I guess. Where you is. But yeah, there's just all kind of info coming out, man. It doesn't matter they're suppressing the crap out of it.
Well, a few weeks ago, I was watching an India channel, and they were saying how the C-19 may disappear in like 3 weeks.
Huh.
Yeah.
I've been hearing it may become a non-issue really quick, but I didn't hear it completely disappear. That's very interesting.
They're
Well,
saying that, that's going to disappear. It should disappear in 3
I
weeks. Not
hope so.
totally.
Okay.
We're going to have to learn to live with it. And they're also saying that, but we got to be careful. This new one, the C21.
Exactly.
The C21
Of
is the
course.
one that's supposed to be able to take out half of the humanity.
Yeah. Oh, it's this, I think this was just a test run, man. I really do. I really do. Just to see how people would react. I think something a lot stronger is down the road. I mean, I hope not. But
No, it's up the road, not down the road.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Try Starlink.
In the middle of the road.
Well, right now it's in the middle.
In my damn way in the middle of the road. But yeah, I think that's true. I think something else is in the plans.
Well, Megs is asking, do you see where they're heading with the monkeypox narrative? Where are they heading?
Oh, the escape. Just, some new fear happening. But supposedly somebody came down with symptoms that was near the crash. So,
right.
And she's tripping on it, man. She had like pink eye symptoms and something else. I forget. But yeah, it flipped me out too. Good God. And they were pretty casual about the way they were being transported. But who knows, man? There's so many, flag deals going on. So many psyops. Good grief, man.
Agendas.
Yeah. Just like that 12. Good Lord, man. But yeah, that's some shit right there. Really is. And I believe there's still one at large, or there was earlier yesterday, pretty sure. I don't know. That's what Dabu or somebody was saying. Yeah, I saw that too, man. Dropping rabies medication in bait. It just don't get me started. Seriously, man.
Once they're done netting, shit, I can't talk. Netting us in, then they're going to crank up 10 G's.
One day, they'll just keep going down the list, man. You're right.
And then we're all going to be dropping like flies.
They'll be talking, they're already talking about 6. So, why not, man?
Because every one of those satellites, 90,000 satellites, imagine that, surrounding or rock.
Well,
They cranked them all up. Everyone's got 64 megahertz.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what's going to do to the human body, to the animals, to the insect, to the flowers,
yeah, all
the birds
forms of
and the
life.
bees?
But they know. They already know it does that.
Well, that's why they're doing it.
I know.
And then they're going to say, oh, it's some strange disease.
Look at the Deagle report. Rhymes with beagle with the D. That'll clue you in. Just look it up, man. If you don't think there's a reduction agenda going on, that should spell it out pretty clearly for you.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about, probably.
Yeah.
So it's yeah, man. I started looking into the Federal Demonic Association. It's been over 15 years now, man. And within about an hour after I started looking, my jaw was hanging open. You know, it's like, wait a minute. And then I thought, okay, well, if these MRFers who are charged more than any other agency on the planet with protecting us, blah, 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 keeping everything, you know,
right.
Then wait a minute. They all got to be crooked, you know. They can't just be one. They all got to be crooked. And sure enough, man, but I've been looking, seriously, I've been looking into this stuff, man, you know, for a long time. And when, you know, when information was a whole lot easier to find, hadn't been scrubbed to death. So anyway, that's why I'm sitting here now, and pretty sure Mr. Bob's on the same page.
Yipper.
I've seen it, man. Seriously. Like I said, you know, most happiest, healthiest people I know are the least medicated, and vice versa. You know, it's just it's how it is.
Yeah.
Totally how it is. I know people who just got so screwed up. My God, man. One guy, I mean, he just, you know, I told you probably about his tombstone. I'm surprised it doesn't say they're still trying to adjust my meds. That's everything he ever. That's good God, man. They should have sent him Christmas cards every year. But whew. You'd think if people that took a whole lot of medicines would be healthy, wouldn't you? But you know.
No, not necessarily.
Well, I know I'm being quite facetious there. It's just crazy, man. You know, it's the opposite of what everybody thinks it is. It really is. But I get it, man. I started looking. This health food lady made a comment, and I just about the FDA, you know, and I was like, what? Really? Seriously? You know, I was so naive, and I'm like, well, okay. And literally, you know, about an hour's, not even that, man. Probably 30 minutes, you know, 15, 20 minutes. I was just, wait a minute, man. This is wrong. They you know, they keep all this information from doctors. And, you know, I talked about that friend of mine that asked me about 3 years ago, you know, he said, man, I'm tired of all this MEDS I'm taking. And I know you're into, you know, more natural. And I told that it turned his freaking life around. And I'll tell you this, man, you know, the meds that he had, I don't know. I hate to be giving you know what, and I'm not. I'm really not. But there's an incredible difference. Just you know, I've seen that happen in several people, man, and getting off of, you know, with his doctor's approval, you know, with his doctor's amazement and approval, he, you know, ceased taking quite a bit of, you know, things like benzos, you know, whatever, Xanax, you know, he got off a whole bunch of meds. He got off of pain meds by taking turmeric, and I don't know. Anyway, but it's true. I saw it. A long time buddy. I saw it right in front of my eyes, man, and his friends even like, dude, you know what happened to you? It just turned. He was walking with a cane, skin messed up, overweight, in chronic pain. About 3 months later, he was different. He'd lost weight. His skin was clear. He'd thrown his cane away. You know, just quit putting all that toxic BS in his system and start taking the natural form of it, plus some supplements and detox stuff that you know, and this and that. Tell you what, man, he wouldn't trade me for 10 doctor, you know, MDs. Let's tell you that. It's true. And it's nothing special. It's just that I took the time to experiment, and I learned that it was legit, or I'd never have messed with it for 40 some odd years. I wouldn't have, you know, stupid to you.
Right.
So I hope I didn't get you in trouble, brother, just now.
Nah.
But I saw it, man. People saw it. His doctor's like, damn, dude, what happened to you, man? They did. They've, you know, I've sent them links to stuff. It's crazy. So people, you know, You can't, when you see something like that right in front of your face, you know, what can you say? It's pretty amazing. We're talking about David Cates.
Oh.
He's a very unique individual. And we've been friends for so many years, never had a crossword between us. And to be able to do something to help him out, man, or anybody, you know, he's not the only one, but he was the most dramatic change that I've ever seen in my life. The fast, it was unbelievable, man, unbelievable. How quickly he turned things
We're
around.
supposed to read that ... scribble, scribble, scribble.
Yeah, right.
Good Lord.
I miss my other laptop, the touch screen, where I can just make it bigger. Anyway, this is a link from Meg's. It's a new human rabies vaccine in the pipeline.
Oh my goodness.
This is saying rabies remains epidemic in more than 150 countries. In 99% of human cases, rabies viruses is transmitted by dogs. The disease is nearly always fatal. It's preventable by vaccines given either before or after exposure. Blah 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 blah. Go down here. It says although vaccines can prevent a rabies virus infection, are commercially available. The death rate due to rabies, whatever, has more or less remained steady for decades. Listen, human rabies occur in 150 countries around the globe, causing 59,000 deaths per year.
Gosh.
So, I mean, 59,000 out of 150 countries. Is that what I'm reading?
Sounded like that's what you said.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it or not, but it says human rabies occurs in 150 countries around the globe, causing about 59,000 human deaths a year.
You don't die from human rabies. Now, if you go biting somebody.
Yeah, you turn into a zombie, but you don't.
But
you don't
even if you
No,
did,
not even that. I'll tell you a story when Mr. Bob is done.
yeah, I'm just trying to calculate. I mean, 150 countries, how many people, how many billions of people that is, and what's the percentage of 59,000, which probably wouldn't even be on the chart. Probably, I'm off the top of my head, just saying car accidents probably is way more than
right.
This. That's my opinion.
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah, man. That's like minuscule. Hold on a second. Man.
Yeah.
Between all that many countries. Hold on. Y'alls.
So what you're saying is humans carry rabies and they're dying from it. Right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well, they're wrong. I'll tell you a story. My dad's friend had a Great Dane puppy. And he was playing with his puppy, and his puppy bit him. You know how puppies are, they bite harder. Well, he took his puppy's ear and bit into the puppy, but he didn't mean to bite down that hard. But he dropped blood. Just a little bit. Broke the skin on his puppy's ears. His puppy got rabies from his master. From Dave. He had to put his puppy to sleep, but he was fine.
Wow.
And he was in the Air Force, and they did a whole bunch of tests on him. And they found out that he was the rabies carrier, not the puppy. Puppy didn't make it.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. So if you're a carrier, it's a very little. Now, if you go around biting people and drawing blood, it'd be the same thing when a dog bites you or a cat that has rabies or whatever. So that's kind of effy on that one.
Yeah, and even so, like I say, like Blind says, it's a 0.0000001%. It would be.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You could be a carrier of rabies, but dying of it, no. There's a big difference. Usually a dog, when they get rabies, they got bit by something that had rabies, and it goes down the line like that.
Crazy world.
Yep. Yeah, but I've never seen a man cry so much because of his puppy dying.
Mm. Well, the reason why don't help either. You know.
Yeah, the world is strange. Yeah, they tried to pull one on us here in Idaho about the plague. Well, let me see. This whistle pig got the plague from somewhere. I mean, that's what they said. It was a whistle pig. If the whistle pig bit the squirrel, the cat ate the squirrel, went home to its owner, and gave the owner the plagues. It didn't fly in Idaho. We wanted proof. Nothing was dying, so.
Unreal.
Yeah, they tried that right before they did this stupid thing. This a year before. And because nobody was falling for it and going hysteric like they did with this stupid thing that's going on right now, they decided, oh, it was a mistake.
Yep. They can do that.
Yep. Yep.
This, what was the title of this again? Klaus Schwab, we penetrate global cabinets of countries. I guess it's him telling us that.
That's it.
And I have to say, when I mention now names like Mrs. Merkel, even Vladimir Putin and so on, they all have been young global leaders of the World Economic Forum.
Mm-hmm.
But what we are very proud of now is the young generation, like Prime Minister Trudeau, President of Argentina and so on, that we penetrate the cabinets. So yesterday I was at a reception for Prime Minister Trudeau, and I know that half of this cabinet, or even more half of this cabinet, are actually young global leaders of the World Economic Forum.
And that's true in Argentina too. Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's true in Argentina as well.
It's true in Argentina, and it's true in France now. I mean, with the president, who is a young global leader. But what is important for me?
Well, that's crazy. Kind of like bragging about
Because
it,
the
right?
intention also is to reduce.
Okay. I just X'd it out. Yep. Infiltrated. You playing again?
Yeah, man, I get fidgety. Sorry. Is it loud?
I just didn't know it was you playing.
I just get I got all these crazy little things I bang on.
Yes, it is, blind straight.
Human rabies.
That's what I was saying. The C-19 is supposed to disappear. Then the C-21. I'm sure you've heard of that one.
Did they skip 20?
I guess.
Wow. Well, I mean, Billy, Dr. Gates, he already told us, man, there's going to be another one. He told us. He and Linda told us.
Mm-hmm.
With a grin on their face that there's going to be something stronger. I believe it. I don't care, man. I mean, I do care. You know what I mean? I'm not going to hide under the covers,
Yep.
any more than
Well,
I
we
did.
all die sooner or later, so.
Got that right, sister. So.
I just don't need no help. Thank you.
We're already having plenty of help.
Yeah.
Any more help?
Right.
Good God, man. You look at, well, it's been a crazy, crazy plan all along.
Yep.
By design, only 2 words you need to know. But it's interesting times.
That's for sure.
Oh, yes. It will come, but not right now. The reef of God. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I don't know if I could have pictured this exact scenario, much less that I would be declared to be an enemy of a country that, for the most part, I've loved my whole freaking life and never had, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm a domestic, you know what, and
A domestic engineer.
exactly, Darlene. That's what they tell me. Man, come on. But narcissistic, evil people will project onto you what they really are. So, I get that.
Oh, yeah. We know all about them.
Those people are a different class of crazy, man. I mean, seriously, I've heard more than one psychologists say, literally, man, they need to come up with a different category for some of those people.
They do have a problem.
They're pretty messed up, man. They really are. They're into some pretty dark shit. And
Yeah, all the way down to the nano level.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, it's all about me, and you're gonna go my way.
That's right.
Yep.
My body, their choice. In this
Right.
case.
Over my dead body.
Yeah. I thought it was, when that other thing, but
Yep.
It's just, if it keeps going down the same path, it's just going to be inhospitable for certain individuals. Meantime, one of these days I'll try to make a broom stand up.
Yeah.
Golly.
I'm gonna try it for you, Darlene. And you know I'll video it if it happens. I'll be like,
Dang
"What?"
straight. That's right, man.
I don't know. Doesn't even seem possible.
Got me befuddled. Tell you what, man. I can't. The energy's not happening right here for this. That's not a broom either. That's some crazy stuff. Gonna have to try it. Dog. Oh, there you are.
Go get your broom, see if they'll stand up.
You think it would?
Try it.
Let me see if that broom has swiveled itself back into alignment. Then, Darlene, hang on. I'll show you, man. This is
Don't worry if it's aligned or not.
Well, let me show you. Hang on just a second.
Okay.
Just set it and forget it. So what are the odds?
Pretty good.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Brooms just do that.
Yeah, brooms do. They just hang around the house, don't do nothing. Either they're on strike or it's the 5Gs. That's why they won't fly. I'm waiting for the day, though.
It was standing up for a second, y'all. We saw it, but it fell over. I'll be dang if it didn't stand up for a minute. Sure did.
Try it again.
I am.
Turn your camera on.
Yeah, let me turn it around. Let me see. Let me see how I can figure it. Let me.
What you got in front of you? What are you sitting in front of you?
It's just on the carpet. Let me try to see what. Hold on. Let me turn this.
Try your floor, where there's no carpet.
There's no there. Well, I have to go into a different room.
Oh, okay. How about a table? You got a table?
Not that doesn't have stuff on it. But
Will it
seriously,
stick to the
it
ceiling?
set up for a minute.
Let go of it.
Holy cow!
Get out of here.
There it is, y'all.
Get the F out of here.
I told you. I feel it. I feel the earth pull on me. When it pulls, I know the magnetic force of the earth is pulling down. What'd I tell you?
Darlene is probably the power of suggestion right now.
No.
I feel like my arms are being pulled toward the
floor.
I'm serious though. I'm not joking. It may be all psychosis. Seriously, man. But I can
Has nothing to do with it.
It's almost like a deal.
Yeah.
You know, kind of pulling down a little bit. I didn't feel it at first.
You can feel Mother Earth pull. That's why I say go get your broom.
Well, I went and got it. I'm the one that can't stand up straight right now.
Wow. That's all I got to say.
Shazam. Y'all see it?
Yep.
Yeah, move your
Walk
arm.
away from it.
There you go.
Walk away from it.
Well, I'm telling you, it did it for a minute. That's crazy.
It sure did.
I saw it. It's true.
Let's see the bottom of that broom. That's an
I
angle,
was going to
too,
say,
right?
see if I get it, I'll tilt
Is it an angle broom?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's crazy.
I'll show the bottom. Dang. Oh, crap. Well, anyway, standing up for a minute.
I saw it.
What's underneath your house?
Another unit.
Another unit? Okay.
Yeah. And Darlene, this may interest you, or not. I don't know. But the guy that used to live down there, we were talking one day, and he said he had a shadow being that had lived with, that's been his companion since he was a kid, and that had lived downstairs. And nobody lived there for a long time after he moved out. Somebody just recently moved in about a month ago down right below us. And
right.
I didn't really talk to her about it, but the first thing she did, she got a smudge stick and smudged the place because I could see a big fat, fresh, I could tell it had only been used once, it was kind of new.
Yeah.
And I know I want to ask her.
It's not going to help her.
Well, yeah, but I was curious as to whether she just did that wherever, randomly, any new place she went, or whether she detected something, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's below me. Let me see here. I don't think you can still see the bottom, but
yeah, I can see. We can see a little bit. See, you're making it fall when you walk across the carpet. Otherwise, it'd be standing there.
Because it shakes. The room shakes. But anyway, I mean,
There it is.
Well, that's a trip to have it do it even for a minute. You ask me, but it's not like your video, Darlene, and that's on a slick surface, I mean, that's a lot more impressive to me.
Well, do you have carpet in the bathroom or in the kitchen?
No, but
well, you can do it tomorrow. Take your
I think I will. I think
your
I
thing
will.
and see if it'll stand up for you tomorrow. Now you know what you're looking for.
Yep, that's crazy.
When you feel it in your arms or your back or anywhere, then you know there's a magnetic force going through.
Well, again, it may have been the power of suggestion, but I'm serious. The first time,
it's not.
Really, it felt like ripples were going down from my elbow, and it. But I could literally, it's like, wow, I mean, unless she just put a thought in my head. I'm not
it's
joking.
the Earth's heartbeat.
I didn't expect that at all. I really didn't. I mean, I'm a skeptic but I'm daggum open-minded, and if something works, it works. If it, you know what I mean? That was crazy, man. It was.
It is crazy.
Yeah.
Or if you got a coffee table, a wooden coffee table, glass coffee table, you can try it on there.
That was crazy, y'all. Wow. Learn something new every day.
Now, Mr. Bob is going to go around sticking his broom all over the place, aren't you?
Yeah,
That's
definitely
pretty.
try it.
Yeah.
I was gonna try it anyway, but I'm thinking, well, maybe she just wants to see if we're gonna do it. You know what I mean?
No,
Get
I want
everybody
you
to
guys
try
to
it.
try.
That's crazy.
What I
Man.
really want to do is see where the magnetic force is running. If it's running all over the world, or in just certain areas at certain time. Well, apparently, I just felt that. That's why I told him go get his broom.
You think it overlays the ley lines, or what? You think it has anything to do with that, or because I know it's the magnet. It's kind of two
It's the
different
Earth's
things.
heartbeat. That's the Sherman. The vibrations.
The Schumann resonance.
Yep.
Okay, that's the coolest thing I've learned in the past. I don't know, several years, because
that's what it is.
It
the
ties
magnetic
in,
force of
well,
their Earth.
okay, well, it ties in with all the old hippies, man. On a fundamental level, we really, really are connected with the Earth, and that proves it right there, man. We resonate. You can't get any more connected than that. You can't.
Absolutely.
And, that blew my freaking mind. The Schumann. I mean, I'm all over that stuff.
Well, if you're all over it, then you should feel it. You just don't pay attention to it.
I know that when it changes, and it's been yinged out, for the past year or more, as you know, I mean, and so all I remember is a couple of years ago, it was spiked, and this happened twice. It spiked for about a week, to almost to the minute. It spiked for a week, or maybe anyway, but during one time I had a really bad headache that lasted for almost 3 days. I couldn't get rid of to save my life. And I rarely get headaches. I don't drink, I don't get that. And I just don't get that many. When I do, they're bad, but that was unbelievable. I even broke down. I broke down and took an aspirin, man, after about the second or third day. I couldn't get rid of it. And I don't know if it's related or not, but I know it was just
It can be.
Well, I know it can. They've proven it. I mean, they have to, in submarines and in the, space station, they have to pump the Schumann resonance into that. They literally pump it into the room, or else those people in about 5 minutes, they'll lose their minds. I mean, that's fact. That's fact. So the Schumann is, that's just a fun.
It's the Earth's heartbeat to make it simpler for some people that don't know.
Exactly. Thank you. That's a great way to put it. It's true though. It's true. It's fact.
If you hang around the sky watchers, they will tell you either their ears are ringing, their body feels like it's being pulled apart, they're tingling.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Luckily, when I get ear ringing, it doesn't last very long, but man, it hits out and it's powerful and it's real noticeable. Different frequencies.
There you go. That's it. That's what I was asking you a while ago.
Sometimes it's very low, sometimes it's very high pitched, but you can literally, it's almost like my head vibrates. Like I said, luckily it doesn't last long. It usually goes away. Sometimes it lasts like a half a minute or more. But luckily, I sure hate.
Mr. Bob is laughing up there.
I'd hate to have.
Yeah, it's all the time, nonstop. I hear it.
Do what?
I hear it right now. It's always
really
nonstop. Yeah,
wow,
nonstop.
I was going to say I would hate to hear that all the time, man. I really would, because it just it hits. It goes from silent to just
you can hear it change pitches. It's crazy.
Right. It's insane, man.
They're dialing in on it.
Well, look, man. They can do anything in the world with frequencies. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
We're everything in the universe, we all know, is held together by and created with a frequency, and pure end of story. When you break it down, they can do, they can make you get happy, get sad, get hungry, anything they want to do with a frequency. They can do it. It's proven, So we all know this, but not a whole lot of people do. Sounds like science fiction. It does. I get it, man. Voice to skull technology. It's real. That's some crazy stuff.
It is.
Yep, smart meters. Yep.
The Internet of Things. Your refrigerator's going to tell you need to switch.
Yeah, Paul says here the quartz crystal helps with headaches. He's right.
Say what?
Quartz crystals. Yeah, and the 5Gs don't help.
It's supposed to help with
headaches. Luckily, are rarely an issue, but dadgum, man, a 3-day one, man, that's kind of crazy. That I couldn't get rid of even for a minute, day and night. Yep. Like, dang, what's going on?
With the right
that
combo,
ringing, that's every day, man. I notice, and it happens, and I forget about it. It's not like constant, and gosh, Bob, I hate to hear it if you hear it all the time. Dang, man, but I know I hear it I notice it almost every day, just out of notice. And it's heavy duty, man. It's powerful. I can't see how it could be some normal body function, your ears creating that. I just don't. It feels like it's vibrating my head sometimes,
Which I feel it's like being targeted.
Exactly. Well, they got it. Believe me, you can look this stuff up. Go to the U.S. patent. What should wake people up? Go to the U.S. patent office, and you'll see.
Straight Blind is right about that one. Go fishing with no device, no phone, no nothing, no power line above, no nothing.
Well, that's why I used to go down to the river, and get away as far away as I possibly could. No devices, no nothing. Yeah, man, I hear you.
There's towers everywhere, though.
Yeah, especially now. But
I've been leaving my phone. I don't go on it that much like I used to. That's why you don't see me online all the time. Because before I used to carry my phone everywhere I went, and no matter where I was, I was able to check out YouTube.
Check out who's screaming, right?
Yeah, right. Nowadays.
Yeah.
Never have carried my phone in my pocket ever, unless I just have to have it going somewhere. But I lose it. I lose it all the time, because I just don't.
I made that mistake. I carried my phone in my pocket for a while, and let me tell you something. I don't know what it did. It cooked like inside my nerves or whatever. I don't know. It feels like like a numb kind of like feeling. And if I put that phone in that pocket, then I really feel it again. Like I don't know. It's weird.
Well, have you seen those, like PET scans or CAT scans or whatever after somebody's had the phone up to their brain for, it heats up, man. It's the real deal there, buddy. I mean, it is.
Yeah, I think it did some kind of nerve damage where you can actually feel it when you run your hand across it.
It's basically the same as microwaves. You wouldn't stick your freaking, hand in a microwave. So it's not as powerful, obviously, but it adds up. It's got a residual effect, cumulative effect.
Right.
So it doesn't take very much. They've done tests, man. You have a phone by whatever EMF meter, and it rings and it jumps up, 10 clicks. I mean, that's not fake. They know. Speaking of U.S. Patent Office, you go right now, and this is really unusual. But if you go to the guy where the cell phone technology is patented on the U.S. Patent Office website, .gov, baby, you'll see where this is really crazy. Where the guy said basically that technology is dangerous and should not be used. And this is on, or at least it was. I've seen it more than once on the U.S. Patent Office website. That's crazy. They know it's bad. So luckily, I just found out about it early and never, carried it on me.
Yeah, Paul from Newcastle saying video on YouTube, IBM shoebox. It's 1962 black and white film. Guy talking into a calculator. voice recognition.
Yeah, they've had all this technology for so long, man.
I believe that. Yeah.
You're right, Paul. I've heard about that. My uncle was on the very ground floor at IBM, and yeah, that's what he did all his life.
Blind straight, get away from fiber optics. Well, they're burying them all down the roads, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Everywhere. Oh, even around me, everywhere. They got the side of the road dug up.
Well,
got some right outside my fence buried.
Mm-hmm.
And they put those in when in 77 or something.
I don't know how far. I guess, out in the desert, you can still get more or less away from it, but nowhere around where any of us live, man. No way. No way.
There's one out at that little airport that's probably a quarter mile away from here.
Well, that's not much at all, because there's one within line of sight any direction I look from any damn where around here, man. I can see one.
Time for the chainsaw.
But they always,
or let the beavers go, whichever.
Telling you, man, they're Now I'm in a pretty big city, relatively big, something like a little under, I don't even know, 250,000, 500,000, I don't know.
Yeah, that's why my broom won't fly. It just stands there because of the 5Gs.
Yeah.
I know what it is.
Interference.
Yeah. Yeah, you might be right. I wouldn't be surprised, Darlene. I wouldn't, man. Nothing,
No, nothing surprises me anymore.
No, it's very difficult to get surprised.
Hello, coffee house.
Hey, coffee house.
What's up, coffee? Woo. Speaking of coffee.
Coffee house changed his name.
Wearing off. Hey, doggy.
Yep, out of coffee.
Remember what it was?
Oh boy.
Oh boy. No.
Yeah. No. I forgot already. Off the top of my head anyway. I remember last
Tony's
stream.
coffee house.
Right. Okay.
Got it?
I remember last stream you said something why he changed it. Yeah. Yepper.
Did Dawn, did she say good night, or did she just sort of fade away? I know Paris had to go.
She faded away.
Yeah, I thought so. I know Paris said she had to go get.
Like I'm gonna do in a few.
You get some good people in
hey,
here.
We got 12 people watching again. How'd that come about?
People waking up as we're going to sleep. I don't know.
I guess.
Or
I managed to stay awake, for better or worse. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I always do.
That's what's up. You know. It's good we all share our information. We learn from each other.
Yep. And I learned some new stuff tonight. I learned that you can revive a bee with salt. That blows my mind, man. Seriously. Blows my mind. I'll never forget that until I get dementia or the end of the world comes. So seriously, man. But so I appreciate that, Darlene. And
you're more than welcome.
I'll have to keep a pack of salt by the beehives.
There you go, buddy. Man. That's
just remember it's really fine, just like a table salt would be.
Yeah. I just, that's something I'd have put to use many times over the years. So I'm glad to know from here on out.
You can do it with a fly, with any flying insect, if you want to save it.
Now I'm drumming on my dog. He likes it.
Blood circulation.
Huh?
Blood circulation.
Oh, you know it. I give him little massages, but he does, man. He loves to get drummed on. He really likes it. He really does. He's a man. This dog is so freaking strong. I mean, he's cut. He really is. He's got a few pounds to lose, but he is strong. So he can handle a good drum session. He loves it. Darlene, what? I know you got critters out in your dog, but what kind of house pets do you have? I forgot, or do you like?
I got 3 puppies. I've got a black lab. I got Shih Tzu, Papillon, Terrier mixes, brother and sister, a black lab, and a pussycat.
Nice. I knew you had something in there. I just couldn't. That's cool.
And chickens and rabbits.
Yeah.
Chickens and rabbits and squirrels and birds.
Squirrels. Yeah. Yeah, I got my birds. I got my birds out.
And a mama skunk.
No skunks this year.
Coffee's just waking up.
Woo, I'm gonna sleep good tonight, y'all.
Yeah, me too.
Or this morning, whatever it is.
It's 3 o'clock. 3:01.
As long as it's still dark.
5:01.
It's 3:01 a.m. Mountain Time. Oh.
Yep, these short lives always turn into long ones. 8 hours.
Wow. Doesn't seem like it, but
no, it doesn't.
It really is. Seriously, it doesn't. But wow, 8 again. That's a freaking another marathon.
Right.
Excellent.
Lines has no ringing when he goes fishing.
Well, that's good.
That's cool. Yeah.
You're in a good area.
No doubt. You can hear stuff underwater these days, man. I've recorded some crazy sounds coming from underwater.
Have you noticed that the Earth is a little bit more hollow than it used to be?
Well,
the hollow sound.
So
have you ever noticed?
Yeah.
You have noticed it?
Yeah.
It's like somebody moved some furniture out.
Maybe they did, man.
The planes got that hollow sound when they fly. Thunder sounds really weird.
Yes, yeah, thunder. I noticed, seriously, you're right. The other day, I heard it's like, man, that's different from anything I ever heard. No joke, Darlene. I've been noticing that. It's different. It's thicker. It's rumblier. It's deeper. It's heavier. It's louder, and it lasts longer.
Yep.
A lot longer.
It's almost like it's got an echo.
Yeah, it does. It really is. It's a lot more resonant. It's crazy, man. It is. I've noticed big time. Many times.
Maybe God moved out some furniture or something.
Could be.
Who knows?
Maybe he's bowling, but for real,
maybe.
I've noticed big time, more than once. It's not just
No, it just sounds hollow.
It does. It absolutely does.
Like we're missing something somewhere.
There's a lot of magma on the move right now. Maybe it's just carving out a lot of tunnels, in the earth as it goes. Who knows? And it's all coming out because, if it's coming out in volcanoes, then Technically,
but
it is getting.
it shouldn't have nothing to do with the above.
No, but it would be more getting more hollow on the inside of the earth if the magma was going from the inside to the outside.
I
You know,
guess.
it would be. Of course, I guess they always make a new magma, but it does leave tunnels
Yeah.
when it moves. So who knows, man? But you're right. I mean, I hear it big time. Look,
Yeah, it's different sounding. I don't know.
well, sound is my gig. I mean that I've been attuned to that's just my whole thing, and I notice it clearly. It's not just a little different; it's way different, isn't it, Dougie? Isn't it, buddy? There you are, buddy. What is it? What is it, my buddy? You're a good boy. Uh-oh, did we freeze? Or did I just freeze?
No.
No, I was reading what Blind Straight wrote.
Yeah. The death curve. Legend of Julia Markham.
Look around, Dougie. Look toward the camera there, Dougie.
I'll check it out. Fine.
Can you take about 4 minutes to get me some cake, red velvet cake?
Yeah. Well, we just.
Yeah.
Albert.
Shelby ended it anyway in a minute because it's after 5. Darlene said she wanted to get going too. We'll call it a night and see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna come back on tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't know yet.
Oh.
We'll see what happens tomorrow.
Well, I'll keep an eye out for yonder bell up there in the corner. I enjoyed it, y'all, as always.
Yep, no doubt. Me too.
And mom said good night if we're shining
Good night,
out.
Mom. Sleep tight, sweet dreams.
Did you hear
Lots
that?
of love.
They said good night, sleep tight, and sweet dreams.
Thank you.
Yep.
Same to you.
Good night, Mom. Enjoy your piece of cake.
You heard that, huh, Bob? That's
I
funny.
heard it.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I guess I'll be taking a little cake break here for Mom here. But well, y'all have a happy morning. Y'all should be seeing the sun come up before too long.
Yeah, another hour or so. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Good night, Blind, and Coffee.
Yeah, peace out, Blind.
Y'all be groovy, and see you whenever. Thank you, Bob. Much obliged. Appreciate it. Darlene, as always, my dear. Goodness gracious.
Good night.
You're always,
Don't be surprised if you see a video tomorrow of my broom standing.
Okay.
There you go. Hey, man, well, I'll put one up. That's
Poor
awesome.
Darlene.
Yeah, I want some brooms standing up here.
Well, we'll see what we can do on that. That's pretty wild, y'all. But well, I guess I'll cut out.
Yeah. Good night.
All right. Y'all have a good night.
Nighty night.
Sleep tight.
All
Much
right.
love, brother.
Much love,
Stay
y'all. Thank
Head
you
on
very
Swivel.
much.
Good night, Mom.
They said night. She said night. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Good morning, I should say.
Right.
Good night, everybody in chat. Sleep tight, sweet dreams, and God bless.
Take care, Darlene, and thank you. Thanks
You're
for
more than
coming.
welcome.
Awesome.
And thank you.
Yeah. See you tomorrow, hopefully.
Okay.
If not, probably message you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. Take care, everyone. Sending out much love. As always, stay safe.